League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. True love is not pity. The Naxxon Empire has always been a mountain weighing on everyone, whether they are Piltover people or Zaun people, from peddlers to the parliament that controls the Twin Cities, all have the same understanding. Just like the magnificent Barrier Mountain range that stretches thousands of miles north of the Piltover River. Believe it or not, the cliffs that block out the sky and the sun are there silently suppressing a piece of land. The only difference is that the upper class can feel the true strength of Naxxos through the Midada family that has taken root in Piltover and the Firos family that replaced the Adrian family 100 years ago. The lower class rarely sees Naxxons swaggering and showing their teeth and claws in public, not to mention Zaun, where birds shit and dogs hate people. The Empire has its own rules for controlling the Twin Cities. All matters needed by the Empire are handled by the Firos family or the Midada family. Some Naxxons also abide by the rules and rarely come into contact with the lower class. They only appear at the banquets of the upper class, so naturally there is no question of being offended or conflicted by guys who don't know the seriousness of the matter. Naxxons and Zons are like parallel lines that never intersect. According to common sense, there will be no intersection at all. There is no place in Zaun that is worth Naxxons plotting. All the work that needs to be drilled in the sewers will be done by the Zauns controlled by the Piltover people, and the results will be shared by Naxxos, so naturally the Naxxons don't have to go to the sewers in person. Lester is the first Naxxon noble in 100 years to come to the lower city of Zaun in an Naxxon noble dress. For the Zauns, it is like a god who is worshipped and revered every day, but never appears, suddenly descends on them in the form of a weak and beautiful angel. Perhaps out of the idea of blasphemy and humiliation, or perhaps to break the inherent impression that Naxxos cannot be offended, the Zons are more excited than afraid about their actions against the Naxxon nobles, as if doing so can prove that the Zons are braver than the Piltovers and dare to fight Naxxos. Lester used the most cruel and cold facts to prove to the Zons why Naxxos has the status it has today. The one-sided massacre continued. Lester's ruthlessness and cruelty caused the most fearless desperados in Zaun to collapse. They knew how to fight in the streets, and how to attack and knock down the enemy in a melee, but how could they have experienced a bloody war of life and death? A gunman raised his pistol in fear and aimed at the demons that mortals could not resist at all. He no longer cared whether he would hurt his own people. He cursed and pulled the trigger directly, just to knock down the demon. The moment the iron sand hit his face, Lester seemed to have an eye on his back. He moved sideways to control a person and hid behind him. In the bursting blood mist, he threw the knife in his hand, which had already become slippery, indifferently. The knife spun and passed through the Zaun people along the way without deviation and pierced the gunman's chest with a scream. The gunman screamed and fell to the ground, but he saw the enemy who was unharmed in his eyes. Run. Run apart. Someone shouted, and the remaining 5 or 6 people turned around and ran without hesitation. Gun. Best's body trembled, and then he reacted. He staggered to Lester, dodging the corpses on the ground like a child who had just learned to run, and handed the gun to him tremblingly. When he took the Mauser rifle, someone had already slipped into the corner of the street. Lester didn't pay attention to those lucky ones who escaped, but just pulled the bolt indifferently and pulled the trigger in the most standard gun holding posture. Snap. Click. 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 The crisp sound of ejection and firing pin was quite pleasing to the eye. 4 shots were fired in less than 2 seconds. The 4 people in Best's sight fell down. Only the first person was shot in the chest, and the other 3 were shot in the back of the head. Nearly 30 people were ambushed by 1 person. Only 2 of the enemies who had the upper hand survived, including Peast. The 4 law enforcement officers were still in a dreamlike chaos. They were afraid physically and could not accept such a fact in their hearts, or rather, they were unwilling to accept it. If there were people like Mr. Lee in this world, then what was the combat training they had put in blood and sweat for? 10 years of training, was killed like a chicken? Who was this Mr. Lee? A magician? In the dead silence, Lester handed the gun back to Beast and wiped his wet hands with a handkerchief from his jacket pocket. This gun is quite accurate. Did you calibrate it yourself? Beast took the gun with both hands and shuddered. He didn't care about the bloody handprint on the gunwood. He stood at attention and saluted, just as humble as when he first joined the law enforcement team. Report. No. It was calibrated by Instructor Sherwood of the law enforcement team. Lester nodded and threw the red-stained white handkerchief on the face of a corpse. Don't be so reserved. Let's go. I don't need your protection, but I still need you to lead the way. Yes. Please leave it to us, sir. The door was pushed open, and a law enforcement officer woke up the law enforcement captain who was sleeping lightly. Captain, it's not good. Law enforcement officer Grayson's alert team has news that a poisonous gas from the industrial area is spreading here from the sewer in the northern area. Law enforcement officer Grayson's suggestion is to evacuate to the south immediately. Captain, we also think it's too dangerous to stay here now. The captain sat up from the bed, picked up the rifle, and rushed out of the room. He leaned on the hollow metal fence on the second floor and looked into the distance. Yellow-green gas was pouring in from all directions in the ditch area. Looking closely, the source was indeed the sewer, and the buildings in the north were the most serious. According to the product introduction, the all-chemical gas mask distributed by the law enforcement team is enough to filter high-concentration poisonous gas, but no one is willing to use their own health to test whether the mask can really prevent it. What's more, the mouth and nose can be protected, but the eyes cannot be protected. Who knows if these ghost gases will make themselves blind? Tell the maintenance team to stop working and organize all personnel to evacuate to the south area quickly within 3 minutes. Remember, our main job is to protect the supporters. Those who are willing to leave are fine, but those who are unwilling to leave, let them stay here. We can't take care of so many people. Understood. Get up. Little Anna. We are evacuating. The dazed Oriana opened her eyes, but it was Mammy, who was also a mechanical craftsman in Piltover, who was calling her anxiously. Mammy was relieved to see Oriana wake up slowly. The poison gas is coming. You must wear your gas mask, and don't take it off. Come on, girl, we have done enough. Climbing up from the carpet, Amelia rubbed her eyes. The dozen or so maintenance craftsmen within her sight were all sorting their tools with a worried look on their faces. The unknown law enforcement officer outside the door kept looking into the room every few seconds, like an ant on a hot pot. Seeing this, Oriana did not dare to be dazed. She quickly put on her breathing mask and checked her toolbox. As for the other mask prepared for her father, she had already given it to someone in need. Okay, everyone. Whether you are asleep or not, we should leave. If you don't leave, you will have to suffer from the poison gas. After saying that, the law enforcement officer outside the door left directly, without giving the craftsman any chance to bargain. This forced some craftsmen with procrastination to speed up their actions and temporarily correct their old habits. They followed the large group to leave the houses, fearing that they would be left here alone. Arriving at the streets of Zonsgutter district, the bustling crowd included residents of Zonsgutter district and the law enforcement team responsible for maintaining order. The craftsmen who supported Zon were protected in the middle by the law enforcement team. From Oriana's perspective, the streets were already covered with a layer of yellow-green poisonous gas visible to the naked eye, affecting visibility. Apparently, the spread of the poisonous gas was more serious than imagined. Without any intention of saying nonsense, the slightly panicked team began to move southward under the order of the law enforcement team. Oriana took tired steps and felt that time seemed to slow down at this moment. From time to time, the team could hear the crying of children, the wailing of mothers, the scolding of fathers, and the impatient urging of law enforcement officers. Within sight, more poisonous gas was floating out of the underground sewers. The number of hunched people and coughing gradually increased, but the speed of the team was getting faster and faster. More people fell behind. Oriana did not dare to look back at the Zorn people behind her, let alone see whether those who fell behind were wearing gas masks. The ashamed girl just lowered her head and kept moving forward in the team, trying to empty her mind, like a green leaf floating on the flood, as if going with the flow could make her forget the oath to bear fruit on the branches. In a trance, visibility has dropped to less than 10 meters, and the coughing around her has become less and less. Oriana, who slept for an afternoon before the night escape, used all her energy and physical strength to maintain the previous equipment without any laziness or hiding anything. Because of this, the girl felt that every step she took was heavy, and she knew that she had ushered in the most difficult moment. The movement around her became smaller and smaller. When the girl raised her head, Ms. Mammy, who was just taking care of her, had disappeared. The law enforcers and craftsmen had disappeared, as if she was the only one left in this poisonous world. Oriana realized that she had fallen behind. At this moment, even the law enforcers were busy with their own affairs. With her speed and physical strength, it was normal for her to fall behind. She understood that she would face such a dilemma, but it really happened to her. When those who made promises forgot about her and left her alone here, she was still very sad. She finally understood the complex emotions felt by those Zorn people who fell behind. After calming down, Oriana did not stop. She patted her stinging cheeks and continued walking along the street. Cough cough cough. Mommy, cough cough cough. Daddy, where are you? Cough cough cough. Maybe they walked a few hundred meters, or maybe only a few dozen meters. The coughing and crying broke the eternal silence. As if she felt that the torture just now was not deep enough in her soul, or maybe it was fate. Oriana saw the little boy sitting on the manhole cover. In the empty and cold yellow-green world, the appearance of the little boy made the somewhat hesitant Oriana feel the unique warmth of life. The girl's footsteps involuntarily shifted, and she walked to the side of the little boy, staring at the Zorn boy who was not wearing any mask. The little boy raised his head, tears kept flowing in his frightened eyes. He recognized that the girl looking down at him was from the higher Piltover, so he didn't say anything, didn't ask for help, and didn't expect anything. He just lowered his head again silently, and continued to cough again and again, but the girl felt it was very harsh. She was unwilling to admit it, but this was the mainstream perception of the Zorn people towards the Piltover people. Just like the rescue in Zorn this time, the craftsmen also regarded this action as a charity, to satisfy their desire for salvation, and the Zorn people did not have much gratitude. An invisible barrier really existed between the upper city and the lower city. Just now, Oriana also let the cough go away from her in silence until it disappeared. At that time, she could still deceive herself that she was unable to do anything in the marching team. Now she has become a member of the laggards. No one cares about her, and there is no excuse to ignore her. In fact, at this moment, she did not want to make any excuses. She came to Zorn without her father's knowledge just to help others. It was not charity, but a responsibility as a Piltover citizen. Her life was not nobler than anyone else's. If someone was destined to get lost in the poison gas and cough, she would rather it be her own, so that she would not have to continue to endure the torment of the soul. Moreover, her body was more mature than that of the little boy. Perhaps she could walk out of the poison gas with her own will. With her father's ability, it was still possible to save her after she walked out. But if she let this Zorn child sit here, who could save him? Oriana did not speak. Her slender and dexterous fingers pressed the lock on the back of her head. The moment she took off the breathing mask, a pungent smell that was physiologically unbearable poured into her nasal cavity like a mountain torrent and tsunami, tearing her trachea and chest. Cough, cough, cough. There was a cough above his head. The little boy from Zorn looked up blankly, only to see the Piltover covering his mouth and nose, adjusting the straps, and locking the mask. The little boy felt that his burning throat and nasal cavity instantly became cool, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh and abundant. He opened his mouth and looked at the girl in disbelief. He didn't understand why the girl would do such a stupid thing. The coughing girl didn't say much from beginning to end, but just touched her head. When the angel-like girl left his sight, the little boy didn't see any unpleasant pity in the girl's eyes, but only the selfless tenderness of a mother. Big sister of Piltover, thank you. This time, the Zorn boy who hated the people of Piltover didn't call the girl a Piltover, but unfortunately the coughing girl walked too fast and didn't hear it. Chapter 752 The Craftsman Princess's Music Box Night. Cough, cough, cough. It was not until she experienced the pain of living a life worse than death that Oriana realized that those people with twisted and crazy faces and the poison gas were far from exaggerating. The alchemical poison gas was far more terrible than she had imagined. Her chest was like a cowhide rope tightened, and she couldn't store much air at all. Her nasal cavity and throat felt a burning sensation like a needle. Her itchy throat twitched and tightened spontaneously. She tried to cough to relieve the discomfort, but the more she coughed, the more itchy her throat became. Unlike when she was wearing a mask, Oriana only felt pain all over her body. Her snot and tears flowed out uncontrollably, and soon they were all over the place. At this moment, the girl no longer cared about her appearance and makeup, and only wanted to leave this dead and lonely world as soon as possible. The road ahead was still filled with endless alchemical poison gas. The blurred vision made Oriana feel dizzy. At some point, Oriana, who was lying on the ground coughing with her chest covered, even felt that she would die here. At this time, Oriana, who was somewhat dazed, thought of many people inexplicably, and imagined that there would be someone who cared about her, and could find her in this diffuse poisonous gas, like the Prince Charming in the stage play to save her. Unfortunately, this fantasy only lasted until the next cough. The pain interrupted the girl's beautiful thoughts. Oriana got up from the ground, and was forced to interrupt the delusion that could never be realized. In this world, except for her father Colin, no one would come here to save her. Deputy Sheriff Morrison, the law enforcement officer, was impossible, and the reliable law enforcement officer Grayson was impossible. It was impossible for Ms. Mammy, who talked and laughed with her, and took good care of her. Thinking of this, Oriana felt a little more bitter. She ran away secretly. If she really chose to wait for rescue on the spot, and wait until her father fell asleep, she might not be able to hold on for that long. Ahem. Anyway, at least I have to go back. Ahem. Say sorry to my father. In pain, Oriana stepped forward and apologized to her father. Saying sorry and seeing her father again was her last thought. Tada, tada, tada. Just as Oriana was about to continue her journey, heavy and rhythmic footsteps came from the depths of the yellow-green poisonous fog. They were so accurate that they sounded like a stopwatch made by a top master. Even the most rigorous sound therapist could not tell the difference in time and amplitude between each step. Oriana, who was sensitive to sound, could almost see with her ears that a man in heavy leather shoes was walking towards the street where she was. Before Oriana could figure out why someone would walk against the wind towards the depths of the poisonous fog at this time, Oriana heard the ethereal melody of music box accompanying the footsteps. The girl was stunned. The familiar melody that followed made her vision a little hazy. Through the poisonous fog, Oriana seemed to see a tireless clockwork dancer dancing alone on her stage with the notes. She was afraid of no audience. She was afraid of being banned by a small city. She was afraid of many things, but she never stopped dancing and walked forward firmly and bravely. No matter what the result is, she will dance firmly on her stage, looking forward to it, jumping on her toes, and using her small efforts to go to a bigger world. The producer poured his dreams and fears into the small music box. The bravery and entanglement of the clever girl on the road of dance, the curiosity and fear of adventure in the unknown world, the love of a good life and the cool self-admiration, all of which are condensed in this dance and melody of less than a minute. But her unknown little dream has been given as a gift to a big man in Piltover with an unimaginable status. How could such a big man appear here? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is said that people will see the most reluctant part of themselves before they die. This is the illusion that she is about to die and appears before she dies. Oriana smiled knowingly, wiped her tears, stopped struggling, coughed, and lay on the ground with a smile, closing her eyes, and calmly accepted death in the last beautiful music. At least the clockwork dancer can follow the big man who likes her to see other parts of the world, the girl thought, a little envious, a little disappointed, and a little fortunate that her last memory was not polluted by money. Perhaps it was because of this that she could die in satisfaction at the moment of death. Death seemed to have heard her voice, and it came as promised with clearer and clearer ethereal notes. However, the heavy footsteps became much lighter at a certain moment, as if the owner of the footsteps deliberately lightened his footsteps. The owner of the footsteps must be a very gentle person. Oriana suddenly had this thought, and then she remembered the handsome young man who took away her music box. With such a father, his daughter Eri must live a happy life, right? If little Eri was trapped in Zorn, Mr. Lee would definitely come here to find her at all costs. For some reason, Oriana was convinced of this. The man's love for his daughter was deep and pure because her father Colin loved her as well, so she could tell clearly. Miss Oriana, can you please do me a favor? A slightly dull voice appeared in her ears, the same as the handsome young man in the illusion, but octaves softer. Even the melody of the music box and the mask could not cover up the love hidden in the tone. Instead, a somewhat unpleasant smell of blood destroyed this beautiful mood. Ahem, it's strange. It's okay for me to fantasize about the music box, but ahem, why can I still hear Mr. Lee's voice? What a bad smell. Oh, am I really in love with a man with a child? I'm such a sinful girl. Lester, holding the music box, was ready to pretend to be an old gentleman to deceive the pure girl. Taking a deep breath, Lester would not let such an embarrassing situation affect his performance. The man took off his gas mask and gently pressed it on the face of the girl, who closed her eyes and coughed. The girl finally opened her tearful eyes in surprise and saw the face in her fantasy and the blurred vision, including the collar and chest. The man's cheeks were stained with some deep red blood, but his face was extremely soft, like the bright moon covered with dust in the sky. Thinking of the chaotic order of Zorn, Oriana could almost imagine what kind of cruel battle the man in front of her had experienced just to find her in this desperate world. At this moment, it seemed that the unpleasant blood color had become romantic, and the smell of blood on this gentleman was so fascinating. Oriana narrowed her eyes, showing some of the feelings that only a little girl can have. Perhaps because the man had not coughed, the girl, who was immersed in the gentleness, even forgot that the man had given her the only gas mask. I'm sorry, I heard that you came here alone to participate in the rescue work. I was a little worried and wanted to come to see you. I didn't expect that I encountered some problems when I came here, and I was stained with some unclean things. Miss Oriana, thanks to the guidance of the music box, I found you smoothly. I'm most happy today that you are okay. Seeing that Oriana was fascinated by him, Lester did not mention asking the girl to help with the music box. He gently placed the closed music box in Oriana's little hand, and Lester picked up the girl horizontally, just as gentle as the knight who saved the princess in the stage play that Oriana watched. You have tried very hard. Leave the rest to me. Let's go home together. Lying in Lester's warm arms, Oriana's two little hands tightly grasped the music box, her heart thumping. It was not until she took several steps that Oriana realized that her mask came from Lester. She immediately opened her eyes in panic and wanted to take off the mask with her hands and put it on Lester. However, her hands holding the music box could not be freed. Oriana did not dare to move too much for fear of affecting Lester. Mr. Lee, you only have one mask. The poison gas here is terrible. You shouldn't give it to me. Let me down quickly. Just put it on. I'm very happy to come here to find me. Please, unconsciously. Oriana's tone actually had a tender and innocent tone of a young girl. Lester smiled softly and did not stop. The poison gas was nothing to him. He was enjoying himself at this time. How could he do as Oriana wished? Before that, I want to ask Miss Oriana a question. Where is Miss Oriana's gas mask? You can't have forgotten it, right? I wore two and gave them both to others. Do you know them? The people holding the masks, are they your friends? No, I don't know them. So, you can risk your life to save two strangers. Why can't I risk my life to save a good girl I know? Miss Oriana, becoming a knight who saves the princess is the dream of every man since childhood. This is the only thing I can't give up. Oriana stared at Lester blankly, her eyes unconsciously becoming stupid. But, Mr. Lee, you already have Eri. How can you tease an unmarried girl like this? Lester, what the hell is mentioning Eri? I have always been a good father who abides by the law, okay? Ahem, at least he is a good father to Eri. He only lets Eri call him dad, not good dad. When did I tease my good daughter, little Eri, as my girlfriend? How can this child repay kindness with hatred and slander others? Noticing the surprise on Lester's face, Oriana felt that she had said something wrong and shrank in the man's arms with a red face and said sullenly, I mean, if I fall in love with Mr. Lee and Mr. Lee is willing to accept me, Eri's mother will definitely be sad. I don't want to affect Mr. Lee's family. The words that were almost the same as a confession made Lester feel warm in his heart. After figuring out what Oriana meant, Lester breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't want to be called Zayasan in the matter of Eri. This was his bottom line as a human being. As for Oriana's words, he found that he really liked this girl. Since he didn't choose to stand idly by and let Oriana become a lonely doll in this matter, he would naturally take responsibility to the end. So you're worried about this, Miss Anna? Can I call you that? Yes, just call me Anna. Anna, take a closer look at my clothes. Oriana then noticed that Lester's body was stained with a lot of blood. The stripes and style of his noble and cold black and red dress were completely different from the popular styles in Piltover, and they were not the kind of exaggerated bright colored clothes that Piltover's wealthy businessmen liked. Oriana felt ashamed that she couldn't recognize him. Mr. Lee, I've never seen such clothes. Lester smiled indifferently and comforted the girl. Anna doesn't need to have any ideas if she can't recognize it. I assure you, in this city, only the head of the Midalder family and the head of the Phyllis family can recognize the true origin of this dress. Oriana looked at Lester in surprise. She didn't know much about the Phyllis family, but the Midalder family was the undisputed overlord of the Piltover Council. This was the top family in Piltover and the most powerful force in Piltover. How noble must it be to have clothes that only the head of the Midalder family could recognize? Lester was not going to keep it a secret. This is an ancient aristocratic costume that evolved from the oldest and darkest era of the Narxan Empire. It symbolizes the most difficult and glorious origin of the Narxan Empire. Even in the Narxan Empire, there are no more than 10 people who are qualified to wear this dress. Narxus Empire? Mr. Lee is from the Narxus Empire? Or a great noble? The girl was stunned. The Midalder family of the Piltover Council had reached the pinnacle of power that Oriana could imagine. The girl had no idea about the Narxan Empire, a giant that the Piltover people were afraid of. She only knew that the Piltover people did not dare to provoke the Narxans. But this trait alone was enough to explain everything. And now Mr. Lee told him that he was a great noble from the Narxan Empire, or the top one. Very satisfied with the girl's exclamation and admiration, Lester also rarely showed off in front of the little girl. Only in the number of women and harems. He, Lester, was not inferior to anyone. So Anna, you don't have to worry about whether it will affect my family. Unlike Piltover, in the Narxus Empire, every great noble will have many legal wives and concubines. The more wives they have, the more capable they are. This is a symbol of honor. As long as you don't mind, Anna, there will be no problem on my side. Of course, Anna, if you can only accept monogamy in Piltover, then when I go back this time, I will not disturb your life again. Of course, I will still take the music box you gave me. No, don't. Oriana suddenly blocked Lester's mouth with her little hand. In Lester's somewhat surprised eyes, the girl blushed and whispered, I like you, don't leave me, okay? After a pause, Lester smiled gently. Okay. Chapter 753 Hilco's Ambition. It was not until 3 months later that the disaster that affected most of Zaun was completely settled. For the people of Zaun, no matter whether the outcome was good or bad, as long as they could still breathe, they had to live on. Apart from the unreliable legend of the Narxan blood executioner told by a few lunatics, the most talked about thing is the Baron War between Baron Lemmer and Baron Willard. Willard's forces, which were originally losing ground, hired a new gang force from Zaun's Black Alley at the cost of the ownership of a factory. The most outstanding one is Wolffist Vander, who is burly and has a hot temper. With only a pair of mechanically assisted metal gloves, he defeated the Son of Scorpion, which Lemmer was proud of. Vander even led his gangsters to counterattack Baron Lemmer's territory and forced Baron Lemmer to give up Factory Number 12 as a condition for a ceasefire. For Willard, giving Factory Number 11, which was originally an abandoned area, as a condition to Hilco would make Lemmer bleed heavily, and it could be regarded as a way to vent his suppressed anger. Since then, the two barons have ceased fighting, and the forces of Hilco and Vander have signed a ceasefire agreement as a buffer zone between the two sides. After the first battle, Vandal's name, who could defeat 100 enemies with one, was known throughout the Black Alleys of Zorn. Those who knew part of the inside story were even more afraid of the ruthless Silco. The combined forces of Silco and Vandal also officially entered the eyes of other chemical barons, and some even speculated that Silco and Vandal would join the competition among the chemical barons. Regardless of what the outside world thought, Silco and Vandal got what they wanted and chose to stop fighting, which made many nervous chemical barons feel relieved. 2 years later, with the huge wealth brought by Factory 12, Silco rebuilt Factory 11th according to the architectural blueprint of the Piltover architect, especially building a large elevator and alchemy laboratory that went directly underground at all costs. Vandal also spent money to buy a piece of land in the most prosperous area of Black Alley and built Fulgrim Tavern. During the opening of Fulgrim Tavern, there were many troubles, which were soon settled by Vandal himself. Because of Vandal's personal charm and super strength, Fulgrim Tavern became the safest trading place in Black Alley, which in turn promoted the reputation and prosperity of Fulgrim Tavern. One day, Silco sent someone to find Vandal and invited him. Vandal handed the tavern over to his men and followed Silco's men to the industrial area. "Good brother, let me introduce you first." After taking the initiative to hug and kiss the burly Vandal, Silco smiled and looked at the young man with slightly sparse hair beside him, who was slightly bent over. Mr. Singed Kapenlagen, born in Upper City, is a genius in alchemy and chemical preparations. He once systematically studied all chemical biology at the Yordle Academy of Sciences in Piltover. Because of different ideas, Mr. Singed chose to leave Upper City and settle in Zorn for a long time. Mr. Singed's research method is completely different from that of the old scholars at the Yordle Academy of Sciences. He is unconventional and has a wild imagination. He has his own unique insights, especially in biological mutations and alien all-chemical substances. He is the most suitable partner for us. Before I found Mr. Singed had already set up his own simple laboratory in the shallow river ditch and had some unique works. My brother, I didn't inform you of the progress in this area these days because I was not sure whether the information from the venomous snake's mouth was true or false. However, just yesterday afternoon, our worker successfully mined the fluorescent lichen from the venomous snake's mouth. This time I called you over to invite you to see the joint achievements of the two of us. After Hilco finished his introduction, Vandal shook hands with the slightly humble Singed and smiled friendly. "Hello, Mr. Singed. Hello, Mr. Vander. It's an honor to meet you. Your name has become a legend in the Black Alley. It's just a false reputation, not worth mentioning." Hilco clapped his hands and smiled. "Okay, we are all family, so let's put the compliments on the lunch table. Now let's go and see the greatest wealth of Factory number 11. Vander followed Hilco and Singed into the large elevator and slowly went down in the twisting of the steel cable. After about 10 seconds, the elevator made a muffled sound and a cold and humid air came towards him. Vander felt that he had come to the depths of the ground. The three of them walked into the mine transfer station with the miners' lights on, and according to the strict disinfection procedures, they put on full covering breathing masks with their own oxygen tanks, and put on gloves and other protective clothing. After completing the whole set of procedures, Hilco opened the steel gate of the air valve on the other side of the transfer station, and explained to Vandal, "The miners just discovered the purple lichen yesterday, and Mr. Singed did some basic testing overnight. Mr. Singed, do you mind introducing the purple lichen to my best brother and partner? It's Milner, Your Excellency." Hilco, walking in the deep mine tunnel, Singed said slowly. "After getting the purple lichen sample, I first did a plant test. It can be confirmed that the purple lichen is a combination of some mutant fungi and algae. On this basis, it also has the phototropism and shade-loving characteristics of plants. The purple lichen growing deep underground can rely on the decomposition of rocks, minerals, spores and other fungi to supply its own energy. It has a strong reproductive desire and biological activity. But this is also the strangest thing. It seems that something is hindering the growth of the purple lichen. The crustaceous lichen rooted in the quartz ore will only spread to less than 1 square meter. Even if there is sufficient food nearby, the lichen still maintains a very small number. If you want to speed up the research, the first problem to be overcome is to study its growth characteristics and cultivate more sample materials. Listening to Singed talking about things he couldn't understand, Vandal's expression became a little more impatient. He had never been to school, so how could he understand these things? Hilko noticed that Singed, who was talking freely, didn't pay attention to Vandal's attitude, so he reminded him. Mr. Singed, please briefly explain the effects of the purple lichen. Singed realized that he was talking to a cow, and his face showed a bit of just the right amount of apology. Through special extraction technology, we can extract 10 milliliters of stock solution from 500 grams of purple lichen. Through animal experiments, it can be confirmed that the stock solution of purple lichen has extremely strong mutagenic properties. The small dose after dilution has the effect of analgesia and promoting physical recovery. Based on these two characteristics, perhaps we can find a way to use the stock solution to target mutagenesis to enhance the human body. At worst, we can also rely on making related drugs to sell. At this point, Singed was also a little excited. The mutagenic substance he had been looking for came to him. It was not only to cure baldness, but as long as he was given enough time, he might be able to use this substance to enhance the lifespan of the human body and even avoid Kindred's embrace, so that he would have more time to complete the research he longed for. The fusion and transformation between organisms was about to open the door for him. Did you hear that? My good brother, this magical substance is enough to become our secret weapon. I can now basically conclude that the crazy Rob took this lichen as food, which induced a mutation in his body and turned him into a murderer out of control. You know, even the Piltow's Mauser rifle can't kill the out of control Rob. If we can master a controllable and stable strengthening method, we will have soldiers who are not afraid of gunfire and death. At that time, the high and mighty Piltow won't be able to show off our power over us. Here is the key to realizing our dreams, my brother, and this is our commonwealth. After hearing this, Vander finally understood the value of the purple lichen. Indeed, if it is true as Hilko and Singed said, Zorn can obtain a group of enhanced combat power through the purple lichen and become warriors beyond mortals. In that case, war can indeed be used to win the respect of the upper city, but with Rob's example in front of them, won't many people be sacrificed in order to complete such an experiment? After the explosion of Factory Number 12, an unprecedented tragedy occurred in Zorn. Even with the rescue of the people of Piltover, the death toll in Zorn was still over 1,000. After reflection, Vandal did regret his behavior. If there were so many sacrifices on the road to success, could it still be called success? He could not forget the crying faces of those who lost their loved ones. He did not believe that Zorn had to pay such a painful price for its growth. In fact, he did not take the initiative to find Silco during this period. He might have wanted to give Silco a cold war and make him restrain himself a little. But now it seems that Silco will only go further. Silco, do you mean to use this thing for human experiments? Silco nodded, confused by Vandal's serious attitude. My brother, of course we are in Zorn. There are so many scumbags in this place. These scumbags are the best experimental subjects. If we want to obtain the effect of the purple lichen concentrate on the human body, we must conduct human experiments. Otherwise, why do you think Mr. Singed left the upper city? Since those hypocritical scientists in the upper city choose to constrain themselves to ridiculous scientific rules, we can't blame Zorn for surpassing them. No, I will never agree to you conducting human experiments. Hilko, don't forget that our original intention of working hard is to make the people of Zorn live a good life. How could you think of using the people of Zorn for experiments? To Hilko's surprise, Vander's tone was extremely heavy, giving people a feeling that he could not be questioned. For a moment, Hilko, who was unprepared, was speechless. Singed, who was caught in the middle, wanted to say something, but the heavy pressure made Singed realize that he had no position to persuade him. It was better to keep his mouth shut. He didn't believe that Hilko would be persuaded by Vandal. As long as Hilko wanted to study the purple lichen, there would be a place for him. Seeing that Hilko didn't refute his words, Vandal's tense expression also eased a little. Hilko, my brother, listen to me. We already have enough capital. The 2 factories in the industrial zone, the grocery store and the tavern in Black Alley are enough for us to develop the strongest force. We only need a little patience and development time. With our abilities, we will definitely be able to control the alchemy baron and the gang in Black Alley, and obtain the qualifications to negotiate with the Piltover Council. As long as the Zorn people unite, we can get the recognition of the people in the upper city, and we don't need to rely on the purple lichen to make any super soldiers. In the awkward silence, Hilko raised his head with difficulty and stared into Vandal's eyes, whispering, "Vandal, do you know how much preparation I made for the birth of this factory? I secretly went to the upper city to spend gold coins to ask for the building blueprint, and I bought the materials bit by bit from the passing merchant ships. Every brick and tile, every metal beam, and every screw here were built bit by bit by me watching the construction workers. In order to prepare a laboratory for studying purple lichens, I even bribed the scientists in the upper city to bring out the laboratory building drawings of the Bandle Academy of Sciences and asked people to make on-site changes here bit by bit. It took me a lot of effort to find Singed. For 2 years, you ignored me and just ran your Fulgrim Tavern, comfortably being your tavern owner and gang boss, satisfying your ridiculous sympathy. Have you ever cared about my affairs? I deserve to hide in a bottomless mine like a stinky rat and breathe coal dust for our common dream, right?" At this point, Hilko's face became a little cold and hard. "Vander, my brother, my good brother, I think you can say these words with a clear conscience now, because the life of a tavern owner in the past 2 years has been too good, and you have forgotten our past difficulties and the exploitation and oppression suffered by the people of Zorn. Don't forget that you can become a tavern owner, not with a little patience and development time. All our wealth now is fought for with our lives. In this world, if you want to accomplish something, you must fight hard. Sitting comfortably can't even fart. When you were trying to seize this factory, you didn't say a word of opposition, but now you come to give me an order lightly, asking me to give up everything I have worked so hard for." Now it was Vandal's turn to be speechless. Although Hilko's words were not very pleasant to hear, they were irrefutable facts. It was radicalism and adventure that brought everything today, not stability. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. Maybe it's really like Hilko said, that he became the owner of the Fusion Hotel and changed in pleasure and comfort, but there are some bottom lines that cannot be broken. Maybe today isn't a good time for a dinner party. Salt gave up the idea of showing Vandal around the lab and said with little interest, "We should put aside what we are doing and think about the future." Chapter 754 The Secret of the Jerriman Family. Piltover, Jerriman Manor, a more private afternoon tea party. The mask had already been forcibly pulled off by several pairs of delicate hands. Lester sat in the center of the 6 Piltover ladies. He turned his head and looked at the female head of the Jerriman family at the opposite table. He tried to maintain a gentle smile on his face, and his mouth twitched. "Can you take care of these good sisters of yours? Where are you putting your hands? Don't you see that they are becoming more and more undignified? How about calling your son-in-law to share some of the pressure with me?" Noticing Lester's gaze, Cassandra Jerriman, the head of the Jerriman family, had a deep blue and smart eyes full of apology and pleading, and shook her head slightly. "Sir, you are too charming. If I stop you, it will dampen the enthusiasm of these women. Then they will not bring their children to the study session hosted by the Jerriman family. Miss Allie will probably not have so many friends. As for Tobias, sir, he is not qualified to be here. Don't worry, they won't do anything too much." Lester rolled his eyes and remained silent, but then he thought that it was also a happy thing for little Allie to make so many friends. He was willing to sacrifice some for the sake of his children. As for poor Tobias, Lester had no choice. Who made him choose to marry into the family? He could only go to the theater to listen to a play. At the same time, in the study of the manor, the teacher arranged by the Jerriman family announced the end of get out of class. 6 children around 4 or 5 years old cheered and soon gathered around the 6-year-old Allie, their little faces full of expectations. "Sister Eri, can you tell me the story of Wuji Village again? Is there such a beautiful sword dance in this world? I really want to see it now. Sister Eri, please tell me the story of Narxus. I think Sister Eri's father is so handsome, much more handsome than my father. I wish Sister Eri's father was my father." Among the chattering children, Eri in a floral dress, sat on the sofa with her hands on her waist and a proud look on her face like a child king. My dad likes beautiful and cute girls the most. Brother Nick, you are a boy, and my dad will definitely not like you. Nick, the little boy who praised Lester for his handsomeness just now, burst into tears after hearing this, grieving the loss of his adoptive father. The other girls were delighted and asked Eri how she could become beautiful and cute. The youngest girl, Catherine, sat aside with her lips pursed, not making any noise, and looked very well behaved. Sister Caitlin, what are you thinking about? Caitlin's appearance actually aroused Eri's curiosity, and the other children also turned their eyes to the young master of the Gilliman Manor. After all, Caitlin was not sociable for the first time or twice. Under the gaze of everyone, Caitlin, who seemed quiet, but was actually in a daze, quickly blushed, hesitantly looked at the beautiful Sister Eri, and quickly lowered her head, revealing an inferiority complex. Thinking of her father once told her to get along well with Sister Caitlin, Eri walked out from the children's circle, sat next to Caitlin, and held her sister's hand. Don't be afraid, you can tell your sister anything. Well, Sister Eri, you are so beautiful, unlike me, who is thin and small. Haha Sister Caitlin, how could you think of comparing with Sister Eri? Sister Eri is the most beautiful sister in the world. The other children laughed without any malice, and Caitlin lowered her head even more. Actually, I'm so beautiful, because of my dad. Dad? Including Caitlin, the children stared with their eyes wide open, not knowing why. My dad is very handsome, so I'm naturally beautiful too. Caitlin's dad is also very handsome, and Sister Caitlin will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up. Unlike you, Nick, your dad is so ugly, you will definitely not be beautiful either. But, my mom is also, woo Freljord, Valor Valley, in the ice and snow, a woman wearing an animal skin hood pulled a little boy and staggered south in the wind and snow. The woman looked back in horror from time to time, as if there was a flood and beast behind. Mom, I'm hungry. The rumbling stomach made the little boy's face a little sour. Jace, hold on a little longer. They are still behind us. Still behind us. The demon-like humanoid beast suddenly rushed into the village from the blizzard, indiscriminately attacking every living person they saw. Freljordians, Dalmatians, Narxons, Shurimans. Even if everyone united, they could not fight against those beastmen of unknown origin. The woman could only watch her husband die in the hands of the beastmen, in order to buy time for herself and her child to escape. Until now, the woman has not forgotten the painful screams of her husband before he died. After this hill, Mom will find you food. Knowing that his mother had been taking him to avoid the monsters that killed his father, the little boy also gritted his teeth and nodded, following behind stubbornly. As the sky got darker, the blizzard got heavier. The woman had to consider staying overnight. If she forced herself to climb the mountain overnight, she would most likely freeze to death on the snowy mountain. Fortunately, the woman found an ownerless hidden animal cave. The reason why she thought it was ownerless was because she did not find any bones left by wild animals in the cave. At this point, she could only pray that her judgment was correct. Before it got dark, the little boy and his mother picked up a lot of branches and surrounded them with cold and hard stones to make a simple stove. The woman took out the flint and used the bird's nest she had just dug as a fire to ignite the dry branches. She also added some wet firewood. The woman, who had rich experience in survival, knew that it would not be a big problem for the stove to burn all night. Even if a wild animal came to the cave, the flames could buy her and her son some time to save themselves. Spreading out the cold bag, the woman carefully placed 2 bird eggs in the stone pit beside the stove, picked up a sour snowberry, and chewed it gently in her mouth. The woman smiled with difficulty. Jace, Mom will definitely take you out. We will return to Dalmatia first, and then take a boat back to Piltover from Dalmatia. We will not go anywhere. We will live well in Piltover. Such things will not happen again. Mom promises you that there will never be such danger again. But Dad, the little boy lowered his head. Just a day ago, he was still acting like a spoiled child in his father's arms, saying that he wanted to find Ornn's successor with his father and learn the knowledge of forging. At this time today, he only has his mother as a relative. Jace, remember, this is the path your father chose himself. The woman covered her forehead in pain, using her fingers to block the weakness in her eyes. He was not willing to be ordinary, not willing to be an ordinary craftsman relying on a patent for a folding wrench, so he gave up his stable life and came to this snowy land to look for miracles. But there are not so many miracles in this world. Jace, remember, we can have lofty ideals, but we must also consider whether overly lofty ideals can be realized, and whether there will be risks that we cannot afford in the process of realization. This is a bloody lesson. Your father has used his life to prove to us what unrealistic wishes are. If we can go back to Piltover, Jace, mom would rather give up everything and let you grow up safely. We don't seek wealth and glory, but only peace and stability. The woman originally wanted to give both bird eggs to her son and only eat some snowberries herself, but the little boy refused to eat the second one. The woman could only turn her back and eat the other bird egg silently with tears. This was the only food they had, and they didn't know how far the journey to Demacia would be. In the bad weather, they didn't have any supplies. They fled too hastily, didn't prepare a hunting bow, and naturally didn't have the ability to hunt with their bare hands. The woman knew that her and her son's death was a foregone conclusion, and the barren and cold snowy mountains would become their graves. Maybe they didn't need to leave the cave tomorrow. Maybe soon there would be a predator that they couldn't resist and eat the food that was delivered to their door. Mom, I'm scared. Jace curled up against the burning campfire. The woman who had been watching the cave gently pulled her son's hand. The moment she turned her head to face the light of the campfire, the despair on her face turned into unshakable determination and confidence, as well as a confident smile. Don't be afraid, mom is here. Go to sleep, we still have to travel tomorrow. Seeing that his mother was still as calm as before, the little boy was relieved and closed his eyes and fell asleep. For Jace, I can't stop looking at her son's cute little face that was gradually relaxing. The woman lowered her head and hardened her heart in the howling wind and snow outside the beast cave. No matter how strong the wind and snow are, they can't stop me. Even if death befalls Jace and me, I won't succumb to you. As if fate had sensed the woman's obsession with survival, no uninvited guests appeared outside the beast cave that night. It was just dawn. The woman, who had slept for a while, took a look at the relatively calm weather and woke up her son. The two took advantage of the calm weather to pack up and set off again. After a night, the little boy seemed to have matured a lot. Even when his stomach was rumbling, he didn't say how hungry he was. Even when he recalled his father's warm embrace, he didn't mention his father again. The little boy just held the woman's big hand tightly and followed closely behind. Endless snow-capped mountains are enough to wear down people's will. In the cold environment, in order to maintain body temperature, the human body consumes energy at a very fast rate. The animal leather boots on their feet are getting colder and colder, and their toes are getting number. Every step they take is heavy. Even a small stone on the roadside has become an insurmountable and terrible obstacle. When the sun is about to rise to noon, the woman who didn't sleep much all night to guard the beast cave finally ran out of energy. All her determination disappeared with her falling body. With a plop, the woman fell into the soft snow like a collapsed mountain. Mom. Mom. The last spiritual pillar collapsed, and the little boy cried out in grief. With tears in his eyes, he helped his mother who was lying on her back in the snow. Wake up. Mom. Didn't you say you would take me home? Blinking, the woman's pale face had a few more sickly blushes, and her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum. Jace, mom wants to sleep for a while. You go by yourself, child. Take a flint and put on mom's fur coat and go down the mountain. Mom will find you when she wakes up. Go, Jace. Mom knows you are the bravest child. I don't want to leave mom. The little boy was unwilling to listen to his mother's lies. He hugged the woman whose body was still warm, and the tears in the corners of his eyes froze. He had already lost the opportunity to hug his father, and he would never allow himself to lose his mother's hug again. Silly child, the men of the Talis family are so stubborn. Mom was really blind to marry your father. The purple lips said this, but the woman smiled and gently hugged her son who was hugging her and sobbing with the only hand she could lift. The woman suddenly found that it seemed that she was not afraid of death when she hugged her son like this. In a trance, she recalled the day when she and the man had just given birth to their son a few years ago. At that time, Jace's father held his son in his arms, as if he owned the whole world. In the midst of crying, Jace Talis had his own name, and took on the responsibility of carrying forward the Talis family. Unfortunately, because of an unattainable expectation, the Talis family eventually became a joke, becoming 3 dry bones on the iceberg. Following that man, she and her son would also enter the Netherworld. The woman closed her eyes, with a hint of bitterness on the corners of her mouth. Piltover's mature industrial system does not need a blacksmith wielding a hammer. Perhaps from the beginning, the name Talis should not have appeared in Piltover. While the mother and son were silently waiting for death, a sound of footsteps trampling on the snow came from one side. I heard the cry from 5 miles away. Child, it seems that you and your mother need some help. Jace, with red and swollen eyes, turned his head and saw a stranger who covered his body tightly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755. Our dreams are the same. Arcane tapped lightly on the snow. The visitor spoke in obscure Freljordian. Jace could only understand a few short words in the slightly hurried sentences, such as mother and help. Master. Please save my mother, please. My mother is freezing to death. The few key words that Jace could understand made him understand that the stranger was probably here to help him. After figuring this out, Jace knelt on the snow without hesitation and kept kowtow to the visitor. In a hurry, Jace, who was only concerned about asking for help, forgot that the visitor might not understand Zorn. However, this small mistake did not stump the knowledgeable mage. The mage instantly determined the destination of the mother and son through the Piltover variant Zorn spoken by Jace, even if it was only the most insignificant part of the long journey. During the conversation, snowflakes fell from the sky again. The capricious weather indicated that another blizzard was coming. The mage knew that, if he left at this point, the mother and son would surely die in such an environment. The mage looked away from the woman's purple-blue fingers that had been frozen and raised his head. He knew that he had little time left. After experiencing countless fates, he was not prepared to interfere too much with the fate of the mother and son, but he would not refuse to help. Without saying much, the mage bent down and touched Jace's head, then straightened up. The mage stretched out his right hand. Under the stimulation of arcane energy, a gem flashed with a blue magic glow and floated on the palm of his hand. On the magic crystal, a distorted symbol forcibly engraved by arcane energy appeared. The symbol symbolized the basic element of space composition and also had the function of stabilizing space. For him, long-distance teleportation across continents was not difficult. The difficult part was how to avoid teleporting himself into a stone block that had changed the terrain, or teleporting into the sky. In order to save time and avoid suddenly appearing in the crowded streets to scare others, the mage spent a lot of time to complete the positioning and marking of most areas of Runeland in his own way. As long as it is used properly, even the most terrible power will become a warm smile. He didn't know if the mother and son were lucky enough. He could sense that the teleportation point closest to Zorn, which he had marked with arcane magic, had not changed in any way. Through the activated arcane gem, the teleportation array was enough to accurately teleport the mother and son to the port city on the coast. What threatened the lives of the mother and son was the coldness of Freljord. When they arrived in the warm area, he naturally didn't need to consider additional troubles. Whether the mother and son lived or died had nothing to do with him. It was a bit tedious to say, but these thoughts flashed through the mage's mind in an instant. Holding the arcane stone tightly, the mage began to wave his staff with strong and powerful movements. In the whistling sound of the wind, the mage constructed arcane runes for space teleportation from scratch. After a few breaths, the runes were connected in the form of magic lines and appeared in front of Jace in the form of a dark blue magic glow that could be seen by the naked eye. He didn't see the forging skills left by the ancient goat god, but the beautiful and mysterious magic glow made Jace stunned. But the mage didn't leave Jace more time to be surprised and watch. Bang! As if the air exploded and shattered, the piercing buzzing sound and shockwave made Jace close his eyes instinctively. When he realized that his body was weightless, Jace found that he and his mother were floating up, getting closer and closer to the violent blue magic circle. But, with the annihilation of the teleportation magic circle, the three disappeared in the wind and snow. The Taileyes family? Hearing her husband Tobias say this, Cassandra couldn't help but frown and think about which famous family the Taileyes family was. Unfortunately, she didn't have any impression, after thinking for a long time. It's the small craftsman family that started with the invention of the folding wrench patent. Seeing that Cassandra was silent, Tobias could only remind her in a low voice. Before, their family took most of their property and left Piltover. It seems that they encountered some trouble outside. Only the mother and son came back, and they looked miserable. Nodding, Cassandra tentatively recognized the status of the Taileyes family. Okay, but they can come back if they want. Why did they think of looking for us? Ms. Taileyes suffered severe frostbite and needed a high-cost operation to amputate her limbs. She also had to recuperate and install prostheses. Ms. Taileyes said that, if we can help her and fund her son to complete his studies, she is willing to transfer the patent rights of the folding wrench, and if her son Jace has any inventions in the future, he will give priority to cooperating with us. Cassandra, I think this business can be done. Although the patent rights of the folding wrench are not worth much money, a mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. We have ready-made medical resources to help the mistress of the Taileyes family complete the operation. As for funding her son to complete his studies, it is even more not a problem. The patent rights of the folding wrench are more than enough to do this. In addition, we can also gain a good reputation for being kind and charitable. Cassandra, do you think it can work? Cassandra agreed with her husband's analysis. As Tobias said, the most urgent thing for the Taileyes family was not worth mentioning for the current Jerriman family, but the conditions given by the Taileyes family were sincere enough. You go and do this. First, help Ms. Taileyes complete the operation. After that, remember to prepare the written documents, so that the Taileyes family will not deny it in the future. Don't you want to meet the mother and son of Taileyes? Cassandra shook her head. I have more important things to do now. The Midalder family will hold a birthday party in a few days. I heard that it is a little princess from the north. It takes time to customize the dress and prepare gifts. We can't lose our manners. Hearing this, Tobias breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he got the power to do something independently from his wife Cassandra. This was much more exciting than shooting a gun in the law enforcement team. He called a few hired workers and a carriage. Tobias came to the gate of Jerriman Manor and asked the hired workers to lift the pale-faced woman into the carriage. A little boy who was holding a purple bluestone tightly also got on the carriage. Mr. Tobias. On the stretcher, the weak Mistress Taileyes looked at Tobias, and Tobias nodded seriously. Miss Taileyes, I accept your deal on behalf of the Jerriman family. I only hope that you can be open and honest in this deal and abide by the agreement. Please rest assured that the patent rights of the folding wrench will be transferred after I finish the operation. Jace, remember this, Uncle Tobias. He will be your sponsor in the future. Don't disappoint Uncle Tobias and Aunt Cassandra's expectations. Study hard and repay them when you become successful in the future. Understand? Listening to his mother's blessing, Jace bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Tobias. I will study hard. Yeah. Nodding casually was considered to be a deal. For the little Jace, who was still quite discerning, Tobias didn't expect anything. Even if there was any gain, it would be more than 10 years later. If Jace himself was unlearned, the funding agreement would of course be terminated. These were all unspoken rules that didn't need to be explained. What the Jerriman family couple didn't know was that under Lester's arrangement, little Jace had already entered the site of Night's Edge. In order for Jace to successfully invent the Hextech flying door in the future, Lester would not interfere with Jace's growth unless he encountered a fatal threat. After Jace appeared, Lester decided to go to Zorn. 3 days later, an Arxon warship docked at the dock of the Sun Gate. The exiled little black girl Mel of the Midalder family and her big black sister mother arrived in Piltover and were received with great ceremony. 3 more days passed, and the birthday party of the Midalder family was held on time. in order to avoid the Countess of Midalda recognizing his identity, Lester did not go to the party. Instead, Eri kept acting like a spoiled child and wanted to join in the fun. Lester entrusted Eri to Camille and asked Camille to take Eri to the party. With the appearance of the chief assassin of the Night's Edge, Lester did not have to worry about Eri being wronged. As for whether someone would mistake Eri for Camille and his illegitimate daughter, Lester could not care so much. In Zaun, Black Alley, there were only 2 people in the Fulgrim Tavern, which had been cleared by gang forces. One was as burly as a giant, and the other was short and thin, looking malnourished. After calming down for a few days, in order to avoid the Brotherhood turning into enmity, Fandel and Hilco decided to sit down and talk about their future. Sitting at the round palmwood table, the burly Vander lit his pipe with a match and smoked without saying a word. Hilco, who sat across from him, looked even thinner, but his eyes were unusually calm. Hilco, who never liked drinking, took a big sip of whiskey, coughed for several breaths, before putting down the glass, and spoke seriously with a slightly red face. Vandal, I've been thinking about what you said these 2 days, and I think you have some truth in what you said. Our dream is to give Zaun people dignity. If there is a more gentle way to achieve this, I can step back. I promise you not to use human bodies for all chemical experiments for the time being, as long as you can prove that we can win the respect of the people in the upper city in other ways. I think you should understand that the respect I'm talking about is not just lip service, but that those arrogant Piltovers no longer treat Zaun as a piece of clay that can be manipulated at will. What I want is absolute equality, just like Zaun people need to pass an identity check if they want to go to the upper city, and Piltover people must get the consent of Zaun people to come to the lower city. Can you do it? Taking the pipe out of his mouth, Vandal didn't say anything, but handed the burning pipe to Hilco. Hilco took it with a frown, thinking that Vandal always looked indifferent when he smoked, and thought that the smoke wouldn't be too strong, so he tried to take a puff. Unexpectedly, a pungent and hot smoke came out of Hilco's mouth and nose, choking him for a long time. What kind of pipe is this? Why is it so choking? Although he was talking about the pipe, Hilco, who never gave up, took another puff and then, as expected, started coughing even harder. You'll get used to it. Before Hilco took the third puff, the considerate Vandal took the pipe from Hilco's hand, smiled for the first time in a long time, and drank Hilco's half cup of whiskey in one gulp. If we 2 brothers work together and unite all the forces that can be united in Zaun, we will definitely win the respect of Piltover. Hilco, you go to integrate the power of the Alchemist Baron, and I will unify the Black Alley. The 2 of us will complement each other and make a fist. Brother, I promise you that we will always fight side by side on this road. Hearing this, Hilco's tense face also showed a little more smile. I came to your pub once, when it was just being renovated. This is my 2nd time here. It seems pretty good now. No wonder you are so happy as a pub owner. You make a lot of money, right? It's enough to keep running. Hilco, if you like, come more often. As long as you drink here, it's always free. Hilco smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget about drinking. You know my health has never been very good. Smoking and drinking will only make me die faster. I can't compare with you, a bear. Vander smiled and filled himself with whiskey, then took a glass of red wine and gave Hilco an empty glass. Haha, in fact, compared to the wolf fist that others call me, I still prefer the bear you gave me. Bears are much more ferocious than wolves. Then you are wrong. The reason why I nicknamed you Bear is that every time you want to be a good person, your eyebrows twisted, and you are as stupid as a bear that can't dance. The 2 people who opened their hearts again talked until late at night. In a half-drunk and half-drunk state, they talked about the future of Zaun. Fandel was fine, but Zirko fell asleep. He wanted to ask Zirko's people to take Zirko back, but Fandel found that Zirko came to the appointment alone. Seeing that Zirko trusted him so much, Fandel couldn't help but regret his previous harsh attitude towards Zirko. You are a bit bad, but you are really good to your own people. You are not afraid that I will sell you out. After thinking about it, Fandel called in the strong female thug Sevika who was guarding the door of the tavern. Sevika, carry Zirko into my room. Hearing this, Sevika frowned. Boss, where should I sleep if Hilco sleeps? The half-drunk Vander waved his hand. I'll sleep with Hilko tonight. You can find a place to sleep by yourself. TSK. The female thug spat with disdain, carried Hilko to the tavern, walked through the corridor, and came to Vanda's room. Sevika slammed Hilko hard on Vanda's big bed. Even though there was a dull bang sound, Hilko with his tongue hanging down was still unconscious. You make it sound like I have to sleep with you. Zorn is so big, I can sleep in a brothel. It's the end of the month, and if the readers who are following the book still have monthly tickets, please support us. Chapter 756 Victor and Singed. Zon, Shallow Ditch District. 5 or 6 Zon lost children were playing and frolicking outside the drainage canal. The only difference between the Shallow Ditch District and the Ditch District is that no construction is allowed in the Shallow Ditch District, and there are no civilian buildings of any kind. Some of the remaining old buildings have been demolished into ruins. The only function of the Shallow Ditch District is to guide the filtered water from the dam and the dirty water from Piltover to the Zorn Ditch District, so as to achieve the effect of purification. Because of this, most of the Shallow Ditch District is a hidden circular pipe structure, with only one old pipe that has been abandoned due to improper repair exposed on the surface, forming a relatively clean light green stream with the clear water seeping from the canal. The high and low building structures in the rare slightly poisonous canal have become one of the favorite places for Zon lost children. They run wildly along the stream, and when they are tired, they put their feet in the not so clean, but sufficiently cold water and gently pat it to relieve the fatigue of the whole body. Unfortunately, not all Zon lost children can get laughter in the Shallow Ditch District. Staring at other children climbing up and down the pipes and earthen mounds in groups, Victor, who was only 6 years old, retracted his envious gaze and walked away from his peers with the crutches he made. Only when he could no longer hear the laughter of others did Victor breathe a sigh of relief and feel a little more at ease. Victor staggered to the side of the ditch, dragging his right leg, listening to the sound of the stream, and looked down at the clockwork, modified boat in his left hand. As a Zorn child born with a weak body and a disabled right leg, Victor, who could not climb up and down like other Zorn lost children, has been looking for his own happiness. It seems that he really has a unique talent in machinery and modification. Through continuous reading and studying books found in the Zorn black market, Victor soon fell in love with research. Encouraged by his parents, Victor soon found that his favorite thing was to stay alone in a room full of various metal parts and tools, dismantle the most popular mechanical products on the market, and after understanding the principles, he would modify them with other parts according to his own understanding. For other Zon lost children, being locked up in a dark room with a pile of cold parts is an unimaginable boring thing, which is tantamount to solitary confinement. However, Victor has enough patience and time to do his own modification research. In fact, he can only feel some rare happiness when he spends time on research. Can it run? Victor did not have much confidence that this clockwork mechanical ship made entirely by himself could move on the water instead of sinking to the bottom of the ditch. Victor, who was doing the final inspection, did not see that a little brown-skinned girl was staring at him with a worried face not far behind him. Sky, come on. It's your turn. Don't worry about that boring little cripple. Hearing the call of her friends, the little girl named Sky gave up her few courage. If she chose to play with Victor, who was discriminated against, she would probably become one of the people who were discriminated against and bullied, and she seemed to have not really made up her mind in this regard. After taking a last look at Victor, who was alone, Sky decided to maintain the status quo and turned and ran away. Here I come. After Sky responded to his playmate, Victor noticed the little girl not far behind him. However, for Victor, being abandoned by others in a choice was a normal thing, and it was not worth being disappointed. It would be better to say that, if Sky chose to play with him, he would not be comfortable. You can do it. After checking that everything was correct, Victor began to wind up the mechanical boat. Driven by the spring, the paddles on both sides of the mechanical boat began to rotate, putting the boat on the ditch. Victor couldn't help holding his breath. Click, click, click. The paddles seemed to be powerful oars. The mechanical boat did not sink to the bottom of the ditch due to weight problems. Instead, it cut through the waves like a real big ship and gradually accelerated towards the flow direction of the ditch. He could still keep up with the first few steps, but as the boat speeded up, Victor finally realized that he might lose the mechanical boat. Before testing the mechanical boat, he had not investigated where the ditch led to. If he went deep into the sewer, the mechanical boat, which symbolized success, would be gone. After figuring this out, Victor simply gave up his numb right leg and ran forward along the ditch using only his crutches and left leg as support points. Not surprisingly, Victor, who had never experienced physical coordination, tripped over his right leg. With his crutches thrown aside, Victor could only watch the mechanical boat go deep into a smelly arched sewer along the ditch. Victor, who was used to falling, was not discouraged and stood up again. Although he could no longer see the mechanical boat, he knew that, as long as he walked along the ditch, he would always get an answer that he had to accept. What is this place? Carefully avoiding every stone and metal object at his feet, Victor pinched his nose and walked into the low sewer. Soon he found that the stench was nothing compared to the bad attitude of his peers. The road was not easy to walk, but it didn't stop Victor. After walking about 100 meters, Victor heard the sound of the mechanical boat's paddle turning. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but the surprise didn't last for a second. Victor turned his head and turned to be frightened. The cave next to the small pond was transformed into a room. On the rock, a purple lizard with bared fangs and claws was sticking out its tongue and looking at him fiercely, as if it wanted to eat him. Don't be afraid, Leo, relax. The words actually calmed the terrible lizard. Victor looked at the man who was talking. The man was playing with his mechanical boat at this moment. It seemed that there was no malice in his expression. Did you make this thing yourself? Victor nodded. There was nothing to deny. The man sitting on the rock changed the subject, and his eyes flashed with a light that Victor couldn't understand. Why don't you play with those kids? Without saying anything, Victor just took a few steps forward and looked down at the cold cane in his hand. The man nodded in understanding and put down the delicate clockwork boat in his hand. A genius mind is bound to endure loneliness. God will not always favor a person. What is that? Gradually letting down his guard, Victor looked at the big-eyed lizard. He had never seen such a huge lizard, not even in those picture-like comic books. Oh, her name is Leo. She is a rare mutant that I bred. She is born with an incurable disease. Finding that Victor seemed a little afraid of Leo, the man took out a purple morning glory from his pocket and pointed to the mutant pickle lizard next to him that was staring at Victor with wide eyes. Come on, she won't hurt you. Victor stepped forward to take the flower and let Leo's purple tongue roll the flower into his mouth. He was surprised to find that he was not as timid as he thought. After taking a look at Leo's sticky and slippery saliva, Victor's mouth twitched, not knowing where to wipe it. The man watching this scene sighed and stroked Leo's trembling scales. She's dying. I'm trying to save her. The man pointed to the laboratory behind him. Mutants like her must survive. If Leo dies, it will be an immeasurable loss to the biological world. Hearing the man say this, Victor realized that Leo was indeed trembling involuntarily, and the beautiful color brought Leo sickness. Like him, Leo was not complete since birth. The brief and gentle communication with the man made Victor realize that he didn't hate communicating with others because he was introverted. He just simply hated communicating with certain people. Can I help? Victor looked at the man, and a surprised look appeared on the man's face. You want to be my assistant? The man looked down at the clockwork boat in his hand, which was big enough to be in the top 3 in the Piltover handicraft competition, and a smile appeared on his face, and he returned the boat to the boy. Very good, we can enjoy solitude together. Patting Victor on the shoulder, the man walked towards the laboratory. What's your name? Victor Darlant. My name is Singed. Let's go, Victor. I hope you like it here. Following the man closely, Victor took the initiative to touch Leo, who was approaching. Leo looked back at Victor and returned to lie on the rock. Walking into the dazzling alchemy laboratory, Victor's eyes were full of curiosity. There were dozens of animals here, mainly grey mice, and 2 cats sleeping in cages. Teacher Singed, do you usually live here to do research? Haha, sometimes I go to another place to do research. Opening the steel password box, Singed took out a tube of diluted purple icon. Although Hilko and Vandal reached an agreement to interrupt his plan to conduct human experiments, he would not let himself be idle. Conducting drug experiments on animals can also explain many problems. If the physical and chemical properties of a purple lichen solution cannot be understood, conducting more human experiments will only waste lives. He does not mind doing various inhumane human experiments for the continuation of life, but he cannot tolerate worthless sacrifices. Due to congenital defects, Piclario's organs will gradually fail over time. Originally, the only way he could think of was to use various irritating chemicals to stimulate Rio's body functions. Now that there is a solution prepared by purple lichen, perhaps a better way to cure it from the path of mutation can be found. Of course, I will leave here when I eat. Victor put his face close to the glass mouse box, scaring the sleeping mouse, who stood up with his hands raised and squeaked. Teacher, where do you live when you are not doing experiments? I live in the middle area. My family runs Vic Workshop, and my parents are there too. Maybe they will know you, teacher. Singe dripped the extract into the heated test tube and said without turning his head, "This is my home." Victor was stunned, and there was a little more hesitation in his tone. Then, teacher, your family. My wife is dead, and my daughter is also dead. They all died of illness, and the illness can't be cured, even if money is spent. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't know. Turning to look at Victor, who lowered his head and blamed himself, Singed smiled, and his smile was bleak. Victor, you seem to be very curious about my past? Victor didn't say anything, just listened silently. When I was living in Piltover, I studied advanced biology and alchemy at the Bandle Academy. At that time, I was considered a well-known figure in the academy. It was really glorious at that time. I was smooth sailing in my studies and received attention and cultivation from many professors. In my career, I invented the condensation purification method and applied for 3 patents for all chemical experimental equipment, which were enough to make me worry-free for the rest of my life. I reaped love at a young age, and I was in love with my wife and soon had the fruit of our love, a beautiful and lovely daughter. As long as I graduated from the academy step by step, I would become a respected professor of alchemy. When I thought my life would be smooth sailing, like in fairy tales, until I grew old, the nightmare began. As if he was talking about something insignificant, Singed's cold voice never fluctuated, or Victor could not hear any fluctuations. My wife soon fell on the hospital bed. Nothing happened to her. She played with our daughter, had dinner, and took a nap as usual. Suddenly, she couldn't get up. At first, I even thought she was joking with me. I really hope that it was a joke. I used my connections to find the most capable physician in the academy. Perhaps you have heard of this name. His name is Philemon. He is the most famous professor of medicine in Piltover, specializing in internal medicine. After the examination, he told me that he could not save my wife. It was like a small boat drifting with the current, unknowingly drifting to the edge of a waterfall. Mortals cannot pull back the boat that has fallen into the abyss, and Philemon cannot prevent organ failure. I questioned Philemon. Do you know what Philemon, who advocates modern medicine, said to me? At this time, Victor saw the unwillingness and anger in the teacher's eyes. That was enough to burn the world under his calm face. The sense of power in his eyes made his soul tremble. He said that only God could save my wife, and he was not God. I prayed to God, kneeling on the ground, praying day and night, just asking God to save my wife, but all I got was her increasingly cold body and her death notice. At the happiest time of my life, I lost my beloved wife, and my daughter lost her most loving mother, because God played a joke on me, a cruel joke. Chapter 757 Lester's Moonlight Tavern. Singe turned his back to the trembling Victor. I couldn't understand why such a thing happened to me. I couldn't understand why my life was so cruel until I saw the only gift she left me crawling on her body and crying. I was scared, terrified. I was afraid that this was the second joke God played on me. Professor Philemon soon confirmed this. My daughter, like her mother, suffered from an incurable disease. The difference was that her disease occurred earlier. From that moment on, Professor Singed was dead, killed by God. The only one alive was an alchemist who was eager to become God at all costs. Victor held his breath. He couldn't understand the pain of the man in front of him, but he also knew that this was the most dangerous time for this man, and he had better be a spectator. Singe suddenly turned around. His face had returned to calm, but the terrifying look in his eyes made Victor instinctively step back half a step. Human experiments, human animal suture experiments, all chemical catalysis experiments, organ transplant experiments. Before my daughter fell ill, I started cruel experiments that the people of Piltover would never tolerate. Although the test subjects were death row prisoners purchased from Stillwater Prison, Piltover still could not agree. The professors in the parliament banned my right to conduct scientific research, so I came here. Even if I'm like this, Victor, are you still willing to be my assistant? Perhaps he wanted to cut off his unnecessary expectations from the beginning, or perhaps he wanted to get the recognition of another lonely genius, or perhaps he didn't want to hide anything from a child. Singed exposed his bad deeds to a child of 6 or 7 years old. At this moment, Singed no longer expected this child named Victor to stay here voluntarily. If he hadn't experienced so many things, he probably wouldn't be able to accept himself now. People always live the way they hate the most. I will stay. To Singed's surprise, the disabled boy who had been keeping his head down and silent raised his head, and there was no wavering in his eyes. Why, aren't you afraid of me? Victor nodded, then shook his head, which surprised Singed. This kid always seemed to show extraordinary maturity unconsciously. I can tell from what you said that you did a lot of bad things. I don't quite understand what you said now, but I can see it. Victor pointed to the door. You did all this just to save your family, just to save Leo. Teacher Singed, I will stay here as your assistant. I will observe and learn things I don't understand, not for anything else, just to save Leo. But if something you do makes me feel uncomfortable, I will leave, okay? Singed grinned and clenched his fists, as if he was laughing, but he didn't make any sound. After a long time, a slightly hoarse voice appeared in Victor's ears. Okay, if you want to stay, I won't turn you away. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time, and I will never stop you. Speaking of which, this is Lester's second time to Zorn Black Alley. Different from the liveliness and solemnity of Piltover, Zorn Black Alley is like a bad girl in her rebellious period with tattoos all over her body, nose rings, navel rings, lip rings and earrings, who wants to tell the world that she is different. At first glance, you may think what kind of eye-staining thing is this, but after crushing all the rebelliousness of the little girl, you will find hey, it turns out that this girl is quite fun. Of course, the premise of fun is that you will not be kicked into the morgue by the bad girl. In the most prosperous section of Black Alley, not far from Fulgrim's Tavern, 2 rows of buildings were demolished, and Lester built a fighting tavern called Moonlight in 3 months. The reason why it is called a fighting tavern is that in addition to the spectator seats on the first floor of the tavern, a large fighting venue for resolving disputes is deliberately reserved. There are better spectator seats on the second floor. This time, Lester came to Zorn. In addition to secretly taking a look at little Victor, he also had to inspect the Moonlight Tavern and say hello to the most popular Fulgrim tavern owner in Zorn, Wolffist Fandel. He was tired of being a lord and an emperor. This was his first time to be a boss. To be honest, he was not sure that he could keep this tavern, which was obviously different from the style of Zorn, open in Zorn. Fortunately, in order to prevent his tavern from becoming a crematorium on the second night of its opening, the outer layer of the tavern was a cement cast steel structure. Even if it was bombarded with missiles, it would be difficult to break the outer wall, not to mention that the wooden structure inside was attached with various rune arrays. Water and fire resistance, warm in winter and cool in summer, are basic attributes that are not worth mentioning. Invulnerability to swords and guns, magic prohibition and debuff are the most proud places. Otherwise, with the violent temper of the people of Zorn, I'm afraid that the tavern would have to be renovated every few days. Lester squeezed through the crowd of Zons who surrounded the tavern, and walked through the murderous narcs and soldiers calmly under the dumbfounded gaze of the Zorns. Wait, why didn't that arrogant narcson stop him? Is there a possibility that the guy who was hiding his identity was the owner of the tavern? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can beat 10 guys who are so cunning. You can beat 10, but are you a narcson? The man who was refuted by his fellow countrymen was stunned and scratched his head belatedly. What you said seems to make sense. There was silence for a moment, and the onlookers of the Zorn began to talk. At the door of Fulgrim's Tavern, Fandel stared at the new tavern across the street with a pipe in his mouth and frowned. The Narxons actually thought of opening a tavern here. What on earth do these northerners want to do? Lester put down his hood and smiled at the person in charge of the Knight's Edge Zone office without paying attention to other people's eyes. Let me ask you, have all the functions on the building blueprint been realized? Your Majesty, 95% have been realized. Oh. What's the problem with the 5%? The person in charge bowed his head respectfully and responded. Everyone wants to stay here to protect your Majesty's safety. No one wants to leave. Hearing this, Lester was a little amused, but his face remained calm. The number of guards in the tavern is fixed. Since everyone wants to stay, let's talk based on their abilities. It happens that this place will open tomorrow. Let them dress up to set off the atmosphere. I'll see who is more capable of staying. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll arrange it right away. Nodding, Lester went upstairs, changed into a court dress in his private room, and put on a golden half-face mask. The man in the full-length mirror looked noble and heroic, and he was a handsome guy that women liked. However, the golden half-face mask that only showed his nose and mouth looked a little stupid. After all, this was not a court ball in Naxos, and it was really weird for him to be the only one wearing such a mask. After thinking about it, Lester decided not to wear a mask. After all, few people could recognize him. It took less than half a day for the news of the opening of the Moonlight Tavern to spread throughout the Black Alley. The people of Zon were very uncomfortable with this huge monster from the Empire that quietly came in. Not only did the convener of the Black Alley gang come to support him, but even the 5 alchemy barons of Zorn brought people to the Black Alley, respectfully wanting to visit the distinguished guests of the Empire. Early the next morning, the Moonlight Tavern was crowded with people. The entire Black Alley seemed to be filled with people overnight. The narrow street didn't even have room to walk. Unfortunately, although many people came, few could get in. You run a tavern. I'm going in to drink. Why can't you let us in? That's right. Don't think you can run wild in Zorn just because you're an oxen. Be careful or we'll smash your shop. As soon as this sentence came out, the middle-aged Zon man who was shouting in the crowd suddenly found that the noisy scene was dead silent, and hundreds of eyes were staring at him, as if he had said something terrible. Oh, it's you, the ignorant little brat, who wants to smash our shop. The Zon leader's eyes were cold, staring at the speaker, making him feel cold all over. But the Zorn bosses next to him didn't seem to stand on his side, and each of them seemed to want to kill him. I won't bother you, I'm leaving. Unable to bear the overwhelming pressure anymore, as if he would stop breathing in the next second, the man trembled and ran away, like a stray dog. Not bothering to pay attention to the wild dog, who could only shout, the leader took advantage of this brief silence, and said in a deep voice, "Today is the opening of the tavern. I'm very grateful for your enthusiastic support. However, there are too many people and the tavern cannot accommodate everyone. Therefore, our boss has formulated the rules for entering the tavern today." Deliberately emphasizing today, the person in charge pointed to the 10 Nightblade assassins behind him and raised his first finger. First, you are not allowed to use any weapons, any magic or technological items, or amplification potions. You can enter if you can defeat any tavern guard behind me in unarmed combat. After speaking, the person in charge raised his second finger. Introduce yourself. Those on the boss's invitation list are allowed to enter. Third, those who are willing to leave a finger as an admission ticket can enter. As soon as the voice fell, the people of Zorn went crazy. For a moment, countless people were eager to fight, thinking about going forward to beat the 10 arrogant and cold-faced people in front of the tavern. Many people also introduced their names and wanted to try their luck, but no one was willing to leave a finger, and they all wanted to fish in troubled waters. In the chaos, 10 people took the initiative to leave the cordon of the tavern guards. The Zorn people would not miss this opportunity to be unethical. In an instant, dozens of people surrounded and beat them up, attacking the lower 3 roads. The person in charge just watched his men being besieged indifferently, without showing any attitude, which made the Zorn people even more crazy. What was surprising was that in the siege of hundreds of people, the 10 people actually formed a certain formation and withstood the terrible impact of the crowd. After a group fight, the various Zorn people flew backwards like broken sacks, with blood dripping from their mouths. There were few good teeth in their mouths, and their noses and faces were swollen and looked extremely miserable. In less than 10 seconds, the Zorn people gave up the siege under heavy damage and fled. They looked at the 10 tavern guards who stood still and were unharmed with fear on their faces. They couldn't understand why so many of them couldn't beat 10 people. Seeing that the Zorn wild dogs finally understood what fear was, the person in charge sneered and said, "One-on-one or group fight, it's up to you to choose." At the signal from their boss, several strong thugs cracked their knuckles, pushed aside the Zorn people who blocked their way, and selected their own targets. This time, the 10 people did not form a formation, but fought in a one-on-one duel, knocking down the thugs with incredible martial arts and fighting skills. Fortunately, the large number of Zorn people can still fight in a round-robin manner. "Boss, do you want to try?" At the door of Fulgrim's tavern, Sevika crossed his arms and stared coldly across the street. "With your strength, you should be able to beat up those Narkson thugs, right? We can't let these Narksons really show off their power on our territory." "Sevika, you think too highly of me." Fandal exhaled a long puff of smoke, without any shame, only seriousness and earnestness. "Their fighting skills are definitely not something that Zorn people can handle. Every move and every posture is full of lethality and oppression, without any dragging movements. Sevika, if these Narksons hadn't deliberately stopped their hands, there would be dead people lying on the ground now. My boxing skills, which I rely on for a living, are not good enough in the eyes of these people. In my opinion, the first rule is just a decoration. The owner of the tavern never intended to let people enter the tavern through the first rule from the beginning. The first rule is just a way to promote the military power of the empire. Therefore, there are only 2 types of people who can enter the Moonlight Tavern." "Which 2 types of people?" Fandal said coldly under the heavy gaze of others on Black Alley people. "People invited by the tavern owner, and ruthless people who want to achieve their goals at all costs. Is this the Narxus that advocates honor and courage?" Hearing this, the guests in Fulgrim's tavern were silent. Perhaps, as Fandal said, the domineering Narxus did not actually block all roads. If you have the courage to cut off your fingers, you can indeed get the qualification to enter. This is a gamble to test courage. Maybe entering the Moonlight Tavern today will bring unprecedented opportunities, or maybe you will simply get the qualification to enter and look around and gain nothing except opening your eyes. What exactly is the idea? I'm afraid only the owner of the tavern knows. "Vander, aren't you going to fight?" someone asked. Vander shook his head and looked at Sevika. "Sevika, when you have a chance later, tell me my name." Sevika took a deep breath and nodded silently. Chapter 758 Duel Field. Black Alley, Wolf Fist Fandal. After another group of Zorn thugs were annihilated, Sevika finally understood how vicious Fandal's vision was, and raised his right hand and shouted in the crowd. Sevika thought that the arrogant Narkson would not pay any attention to him, but he received a response with a hint of mockery. "Wolf Fist Fandal, King of Black Alley, Boxing Overlord, you are allowed to enter." At the same time, Fandal gave a few instructions to his men, held his head high, and walked towards the Moonlight Tavern. The Zorns along the way made way for him, like the Red Sea parted by Moses. It was not until Fandal really passed through the Narkson defense line without any damage that everyone realized that the second entry rule was not a decoration. For a moment, there were countless Zorns who revealed their identities and names, and the alchemist Baron who had been watching coldly was also ready to move. Looking back at the boiling tavern, Fandal took a deep breath, walked into the door of the tavern, and looked around, his eyes full of shock. The lobby on the first floor was spacious but not empty, with dim and bright lights, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. With 6 wooden carved pillars as the boundary line, the first floor of the tavern was divided into 2 different areas. At the edge of the open field under the fence, an Arxon-style marble soldier statue was holding a double-headed axe and a halberd with a cold glow. The heavy armor was lifelike and extremely oppressive, like a referee witnessing the winner of a duel on the battlefield. There were many murals of different styles hanging on the walls. The murals near the soldier statues were mostly related to war. The murals related to war were mainly based on the themes of beheading, victory and conquest. Nothing else could be seen, just highlighting an iron-blooded brutality. Another part of the murals were mainly landscapes and stars and moons. There seemed to be a large ink and wash mural of the immortal fortress. If he guessed correctly, according to the distribution of the murals, the bar area, where the landscape paintings were located, was used for drinking, so it seemed self-evident what the open space, where the war statues were located, was used for. It was in line with the aggressive nature of the Narxons. Even if you open a tavern, you have to leave a place for fighting. There were many unrecognizable expensive wine bottles on the bar counter, and a row of large beer barrels with malt aroma on the ground, which looked very tempting. Judging from the material, the tables and chairs on the bar counter were very expensive. They were not the kind of things that could be picked up and thrown at people at will in Fulgrim's tavern. If you smashed a set of tables and chairs here, according to the Narxon style of doing things, you might have to pay with your life if you didn't have money to pay. After taking a general look at the first floor, Fandel looked up at the second floor. The vertical striped battle flag of Narxus was hung high next to the lamp wall on the second floor. The combination of retro decoration and modern crystal electric lamps did not feel out of place. Obviously, the design a new decoration. There were 5 protruding parts of the circular fence on the second floor, which seemed to be used for looking down from a high place. Fandel could not see more parts. In his opinion, this Moonlight Tavern was more like a place for fighting than a tavern. "Mr. Vander, what would you like to drink?" The voice of the bartender brought him back to reality. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bartenders in uniform appeared on the first floor. The 3 bartenders at the bar wiped the spotless high-heeled wine glasses elegantly and calmly. Vander looked at the male waiter who approached him with some hesitation and really doubted his spending power here. "I want to know the price of the wine here, in case I can't afford it later." Hearing this, the waiter smiled politely. "Mr. Vander will know the price of the wine tomorrow. Today, our boss is treating us. The drinks are completely free for the guests who are qualified to come in, so Mr. Vander doesn't need to worry about the bill. As long as you don't spit on the ground, Mr. Vander can drink as much as he wants." Relieved, Vander finally showed a sincere smile on his face. If the drunkard knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep even a finger. "Your boss is such a generous fellow. Well, I mean a gentleman. Then can I ask what kind of drinks are available here?" "Strong liquor, beer, fruit wine, red wine, sake, and cocktails." I wonder which kind of drinks Mr. Vander is more interested in. He usually drinks too much beer and strong liquor. Just when he was about to ask about sake and cocktails, and order a glass of high-end red wine that he had never drunk before, Vander heard the voice of his old friend behind him. "Vander." Turning back, he saw a surprised Hilko. After taking a look at Hilko's intact 10 fingers, Vander breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the owner of this tavern still has a good eye and didn't let the famous Hilko lose his precious fingers. Hilko smiled nonchalantly and joked, "If I can get in touch with the owner here, it would be worth it, even if I cut off one of my hands. I just don't know if I have the chance to meet the owner here today. Today is the opening of the tavern. At least the owner will come out to show his face, right? It's not like he invites people in for a drink for nothing." Hilko raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? The drinks on the first floor are free. The tavern owner must not have invited too many people. The guests are people like you and me. Judging from the size of the venue, if there are really Zorn people willing to exchange their fingers for a chance to come in, more than 50 people can be seated. Providing drinks for 50 people for free is so expensive. The tavern owner must have something to say. I didn't expect you to think about it. What kind of drinks do you have here?" "Strong liquor, beer, fruit wine, red wine, sake, and cocktails." I wonder which kind of drinks Mr. Hilko is more interested in. If you want to drink cocktails, Mr. Hilko can go and tell the bartender, "Give me a glass of red wine. I'm the same as him. Please wait." Vander pointed at Hilko. The waiter smiled and left with the tray. On the second floor of the Moonlight Tavern, Lester sat on the leather sofa, staring at Cinna in the Hextech communication crystal ball without blinking, with a solemn expression. It has been confirmed that the ancient magic circle of Navask is a large teleportation array. The ancient elves are the ancient remnants who guard Navask. In ancient times, the Natovilla Falls was probably the center of the Ionian supercontinent. It is just unknown what kind of disaster happened that caused Ionia to be torn apart and formed the current situation. The ancient elves did not believe in the natural spirit sect before, but in the later development, the ancient elves' bloodline deteriorated due to inbreeding. The long-term underground life made the ancient elves a group of paranoids who guard the natural spirit. Lester pondered for a moment. Can we find a relatively normal part among the ancient elves? If we want to make use of the underground world of Ionia, we still have to rely on the ancient elves. Cinna sighed softly. Master Jax is also looking for people to cooperate and communicate with, but from the current situation, the hope is not very great. After a moment of silence, Lester spoke again. How is the Imperial Hero Training Program going? It was no surprise that Lester would ask this question. Cinna slowly described the current situation. Brothers Yon and Yasuo are currently learning wind swordsmanship under the guidance of the Imperial Swordmaster. Rico Swain has entered the Imperial War Academy to study military courses. Brothers Darius and Drayden and their companion Polita are undergoing military training in Basilico. Sisters Katerina and Cassiopeia of the Coca family are already 2 years old and are receiving aristocratic education in the family. Lester listened silently. According to the original timeline, there will be more and more Alliance heroes in the future. No matter how powerful the Night's Edge is, it is impossible to supervise them all. Lester can only focus on the territories ruled by the Empire. It will be difficult for him to interfere with heroes like Demacia and Freljord. But then again, Naxos now does not need Swain who can turn the tide and Darius who can dominate the battlefield. Under his guidance, the Naxan Empire has far exceeded its original level of development. Looking at the entire Runeterra from the perspective of a world conqueror, Naxos's mortal enemies are only the Shurima Empire, which is still dormant in the southern continent, and Demacia, the Forbidden Stone Kingdom in the west. The Presidium of Ionia has become a part of the Empire. The War of the Stand cannot be fought, and Irelia will not become the leader of the resistance. It is only a matter of time before Ionia is completely conquered. Ixtal in the eastern rainforest of Shurima has recognized the Empire as its sovereign state, and is willing to become a vassal of the Empire. It has sent elementals to join the Imperial army and serve the Empire. Freljord in the north of Valoran does not need the Naxan Empire to worry about it. As long as the relationship with Lysandra is maintained, Lester can influence the tribes of Freljord through Lysandra. When necessary, he can assist Lysandra in unifying the northern icefield and establishing an unbreakable military alliance to jointly fight against the Void or the Iron Wraith. The war and grievances between Avarosa and Winter's Claw are only pediatrics for the Empire and are harmless. The only two variables are the Shurima Empire and Demacia. The former is suspected to still control the power of the Sun Disk and can steal the astral power of the god warriors from the star-forging Dragon King Aurelian Sol. If the strength of Azir, Zarath, Nasus and Renekton is counted, the revived Shurima Empire is enough to become a strong enemy of the Naxan Empire. The latter has been under the surveillance of the Protoss, guiding Riz to seal many world rune fragments. Even if the Protoss has been infiltrated and riddled with holes, Riz is a huge obstacle. Although the Empire is powerful now, it has not yet reached its peak. Instead of rashly launching a war to break the balance, it is better to start late and catch up first, so that the Empire can continue to develop at a high speed. Lester is very confident that, as long as the Empire is given another 10 years of development, even the stars in the sky will kneel down and sing conquer to him. Your Majesty, the place is full. A reminder sounded outside the door. Lester simply greeted Cinna and turned off the communication crystal ball. It seems that there are still many tough guys in Zorn. It seems that friends in Zorn are quite respectful. It was not until the evening that the door of the Moonlight Tavern was opened again. The invited guests and the tough guy who entered with a broken finger left in 2 batches without saying a word, smelling of alcohol, and with extremely complicated expressions. It was fine for the alchemist barons or gang leaders who received the invitation, but what surprised everyone was that many Zon ruthless people had 4 bloody fingers when they went in, but came out with 5 fingers, which were even more flexible than the 3rd leg. After paying and asking, they learned that the Moonlight Tavern provided recovery potions and magical treatments for the 26 people with severed fingers, and cured the disabilities and past illnesses of the uninvited people without any sequelae. For a while, the Moonlight Tavern became famous and the news spread directly to the Piltover Council. It was not until the Midalder family and the Jerriman family explained that the tavern came from the top dignitaries of the empire that the members of the Piltover Council realized that there was no room for them to intervene in this matter. Are you kidding? In Piltover, who would dare to provoke the Narkson Empire? After the public discussion, the parliament chose to magnanimously let the Narksons mess around in Zorn, but secretly they gave gifts to the Jerriman family and the Midalder family, and inquired about the Moonlight Tavern. Many disabled Piltover tycoons hired bodyguards to go to the dirty lower city just to ask the Moonlight Tavern to heal their bodies with potions and magic. Unfortunately, Lester had no shortage of Piltover's golden gears, and he was not a great philanthropist, so he naturally rejected everyone's request. Some of the rich people who claimed to be powerful were thrown out of the tavern by the waiter after breaking their legs in anger. When they returned to Piltover to sue the law enforcement officer and the parliament, they found that they could not even find a place to cry. Since then, the Moonlight Tavern has become the most mysterious force between the two cities that cannot be provoked. The next day, the Moonlight Tavern opened for business as usual. In addition to the tavern's own limited number of people and first come first served, there were no other admission rules. Unfortunately, Lester had already left the tavern, which disappointed those guests who wanted to see him. Unlike yesterday's free supply, the goods on the second day were clearly marked with prices. The prices of most of the wines were prohibitive, but customers would not leave empty-handed. In order to take into account the consumption capacity of Zorn people, the tavern provided cheap and inferior wines. The more expensive red wines required gold gears, while the cheap rum only required a dozen gear copper coins to drink a glass. Zorn people who could hang out in the dark alleys had some spare money, so it was no problem to buy a few glasses of wine, sit on a chair, and listen to the bard playing the lute. In addition to doing the wine business, the Moonlight Tavern also provided a duel venue for a fee. As Fandral expected, as long as both parties accepted the duel rules and paid a handling fee, they could have an open duel on the first floor of the tavern. There are many ways to duel, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories: life and death duels, bare-handed duels, and weapon duels. The endless stream of combatants made the Moonlight Tavern the most lively place in Zon's dark alleys. Chapter 759 Respect can only be earned by oneself. Narkson Calendar, AD 978, Piltover, Bell Tower. 7 members of the parliament gathered in the Bell Tower meeting room, their faces solemn and serious, without any of the relaxation before the evolution day. Law enforcement officer Sheriff Morrison and Deputy Sheriff Grayson stood upright in the secondary seats in uniform, with tense faces. I think Sheriff Morrison can repeat the unreasonable demands of the Zorn people to the other parliamentarians, so that everyone still doesn't understand the seriousness of the matter. The middle-aged female parliamentarian sitting in the 7 seats spoke harshly, and her eyebrows were as sharp as a griffin. Dear parliamentarians, please allow me to state the demands of the Zorn people here. Morrison stroked his chest in front of him, lowered his head slightly, and his face was serious. In Zon's busiest black alley, the gang led by Vandal united with other Zon gangs, persuaded 3 alchemy barons to form an alliance with benefits, and sent envoys to the law enforcement officers to request negotiations with the parliament. These Zorn people asked the parliament to allow them to form their own Zorn Guard to maintain Zon's order, rejected any interference by the law enforcement officers in Zorn, and demanded that Zorn people be able to become part of Piltover without restrictions and discrimination, and obtain the right to freely enter and exit the Sungate Bridge and go to Piltover to work. In addition, they also demanded that Zon's factories obtain independent management and distribution rights, and that the business cooperation plan between Zorn and Piltover be reformulated to obtain equal status in business cooperation. Zorn people demanded that the parliament publicly declare Zon's independent status on the evolution day 1 month later. After Morrison finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room was terribly heavy. Can I understand this as a threat? The male parliamentarian squinted his eyes and looked around, with the corners of his mouth hooked down, like a night owl that couldn't eat insects. Sheriff Morrison, I want to know, if we don't agree to the unreasonable demands of the Zorn people, will these dirty Ditchin people still stick out their bloodthirsty fangs to us? After hesitating for a moment, Morrison nodded. although they didn't make threats openly. Based on my attitude towards them, if we reject their demands, they will probably protest on Evolution Day. Protest? No, Sheriff Morrison, you are wrong. In my opinion, there is no doubt that this is out of greed for wealth, and is the most shameful betrayal. The female councillor Cora, who had just spoken, sneered. The people of Dirk have forgotten who gave them a job to make a living, who kept them well fed and clothed, and who let them enjoy the goods produced and built over. They have forgotten who paid to repair their dirty city when Zon suffered a sinkhole disaster 100 years ago. They are like stupid goldfish, forgetting who sent a rescue team to that poisonous ghost place to save them 8 years ago. They are always dissatisfied with everything they have, greedy and cunning, vulgar and stinking. Now these Zorn people actually regard our mercy as cowardice and are aggressive. In my opinion, it's time to send out law enforcement officers to let the Zorn people understand how hard peace is to come by. Listening to Cora's accusation, that was no different from a scolding. Cassandra Jerriman frowned slightly. She felt that this was too much. Family members know their own business. She knew very well that the demands of the Zorn people actually made some sense. The reason why Cora Bessie showed such inflammatory anger was nothing else but because most of the interests of the Bessie family were related to the cheap primary processed products of the Zorn alchemy factory. If the parliament really agreed to the Zorn people's conditions, the Bessie family would not be able to maintain the current high income. For the Bessie family, who live a luxurious life, losing this part of the money is tantamount to strangling the Bessie family's neck. That's right, I agree with Councillor Cora's proposal. We must never compromise with this group of barbaric and rude robbers. Compromise will only lead to more despicable coercion. Although we love peace, we are not afraid of war. If the Zorn people are willing to die for their greed, let them come. The male councillor who spoke glanced at the frowning mask of Councillor Himadina and looked at the other 5 councillors sitting there. I propose that we reject the unreasonable demands of the Zorn people, send law enforcers to Zorn to suppress the riots, and arrest the plotters. Then, let's vote now. Himadina, who never liked to participate in human political activities, and hated death even more, frowned and did not move. Cassandra hesitated for a moment, and also did not move. The other 3 council members whose family interests were involved in Zorn raised their right hands. The votes were 3-3, and the most critical vote fell on the representative of the Midalder family. In political terms, the political inclination of the Midalder family represented the will of Narxus, and the weight of their words was heavier than that of other families. Under the gaze of the crowd, the representative of the Midalder family shook his head and did not raise his right hand. I'm against sending out the law enforcers. Why? Councillor Pate, are we going to compromise with this group of Zorn people who don't know how to behave? Councillor Cora was puzzled by the decision of the representatives of the Midalder family. If anyone present cared about reputation the most, it was none other than the Midalder family. The Midalder family philosophy, which originated from the Narxan Empire, was it is glorious to die in battle, and shameful to live in hiding. Logically, the Midalder family should be the toughest among the council representatives, present against the Zorn people. Cora's doubts also expressed the doubts in the hearts of other councillors. Pate Midalder's face was as dark as water. We will not compromise with the Zorn people either. Councillors, I think you should also consider the safety of the law enforcers. Everyone looked at Morrison and Grayson, who had been standing there without saying a word, and they were confused about Pate's intentions. Since the establishment of the law enforcement officers, their duties have never changed. The law enforcement officers enforce the laws of the parliament, and the officials are the people's officials. The parliament pays the law enforcement officers not to support their fathers, but to have a gun that can kill people. How could the Midalder family really consider the law enforcement officers? Pate continued in silence. Sending law enforcement officers to Zorn before the Zorn people take action will only make unnecessary sacrifices and increase the unrest and turmoil in the lower city. Especially at this time, when the Evolution Day celebration is approaching, we must act cautiously. I don't think you will want your factory in Zorn to be destroyed by revenge. Therefore, it is better to deploy manpower in Sungate and Piltover to strengthen patrols and ensure public security than to send law enforcement officers to Zorn. Of course, if the Zorn people insist on attacking us, we will defeat them without hesitation. The second vote was raised, and except for Hemedina, the other 5 agreed. Only Morrison and Grayson, who left the clock tower, knew that this matter would never be easily resolved. Zon, Black Alley, Fulgrim's Tavern. 6 Zorn gang leaders gathered together, and a table of beer was set up, but no one present had any appetite. Vandal exhaled smoke with a sullen face, suppressing his anger. Just now, our people sent news that the people in the parliament rejected it and issued a warning. It's expected. Hilko smiled instead of getting angry, with a relaxed look. I have seen through those superiors a long time ago. If they don't bleed a little, they don't know what fear is. From the beginning, this battle is inevitable. The Pilt guys are really bullying us. We just want an equal status, but they even refuse such a small request. Do you really think we are soft persimmons? Sevika clenched his fists and spoke in a grim tone. Boss, tell me, how should we fight this battle? Vander looked at Hilko, but Hilko did not speak. He just looked back at Vander silently. Vander knew the meaning in his eyes very well. As a condition for opposing Hilko's further development of the purple lichen, Vander must win independence for Zorn in his own way. If we want the women of Piltover to understand the power of Zorn, we must rush across the Sungate Bridge in a fair and square manner. Go to the clock tower to warn those councillors. There is less than a month left until Evolution Day. Gather people and prepare weapons. Rush to the streets of Piltover and tell the women of Piltover with our fists that we Zorn people also have the power and courage to enjoy the Evolution Day celebration freely, instead of being cowards who have to bow down and look at people's faces when crossing a bridge. Zorn is different now. We have weapons and manpower. As long as we unite as one, we will definitely scare the Piltover. Use fists means that we can only use fists. A gang leader was confused. Vander hesitated and nodded. Try to use fists and non-lethal weapons. Don't kill anyone before the other side kills us. At least let the people of Piltover know that we are protesting for the rights that should belong to us, not rioting. What if the Pilts shoot us? Then, kill them. Vandal said coldly. If the Pilts shoot us, they are our enemies. There is no need to show any mercy to the enemy. The Zorn gang members led by Vandal reached an agreement, agreed on the next action plan, and dispersed. To Vandal's surprise, Hilko stayed alone. Some things were hard to say, because there were too many people. Hilko stared at Vandal without blinking. I want to know, if you fail to lead your men across the Sungate Bridge, how will you deal with the backlash from the Piltover Council? You know very well that they haven't attacked us now because they don't have any legitimate excuse. But if we take action first, we will be the one at fault. Even if you really just want to protest and don't want to cause any deaths, you will have to talk to the Piltover Council, and then we will become unforgivable thugs. It's fine if it succeeds, but if it doesn't, what will you do under the pressure of the council? Don't worry, no matter what, I will not sell out the interests of Zorn. If Piltover is destined to send someone to the gallows, that person must be Vandal, and all the blame has nothing to do with others. Hearing this, Hilko shook his head in disappointment. As expected, I knew that you would be stupid enough to hand yourself over as a last bargaining chip when you had no other options. You know this is not what I want to hear. The brother I want should not be a coward judged by the Piltover. I do have a backup plan that can withstand the pressure of the Piltover Council, and you don't have to go to the gallows. Do you want to listen to it? Vander frowned. Most of Hilko's strategies were feasible, but sometimes they were a little too radical. Therefore, he did not dare to agree directly, and could only ask tentatively. Tell me about it. If things don't work out, we will harden our hearts and move the battlefield to Zorn to see who dares to bleed, or who dares to fight for their lives. Since we have chosen to fight to the end, we will not accept any form of unequal treaty from the Piltover people. By then, the Industrial Zone and the Black Alley will unite and rely on the complex environment of Zorn to deal with the law enforcement officers. If a week doesn't work, then a month will do. If a month is not enough, then 3 years will do. As long as it drags on, the factories will continue to strike, and let the people of Piltover feel the taste of being blockaded. Believe me, it won't be long before the people of Piltover will find out how great the losses of going to war with Zorn are. By then, the parliament will definitely take the initiative to make peace with us. At that time, we will be able to gain the dominant position and let Zorn restore some equal power. I know you don't want to increase casualties, but Vandal, you must understand that respect can only be won by ourselves. Compromise can never win respect. Without the courage to fight to the death, the people of Piltover will always look down on us. Although he was mentally prepared, Vandal was still shocked by Hilco's determination. He wanted to show off his muscles and win the approval of the Parliament, but Hilco wanted to fight to the death. If it was really as Hilco said, what kind of painful price would the Zorn people who lack war weapons pay? Let's not talk about anything else, just say that Zorn has no way to deal with the Morza rifle of the law enforcer. The earthen gun of Zorn with a range of less than 50 meters can't compete with the Morza rifle at all. A long-term war is not something that can be fought with just words. How much food, weapons, and daily necessities can Zorn be self-sufficient? Going head on with Piltover, who controls the Sungate Canal and has no shortage of supplies, is no less than hitting a rock with an egg. Seeing that Vandal didn't say anything, Hilco continued to persuade him. Besides, it's not that we don't have the power to fight against the law enforcers. Just give me some time. I can use the purple lichen potion to create countless warriors like Rob, so you don't need to worry that we don't have the means to fight back. It's already this critical juncture, Vanda, we don't have time to hesitate. Feeling that he had let down the Zorn people's trust in him by dragging Zorn into the quagmire of war, Vanda smiled awkwardly. Hilco, give me some time to think about it. After taking a deep look at the increasingly weak Vanda, Hilco sighed, said nothing more, and turned away. Chapter 760 Bloody Gate. On the day of Evolution Day, Lester was pestered by the already graceful Eri early in the morning. The long-awaited Eri dressed up cutely and insisted on taking her father to the exhibition. If it was just to visit the exhibition, it would be fine. Lester knew that once he agreed to Eri's little request, he would have to send Buddha to the west and spend a whole day on it. Concerts, theater dances, and snack streets. He would not be able to do anything. If Lester did not know Eri's nature of getting more and more, he might really be persuaded by Eri. Lester was also a little troubled by this. He knew that there would be a good show to watch at the Sungate Bridge today, so he would naturally not go to the exhibition hall of Evolution Day to see those boring invention patents, or to the lobby of the clock tower to see Hemadina's bland mascot speech. In order to deal with the clingy Eri, Lester had to ask for help from Oriana and Camille. Seeing the man's dilemma, Oriana and Camille smiled and attacked from both sides, using 4 mountains to take the struggling Eri away directly. In addition to her increasingly full chest, Oriana, who has become a married woman, still maintains a beautiful and youthful figure. Under Lester's protection, Oriana, who went to Naxos for further studies for a period of time, is now a well-known dancer in Piltover. As a senior consultant, Oriana often goes to various theaters in Piltover to perform various folk dances. Her life is fulfilling and satisfying. She also travels to Valoran with Lester and Eri from time to time. Camille lives a peaceful life with Lester. In the years of killing, Camille cherishes the relationship between herself and Lester more and more. Because the Night's Edge has a mature organizational system and affairs processing department, Camille only needs to make the final decision on key matters, which does not actually take up too much free time. In daily life, Camille is also happy to play the role of a wife, taking good care of the Blue Smoked Manor. When Lester went as on to run the Moonlight Tavern, Camille was in charge of the affairs of the manor. Dad, help. If you don't save your baby, Aunt Camille and Aunt Oriana will take me away. Seeing Eri, who started to act cute after failing to act like a spoiled child, Lester didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know whether it was right or wrong to raise Eri to be a sunny and cheerful girl. Just listen to Daddy. Let Aunt Camille and Aunt Oriana accompany you for the next 2 days, and after this period of time, Daddy will take you to live in Zon for a while. Hearing this, Eri stopped making a fuss and struggling, and her foxy eyes flashed with wisdom. Really? Can I go to Zorn? Dad, didn't you say that it would be dangerous for me to go to Zorn, and didn't let me go? Lester smiled and nodded. When did Dad lie to you? I didn't let you go before, because I was afraid that you would be corrupted by Zon's customs. Now that you have established your own outlook on life and values, and know how to distinguish right from wrong, it's appropriate for you to see the chaotic side of humanity. After changing his clothes, Lester got on a carriage and left Blue Smoked Manor, heading for the Sungate Bridge. Generally speaking, Piltover will open the bridge during the Evolution Day celebration, so that Zaun people who are not qualified to go to the upper city on weekdays can get a chance to be recognized by the people of the upper city. In a sense, Evolution Day is also regarded as the friendship day of the two cities. There are many opportunities for recognition. Zaun people with skills can apply for the jobs of craftsmen in major families. Zaun people with knowledge who want to study in Piltover can go to the Yodel Academy of Sciences to take the basic science exam. If they pass and are accepted by the tutor or professor, they can obtain the precious qualification to study in Piltover. If they create some amazing products in Zaun, Zaun people can also go to the exhibition to introduce their products to others. If they are lucky, they can also sell the patents and get a lot of money. However, this Evolution Day was full of disturbing gunpowder. When Lester arrived at the north of the bridge was already guarded by heavily guarded law enforcement officers, all with their guns pointed at the blocked crowd on the south side of the bridge. "Hey, it's dangerous here, get out of here." The law enforcement officer soon saw Lester standing outside the sentry post at the bridgehead, but Lester did not retreat but advanced instead. The nervous law enforcement officer was immediately alert and raised his Mauser rifle. "Stop. This is not the place for you. I warn you, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better go back." Lester was too lazy to say any more nonsense to the minions, and directly took out his special law enforcement officer's identity certificate and threw it to the sentry, lifted the corner of his clothes to reveal the revolver at his waist, with an arrogant look and a bad tone. "I'm on a special mission and must cross the bridge. If you still want to keep wearing your skin, shut up and call the person in charge here." He opened his police ID and saw the 5 big character special law enforcement team. The law enforcement officer who had been aggressive just now stood there with a pale face, full of fear. The law enforcement officer next to him also looked over, then put away his rifle in fear and stood at attention to salute the special person he had met for the first time in his life. "Hello, sir." As the only official violent institution in Piltover, the Piltover law enforcement officer is not as simple as it seems. The special law enforcement team hidden among ordinary law enforcement officers is a violent organization in the violent institution. The special law enforcement team directly controlled by the Parliament has the right to act at its own convenience. From the moment it was born, it was to deal with extremely evil criminals that ordinary law enforcement officers could not deal with. It is not subject to the laws of Piltover. If the crime of obstructing special law enforcement is confirmed, even the Piltover law enforcement officer will be tried by the Parliament. At the least, he will be deprived of his law enforcement power. If the case is serious or has a major impact on special law enforcement, the special law enforcement team has the right to shoot on the spot. The only thing that can restrain the special law enforcement team is the Piltover Parliament and the moral qualities of the law enforcement team members themselves. Because the special law enforcement team has great power, there are less than 10 members of the special law enforcement team among the more than 30,000 residents of Piltover. In other words, if the law enforcement officer still chooses to embarrass Lester, after checking his documents, Lester can directly take out his pistol and shoot the trouble in front of him without taking any responsibility. As for why he became a member of the Piltover Special Law Enforcement Team, just kidding. Camille wanted to give him a title of Parliament member directly. If the power of the Ferris family could not do this, the Ferris family would have been eaten up by others long ago. Narxis likes to protect its own children, but Narxis does not protect stupid children. Okay, call your chief over, and let bygones be bygones. Understood. After returning the documents, the two ran away, as if they had been pardoned. After a quick exchange with other law enforcement officers, Lester received many fearful and curious looks. It must be said that having such a special identity saved him a lot of trouble. After waiting for less than a minute, a tall and strong woman trotted to Lester and saluted. "Law Enforcement Deputy Sheriff Grayson reports to you. What instructions does the chief have?" Looking at the vigorous deputy sheriff, Lester said in a deep voice, "Lawyer Grayson, I need to cross the bridge to Zaun. Is there any problem?" "Sir, no problem. It's just that the other side of the bridge is very dangerous now. Sir, do you need me to forcibly disperse the crowd? Lester shook his head. No, just take me there. Yes. Following Grayson, Lester walked onto the Sungate Bridge. At this moment, the bridge deck was piled with explosion-proof sandbags and wooden bunkers, leaving only a very small passage space in the middle, which reasonably divided the entire bridge into 4-stepped battlefields. If the south of the bridge was completely lost, the law enforcement officers could evacuate the south of the bridge, pull the drawbridge, and completely cut off the opportunity for the Zorn people to cross the bridge. It can be seen that Grayson has a certain military accomplishment and can be regarded as a talent. Compared with the huge crowds of Zorn people, the number of law enforcement officers on martial law on the bridge is not large. There are less than 30 at most, but each law enforcement officer is armed with live ammunition. If the Zorn people want to rely on human wave tactics to break through the bridge, I'm afraid they will have to pay the price of hundreds of lives. What's the situation now? Lester frowned as he looked at the Zorn crowd destroying the wooden stakes outside the bridge. In his opinion, 70% of the crowd were innocent people who wanted to go to Piltover to participate in the Evolution Day celebration, and the rest were people with ulterior motives. Zorns are gathering on a large scale, and there are many armed elements with weapons and Molotov cocktails, and most of them are innocent Zorn citizens who are being coerced and incited. Grayson took a deep breath, his tone full of helplessness. I have warned them, but unfortunately those Zorn people who are mixed in the crowd and filled with righteous indignation don't know that they are being used as guns. As the two were talking, the Zorn crowd had already broken through the guard position outside the bridge. In order to protect their personal safety, the 4 law enforcement officers who did not receive the order to shoot could only run back without looking back. Bang! With the muzzle of the gun pointed to the sky, a law enforcement officer issued a final warning, and the Zorn crowd was in turmoil, and Grayson's face changed. Sir, the situation is out of control. I need to go and command the fight of the law enforcers. Excuse me. Lester watched Grayson run to the front line, observed the environment, and walked forward. On the other side, when the crowd was restless due to the gunshots, the men arranged by Vandal in advance squeezed to the front of the crowd, shouting at the top of their lungs and crying, "We just want to participate in the Evolution Day. These Piltovers with guns regard us as enemies. Piltover, why do you want to deprive us Zorn people of our last rights? Aren't we a family? Are we Zorn people destined to be inferior to others?" The words of the talker soon resonated with other Zorn people. Yes, I have been preparing for this year's Evolution Day for several months. Now you block our way without saying anything. What do you mean? Brothers, can't you see it now? They don't treat us Zorn people as human beings at all. They have already shot at us. Brothers and sisters, what are we still hesitating about? Are we really cowards who shrink back? Break through their blockade. No one can block our way. Amidst the instigation and incitement, the crowd completely lost control and stepped onto the Sungate Bridge. Regardless of whether they were really willing to rush towards the murderous law enforcement officers, the Zorn people could only move forward passively, hold the first line of defense. The use of non-lethal weapons to suppress militants is allowed. The moment Grayson gave the order, the outermost first line of defense, 10 heavily armored soldiers holding metal batons and explosion-proof shields pressed forward against the crowd like tanks, hitting and ramming anyone they saw, and specifically attacking soft tissues, with the purpose of disabling people. At the same time, 5 or 6 gas bombs flew through the air and landed in the crowd, emitting yellow-green irritating gas, which slowed down the offensive of the Zorn people. "Put on your gas mask," someone in the crowd shouted, and many Zorn people who were forced to follow the trend saw their companions suddenly take out a mask from behind their buttocks in a daze. They finally realized that except for themselves, everyone else seemed to be prepared. Damn it, let me out. They wanted to retreat, but the bridge had limited space. It was crowded with people in just a dozen seconds. How could they retreat against the crowd? The Zorn people who fainted from the gas soon fell to the ground and were trampled under the feet of the Zorn people behind them, becoming worthless corpses. Ah, someone's dead. The law enforcement officer killed someone. Fight them. A cry of grief came from the crowd. In the chaos, no one knew who howled. The Zorn people who were originally suppressed by the law enforcement officer instantly became furious. After a few muffled groans, 3 heavily armored soldiers fell to the ground. The sharp-eyed Grayson saw the sharp knife stuck in the soldier's neck and bleeding. At the front of the crowd, the thugs threw Molotov cocktails and burned the 2 heavily armored law enforcement officers into fire. Finally, they took action. With a sigh, Grayson's last bit of sympathy for the Zorn thugs disappeared, and he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the sky. Bang! Retreat to the second line of defense. Use of lethal force is allowed to shoot armed thugs. The order was issued, and the law enforcement officer at the second line of defense pulled the trigger without hesitation to cover the retreat of the besieged heavily armored soldiers. In the hail of bullets, the Zorn people left a pile of corpses on the ground. The offensive stagnated. The Zorn people who were trapped finally got a chance to breathe. For a moment, both sides of the bridge were filled with Zorn people jumping into the sea like dumplings. Kill. The gang members holding earth guns and detonators rushed out from the loose crowd and rushed to the second line of defense of the bridge without fear. Unfortunately, the difference in weapons between the 2 sides was too great, and the bodies of the gang members were soon full of bullet holes. Even so, the detonator explosives with ignited fuses still flew to the second position of the law enforcement officer. Without caring about continuing to maintain the defense line, the terrified law enforcement officer fled backwards in a panic. The law enforcement officer who was unable to react in time only had time to scream. Boom. Amid the flying of blood and flesh, the fighting on the bridge became more and more crazy. Chapter 761 Gunshot. Who stabbed them? Didn't I say that? Unless the law enforcers open fire, we can't kill them. Seeing the Zorns on the Sungate Bridge being slaughtered by the law enforcers' rifles, Vandal put down his binoculars and stared at the gang leaders with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to find the traitor who acted on his own initiative. The gang leaders looked at each other, all with innocent faces, making Vandal unable to find anyone to vent his anger on. What's the point of arguing about this now? Sevika said coldly. Since we have already pushed to the middle of the bridge with human lives, Vandal, we have no choice. Sevika is right. Since we have already torn our faces with those law enforcers, we might as well kill them. Sols echoed and drew out the pistol and long knife from his waist. We can't waste this great opportunity to break through, Vandal. We didn't come here with you to watch the show. Seeing that things were completely out of control, Vandal could only nod helplessly. Just as Sevika and Saul said, they had no choice. Get ready, move. On the Sungate Bridge, the law enforcement officer squatted on the north side of the middle section of the bridge with guns and kept shooting. The Zorn gang members who suffered heavy casualties occupied the south side and hid behind sandbags, confronting the law enforcement officers with the looted law enforcement equipment and earthen muskets. Relying on the 2 Mauser rifles they looted, the gang members piled up the bodies of their companions on the road to resist the bullets and struggled to defend the south of the bridge, preventing the law enforcement officers from counter-attacking and buying time for Vandal and other Zorn gangsters to climb the bridge. The law enforcement officers who didn't want to leave the bunker and take any risks could only watch more and more Zorn violent element gather on the south side of the bridge, ready to launch an overwhelming attack at any time. Only at this time did the law enforcement officers understand what Grayson's arrangement on the bridge was for. Time unknowingly came to noon, and the sporadic gunshots gradually calmed down. Both sides were quietly eating the dry food they brought with them to replenish their energy. Only the law enforcement officers and gang members knew that a more violent storm was still brewing behind this silence. Perhaps the food in their hands was the last meal before execution. Sir, there are more and more people in the city. Otherwise, or should we retreat and build a bridge? Taking a deep look at the law enforcement officer recruit, Grayson found that he had no impression of the recruit in front of him. What's your name? The law enforcement officer saluted with a snap. Sir, my name is Marcus. Grayson returned the salute with a serious tone. Marcus, how does it feel to experience this for the first time? Are you scared? No, sir. From the moment I joined the law enforcement officers and swore an oath to the code, I decided to protect the citizens of Piltover with my life. It is my honor to die in such a battle. Sir, I'm just worried that these Zorn thugs will use our riot shields as a breakthrough tool. If these thugs rush across the bridge, the lives and safety of the citizens will be seriously threatened. Looking at the pure and shining light in Marcus' eyes, Grayson had a good impression of this law enforcement officer recruit. Marcus, things are not so bad that we have to pull the bridge. Remember, we have an absolute advantage in firearms when fighting the Zorn people. If we do nothing and pull the bridge, it will be a painful failure for us. Pointing to the last line of defense behind him, Grayson whispered, "It won't be too late to pull the bridge until the Zorn people rush to that place. The significance of this battle is not just to protect a cross-sea bridge. The councillors want to see the madness of the Zorn people and the power of the law enforcement officers, and use the law enforcement officers to weaken the gang forces in Zorn. The Zorn people want to prove their strength to the councillors by defeating the law enforcement officers and crossing the bridge. From the beginning, this fight is inevitable." It was rare to say a few more words to advise the younger generation. Seeing Marcus's thoughtful expression, Grayson said no more. "Go, return to your post, and do your own thing." "Yes, sir." After a short rest, the gang members on the south side of the bridge finally took action. 7 or 8 Zorn strong men held up bulletproof shields and large metal steel plates made in advance to block in front of them, followed by armed thugs with various weapons. Dozens of people stood out from behind the bunkers, murderous. Seeing this scene, Grayson frowned. Logically, this is what the Zorn people should prepare for. Once the war starts, in order to reduce the threat of bullets, the Zorn people will inevitably form a bulletproof shield wall, forcefully attack the shooting position, and drag the law enforcement officer into close combat. But if the current action is a real attack, then what is a previous attack? What purpose can it achieve besides leaving a pile of corpses? Is it just to incite the Zorn people to attack and escalate the level of conflict? Could it be that the attack just now was not expected by these Zorn gang members? The more Grayson thought about it, the weirder it felt. As for herself, she didn't want to attack anyone. The law enforcement officer was not born to serve the people of Piltover. Protecting the people of Zorn is also one of the duties of the law enforcement officer. However, most of the time, the law enforcement officer who was spurned by the Zorn people himself forgot his duty to protect the people of Zorn. But now is not the time to think, and the current situation does not allow Grayson to conduct any investigation. He can only concentrate on watching the shield wall 50 meters away getting closer and closer. "Ready." Grayson raised his right hand, and the law enforcement officer raised his rifle, pointed the muzzle at the enemy, and pointed his index finger at the trigger. "Wait. Law enforcement officer Grayson. I have something to say." What Grayson didn't expect was that a burly tall man suddenly stood up behind the shield wall. The man's hands were wearing metal gloves. It was none other than the famous Vander of Zorn's Black Alley. Speaking of which, she met Vander during the all-chemical gas rescue operation a few years ago, and Vander helped her a lot. "Stop shooting. Stop shooting." After shouting twice, Grayson, who was protected by the soldiers with a blast shield, also stood up and said coldly, "Vander, you organized the thugs to attack the Sungate Bridge and murdered the law enforcement officer. What do you have to say now?" Hearing Grayson say this, Vander was relieved. Grayson's words meant that there was still room for negotiation. "Lawyer Grayson, I don't want things to develop to this point. Can we put down our weapons and have a good talk?" "How do you want to talk?" Looking at the Zorns who were used as cover, Vander's face was filled with sadness. The Zorns just want fairness from the beginning to the end. Our actions today are just to prove to the members of the parliament that the Zorns are no worse than anyone else. The only difference between Piltover and Zorn is that you live on the surface and we live underground, but we have never received any respect. Vandal took a deep breath and said slowly, "Lawyer Grayson, if you are willing to bring me before the Piltover Council and give me a chance to explain the current situation, whether the council chooses to judge me, hang me or shoot me, or is willing to discuss the future of Zorn and Piltover, we will retreat. Enough blood has been shed today. I hope you can consider my proposal carefully." If other Zorn people said this, their temperament and image would inevitably be greatly reduced, but Vandal could feel the power of true feelings. Even the law enforcement officers who just wanted to kill all the people in Piltover were willing to believe that this man who was willing to sacrifice himself really wanted to give Zorn a future, rather than simply planning a terrorist attack that would harm others and benefit himself. Respect and respect were born from this, and maintained on a man. Being watched by everyone, Grayson has become a key figure in changing the direction of events. Agreeing to bring the gangster boss of Black Alley to the council members is undoubtedly a very risky behavior, and even Grayson felt heavy pressure. Perhaps she recalled the past when Vanda cooperated with the law enforcement officers to eliminate Zon rioters during the rescue operation, or perhaps she was moved by the man full of determination and courage. Grayson opened her mouth and was ready to accept this offer that might make her lose her position as deputy sheriff. In her opinion, if her resignation could bring a bright future to Zon, even if there was only a slight possibility, she would not have worn this law enforcement officer's uniform in vain. But fate is always so unpredictable. Just as Grayson made up her mind, behind Vanda, Saltz, with red eyes and bulging veins, raised his pistol and aimed at the commander of the law enforcement officer. Sevika widened her eyes and reached out to stop him, but Saltz had already pulled the trigger. Bang! In the sublime silence, a soul-shaking gunshot rang out, killing everyone's sanity. The steel ball flew out of the muzzle under the push of the black gunpowder expansion and turned into a deadly killing weapon in the thick smoke and smoke. When Grayson just opened his mouth and was about to speak, it hit the law enforcement officer's blast shield with a snap. It hit the blast shield exactly at the corresponding position of Grayson's face, leaving a hideous crack. Without the protection of the blast shield, Grayson would have become a corpse. Time seemed to stagnate in Grayson's eyes. She could see Fandle turning his head and looking at the gunman whose soul was occupied by hatred with an unbelievable look. She could see Fandle's female thugs gritting their teeth and pulling Fandle to hide behind the shield wall. She could see the law enforcement officer's index fingers put back on the trigger, like plucking the strings of a guitar and slowly pulling it down. It seemed that in the next breath, Grayson found himself being pulled back by someone, not someone else, but Marcus, who didn't care about life and death. Fight with these law enforcement officers. Kill these crazy people in the city. Time was speeding up in stillness, and the world in Grayson's eyes was getting faster and faster, like the flames of bullets spewing from the muzzle of a gun. The bullets were painted with blood, opening the curtain of war. Bang, bang, bang. There was no room for easing. The gate of heaven was closed, and the devils crawled out of the sulfur lake of hell and possessed everyone. Everyone's face turned into a hideous one, addicted to killing in an instant, without any recognition or kindness. The only thing left was fighting. Hilco, he is really a character. Lester, who had witnessed everything, rarely lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. He lit the cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke. Lester leaned against the metal fence of the bridge, no longer looking at the life and death struggle on the bridge, and didn't care about the stray bullets flying by his side, as if he was out of the world. In fact, he was indeed an irrelevant spectator, and he could not find any other emotions in his heart except satisfaction. In his opinion, this fight that shocked Piltover and Zon for more than a decade was nothing. However, if one counts the awareness contained in this battle is not common. After all, in this world, most people do not know what they are fighting for and what price they are willing to pay. However, on this small cross-sea bridge, Lester saw something he had not seen for a long time. Vandal, a chivalrous man who was willing to stand up for Zon. Hilco, who knew from the beginning that words were useless and only guns could win respect. And Grayson, who was caught in a dilemma between Piltover and Zon. Each had his own position and the determination to act for his beliefs. As long as it would not endanger the important people he cared about, it would be a different experience to treat this dispute as a drama. Sister, why haven't mom and dad come back yet? Let's go. Sister will take you to find mom and dad. Seeing that the sun was about to set below the mountain, Wayola, a little girl living in the ditch area, took her sister's hand and left the empty home. At this moment, the gutted district was even more deserted than usual. Occasionally, a few people from the lower city passed by in a hurry. Wayola winked at her sister Bayo and pretended to approach the middle-aged woman who was discussing a topic. Glancing at the two harmless children, the middle-aged woman living in the gutted district complained to her friend with lingering fear. This evolution day is over. The people of the upper city blocked the sun gate and didn't let anyone cross the bridge. My husband wanted to try his luck in the upper city, but guess what? Such a strong man almost died on the bridge. He was also absent-minded after he came back. I don't know what he saw. I didn't even have a good talk with him, but he kept calling your name. so I thought I would come to you. Maybe you can help him recover." The other woman also seemed a little surprised. After all, she knew how brave her best friend's man was. He often boasted that he had connections with gangs in the alley. How could such a man be scared? The two women did not see that the two children who had stopped walking had their faces tensed for a moment because their parents had gone to the Sun Gate and had not returned yet. The hesitation in their eyes flashed away, and the moment when Aola looked down at her sister, her face had returned to calmness. Her sister's performance made her sister feel much more at ease. Without saying a word, the sister held her sister's hand tightly, and the two continued to move forward, walking out of the ditch area. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762. Brothers turn against each other. The two sisters came to the surface area, stood on the edge of the abandoned building, and looked at the magnificent and majestic Sungate Bridge from afar. Under the bloody setting sun, the Sungate Bridge was filled with smoke, and the flames shot up into the sky, reflecting the bridge deeper red than the setting sun. There seemed to be some people lying motionless among the ruins. The scene in front of her was enough to show that something terrible had indeed happened on the Sungate Bridge. When Aola clenched her teeth and no longer cared whether there was any danger on the bridge. At this moment, she just wanted to get a clear answer. "Bayo Bayo, hold my hand tightly and don't let go. Cover your eyes and sing that song, that mom's favorite song." The obedient blue-haired girl covered her eyes with her left hand and gave herself completely to her sister. Friends on the other side of the stream, my cold hands have nothing under the singing of her sister, where Aola stepped on the still flowing bloody stream and took her sister to the battlefield full of corpses. Friends on the other side of the stream, please show some kindness, even if it's only 1 cent. It's my wealth. Pausing, Bayo Bayo smelled a familiar smell with her eyes closed. Every time her parents were injured and bleeding, she could always smell this disgusting smell. There was a few more tremors in the ethereal singing. "Don't worry, I'm not jealous. We can't build tall buildings, we can only live in a cobblestone alley." Bang. A gunshot was heard from the other side of the bridge, and a scream rang out. When Aola, who was scanning the faces of the deceased, stopped, held her sister's hand tightly, stared at the figure gradually approaching from the smoke, and was ready to run away at any time. Why not cross the river? Come and see your former home. Tada, tada, tada. Heavy footsteps passed through the smoke, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. "It's dangerous here, you shouldn't come here." The voice was soft, and it shouldn't coexist with the burning fire and the pungent smell of blood. Bayo Bayo plucked up the courage to put down his left hand, and saw Lester, the owner of the Moonlight Tavern, who came following the singing. Without looking back, Lester waved to the law enforcement officer who raised his gun behind him. The law enforcement officer saluted and left quickly. After a few steps to the two children, Lester squatted down and touched the heads of the two children. "Or, are you here to find someone?" Feeling a little relieved, Bayo Bayo looked at his sister, who made the decision. When Aola wiped the sore corners of her eyes and stubbornly bit her teeth to prevent herself from crying. "Mom and Dad, they came here, but didn't go home. Bayo Bayo and I came to find them." Finally, when Aola whispered the purpose of coming here. "What's your name?" "Violet." "My name is Lesterly." "Let's go, Violet." "Bayo Bayo, I'll go with you to look for it." Picking up the two children, Lester turned and walked towards the north of the bridge. The body of the law enforcer had been taken away, and the remaining bodies were all from the south of the bridge. "Brother, what happened here? Why did so many people die?" Looking at the dazzling array of corpses, Violet's voice trembled a little. Bayo Bayo, who felt safe, hugged Lester tightly and buried his head in the man's arms. The Zorn people wanted to pass through this bridge, but the law enforcers stopped them with the weapons in their hands. "There is blood from both the lower city and the upper city. It smells bad, right?" Lester stopped and looked at Fandel, who was walking towards the south of the bridge. Fandel also saw Lester holding the two children. After seeing the children's faces clearly, Fandel lowered his head. He had recognized that the parents of the two children were his men, and all of his men, except for a few who were very strong or very lucky, stayed here. Unfortunately, the parents of these two children are neither lucky nor strong. Mr. Lee, Vandal wanted to tell Lester that the parents of the two children had left, but he couldn't speak. Wolffist, have you found the answer you want? Vandal nodded, looking at the metal gloves on his hands covered with blood, hesitating whether to take them off. I have a question. I wonder if Mr. Lee can answer it. Ask. If it were an oxen, what would they do if they encountered such a thing? Viola and Bayo, who had been curled up in Lester's arms, also pricked up their ears when they heard the words they would never forget. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. For Narxons, shame is more terrible than death, and only the blood of the enemy can wash away shame. As if he had thought of something, the man had a cruel smile on his face, his eyes as cold as the winter night sky. If it were in Naxos, as long as the commander did not order a retreat, all deserters would be executed. The same applies to generals who play tricks on their soldiers. I understand. Vandal lowered his head and pointed in a direction when he missed Lester. The parents of these two children are over there. After saying that, Vandal put on his gloves and left without looking back. After a moment of silence, do you want to go take a look? Yes. At night, in a dark alley, in a secret stronghold, the dim lights flickered. Hilco leaned back in his chair, frowned and puffed out a cigarette. Not far away, a Zon thug who witnessed the battlefield of the Sungate Bridge was still in shock and chattered non-stop. Too many people died, too many. Rivers of blood and corpses were everywhere, but there were not many built bodies. All the dead were from us Zorn. We can't beat the rifles in the hands of the people in the upper city. It's useless even if we have more people. We're all committing suicide. It's meaningless. Hilco, Vanda was just as you said. He didn't want to go to the upper city in a bloody way from the beginning. He wanted to persuade. Persuade? He actually thought that he could persuade those termites who are comfortably sucking blood from our heads with just his mouth. If Vanda really let Vanda go with the law enforcer, those bastards in the parliament would definitely execute Vanda publicly without hesitation. They have never cared about the feelings of the Zorn people. I knew from the beginning that he was a weak person. He is too sentimental. This is not necessarily a good thing. Hilco slowly exhaled the smoke. His brows relaxed, and he was a little more hopeful. Only when he understands that this is the only way will he be willing to put down all the burdens in his heart and do this. Now that his plan has completely failed, he must have realized that only strength can help us achieve our goal. Then you should go back to Fandel. It's best not to let him know about what happened between you and me, otherwise it will not end well for anyone. The next day, as expected, Hilco received a private invitation from Fandel to the river beach in the surface area. After hesitating for a while, Hilco decided to go to the appointment without any guards. Fandel's emphasis on feelings is his shortcoming. He hates this, but he also likes this. Only when he is with Fandel, he can choose to trust him without reservation and give his back. The only thing that puzzled Hilco was that he didn't understand why Fandel chose to meet him at dusk. When he walked onto the river beach, Fandel, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, was already standing at the edge of the river beach, smoking his pipe alone with his back to the city of Zorn. Stepping on the river sand, Hilco came to Fandel and looked at the lake slightly polluted by chemicals. The pungent tobacco rolled in his airway, and Vanda's voice was particularly hoarse. Why do you do this? Because I can't watch you die. Without denying anything, Silco turned his head and looked at Vanda. I knew you would act like a hero, like a saint, thinking that your life is valuable. In the eyes of the people in the upper city, your life is worthless. I know who you are very well. Don't expect me to build a monument for you. You know what I hate most about heroes. What kind of hero is it if people are dead? So, you are doing all this for my own good. Finally, Vanda put down his pipe, staring at Silco with bloodshot eyes. So many people died just to save me? Feeling Vanda's unkind attitude, Silco was also angry. Yes. Because you, a self-righteous stupid bear, are more useful than others. Your life is more valuable than others. Only people like you can lead the Zorn people to win this war. I can't. Sevika can't. Sols can't. Others can't. Otherwise, why do the Zorn people only remember Vander and not Hilko for the foundation we laid together? Hilko is a rat hiding in the gutter, trying every possible means to make the real leader of Zorn understand the meaning of sacrifice, instead of watching the leader of Zorn lie in the grave and be a fucking Zorn hero. Hilko stepped forward, grabbed Vander's collar with his arm, stood on tiptoes and said coldly with disappointment, "Only you, Vandal, only you, a bastard, are qualified to be the leader. I will do the bad things. You will be the good guy. Give up all your fantasies. Let us." Before he finished speaking, Hilko felt a sharp pain in his left eye. It was Vandal's fist as big as a casserole. In a trance, Hilko's thin body had been lifted up, swaying like a small boat in a storm, and finally lost balance, and was overturned in the sea by a huge wave. He drank 2 mouthfuls of dirty lake water, his neck was strangled, and across the turbid scarlet lake, Hilko saw a pair of indifferent eyes and a pair of huge arms that he could never contend with, suppressing his body. In the past, he had watched many times as these armed giant arms beat down countless enemies easily. He had also imagined how powerful these arms were that would always hold him up and settle him down after he got drunk, and envied this innate strength. Now he personally experienced the power of these arms. This was an iron chain that could not be cut, a steel bar that could not be bent, and a heavy despair that he could never resist in his lifetime. He wanted to ask why, but Hilko found that his consciousness was gradually blurring. As Vander's mouth opened and closed, he could only hear the gurgling sound of bubbles. Although this was not the sea, Hilko felt the depth of the sea, as if there was a soft voice whispering in his ear, "Let go of all the pain and burdens, and sleep peacefully in the deep sea." His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and even the last sound of bubbles disappeared. Hilko's right hand stopped struggling, and slowly fell down, until the moment his fingers touched the dagger. As if instinctively, Hilko tightened the handle of the dagger. Hilko thought of his mother who died of pain in the hospital bed, his father who died in the factory due to overwork, and he thought of how he had lived at the bottom of the world since he was born, with everyone standing on his head and stepping on him, as if he was born to be buried in the ground. "Hilko, do you like this birthday present?" With his father stroking his head, the little boy pulled out the dagger in surprise and stared at the blade of the dagger without blinking. It was much more powerful than the broken iron he picked up. "I like it." The honest and simple man smiled and picked up his son and came to the woman holding the cake. "Today is your birthday, Hilko. Daddy is not very capable, so he can only buy you the smallest cake. You are not allowed to dislike it. This is my monthly salary. As for this dagger, I asked the blacksmith to make it. Children in Zorn should like this thing. This shows that my son has blood." The little boy nodded vigorously with a bright smile on his face. "Blow out the candles quickly and make a manly wish." The woman looked at her son so happy, and a smile appeared on her doting face. The wrinkles and acne also faded a little. Holding the dagger tightly, the little boy closed his eyes seriously. "I want to grow up quickly and make money to let my father leave the factory and my mother leave the workshop as soon as possible. I want to make a lot of money and buy a lot of medicine to cure my father's cough and my mother's heartache. I want to let my parents eat the most delicious cakes in Piltover, take them to the beach of Piltover to see the scenery, and let them live happily and healthily." Opening his eyes, the little boy blew out the candles. "Son, tell dad what wish you made." "I want to grow up quickly and let mom and dad live a good life." Haha. "You are indeed a filial and good child. We are blessed when we are old." "Silly child, just listen to your father's nonsense questions. The wish will not come true if you say it out loud. What are you afraid of?" "I will buy cakes and candles for my son next year." "Can't I make a wish then?" The two gentle faces that were already blurred in memory gradually shattered with the light of the candles going out. Under the pressure of life, the little boy lost the opportunity to realize his wish forever before he reached adulthood. Until the moment he stopped breathing, the two people who loved him most in the world could not afford the big cake in Piltover and could not go to the sunset beach in Piltover. With hatred enough to destroy the world, he could no longer tell what the wet feeling in the corner of his eyes was. Hilko opened his left eye, which was bleeding like a beast, and clenched the dagger to stab the brother in front of him fiercely. From here on, we enter the plot of the Battle of Two Cities. Book friends who have not read the Battle of Two Cities can go and read it. After reading it, you may have a deeper feeling when reading these plots again. Chapter 763 Wei-Aolei's Choice. Although the dagger had never been used, it was sharp enough because of the careful maintenance of the owner. Even so, the expected smooth feeling of piercing the flesh did not appear. The tip of the knife only penetrated a few centimeters before it was tightly clamped by the tight and solid muscles and could not go any further. Vander once again made Silco feel the true meaning of monster. To Silco's surprise, Vander actually loosened his hand that was pinching his neck and took 2 steps back. Before his brain suffocated, Silco finally poked his head out of the water and regained the power to breathe. Covering his burning left eye, Silco stared at Vander with his right eye and tightened the knife in his hand. If you let me go now, we will be enemies. One day, I will kill you. Looking down at his abdomen that was constantly bleeding, Vander looked a little lost. Silco, you think you are doing this for my own good, but you don't know that your concealment is a betrayal to me. Betrayal? Silco sneered. I'm your brother, but you want to kill me. That's a betrayal. I don't want to kill you, and I won't kill you. I just want to teach you a lesson and let you see myself clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go just now. If you want to use this lie to save our broken relationship, Vander, you'd better drown me here. Silco was full of disbelief, and Vander sighed. I agree. What do you mean? Your plan, your human experiment plan, your plan to use alchemy soldiers to fight against the upper city. I agree. Vander took a deep breath and stared calmly at the surprised Silco. Watching you die in front of me feels completely different from watching other people die in front of me. I'm actually not as philanthropic as I thought. Just when you stabbed me with a fruit knife, I realized that I'm a hypocrite. I always want more people to live, but what I do always hurts others more. I'm not as pure as you. Besides, I learned a very important lesson from Mr. Lee. Although he was very unhappy, Hilko had to take over the conversation. If you don't want to say it, you can shut up. I don't have to listen. I want to ask you, why is Naxos so powerful? We have talked about this topic. Of course, it is because Naxos has been launching wars, plundering resources, and recruiting soldiers. In this case, as long as Naxos does not die, Naxos will only continue to become stronger. Wrong, this is not the real reason why Naxos is so powerful. Hilko was stunned, and Vandal said word by word. The reason why Naxos is so powerful is because Naxans are willing to die for dignity. In Naxos, if a person dies to maintain dignity, then this person, his family, and even the entire country will be proud of him. However, Zorn does not have such a concept. In order to live humbly, Zorn people can be as submissive as a mouse, but they don't know that fearing death will bring a life worse than death. Fandal, you don't seem to be someone who can understand this. Now I understand, so I came to you. Fandal stared at Silco, took 2 steps forward with a grim look, and stretched out his right hand. Since we have come to this point today, we should put aside all concerns. Silco, start your experiment. At least the next time facing the gun of the law enforcement officer, the Zorn people will have a little bit of remaining strength to resist. Silco sneered and pointed to his eyes. Are you crazy? You beat me up like this, and you want to make peace by shaking hands? Vandal pointed at his lower abdomen with his teeth bared. If you still have breath, come on, stab me again. However, Hilko did not stab him with the knife. Instead, he put the knife away and punched Vandal in the right eye, which directly made Vandal's eyes black. Forget the handshake. Since you, an idiot, figured it out, I will trust you one last time. Before he finished speaking, Hilko found himself being controlled by a huge force again, and Vandal lifted his body up like a stick. I know a good private clinic. Bear with it. Carrying the 2 little girls who were suspected to be Wei and Jinx all the way, Lester returned to the Moonlight Tavern in the Black Alley. He found an empty room on the 2nd floor of the tavern for the 2 sisters to settle down. After eating something to fill their stomachs, the 2 children, who slept in a big bed for the first time, fell asleep in exhaustion. The next morning, when Viola and Bao were having breakfast, Lester found an opportunity to talk. Viola, Bom, besides your parents, do you have any other relatives in Zorn? No, there are only me and Bom. As he spoke, Bom's eyes turned red again, while Viola was enduring alone. So, what are your plans next? Lester sat on a chair and looked at the two little girls, thinking about how he should arrange for them. Since he had found them, Vi and Jinx didn't need to follow their original destiny. As for whether he could train Vi and Jinx to be independent heroes after losing the tempering of destiny, he couldn't guarantee it 100%, but at the very least, under his guidance, it was better than the two of them going it alone. But a forced melon is not sweet, and it's not certain whether the two girls are willing. Hearing this, the sensitive Bomb wiped her tears, glanced at her sister who was a little hesitant, and immediately looked at Lester, and panicked again in her heart. It can be seen that Bomb focuses on her sister Viola, so Lester looked at Viola. Viola, you are the elder sister. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father and an elder sister is like a mother. You now understand some right and wrong. The next path should be decided by you. I never like to beat around the bush. I will give you 3 choices. Lester raised a finger and said seriously. The first choice is to stay here and work for me. I will raise you sisters. The price is that you sisters will be marked by me for the rest of your lives. You can only be mine for the rest of your lives and can never escape. Bayo exhaled, his eyes full of expectation, but when Aole frowned, looking a little dissatisfied. Looking at the completely different expressions of Wendy Aole and Bayo with interest, Lester smiled and raised the second finger. The second option is that I will take you in for 2 more days to let you recover. Before the morning of the day after tomorrow, you two sisters will leave the Moonlight Tavern and find your own way out. No matter what the result is, I will not interfere in any way. The third option is that, if you are not sure that you can survive outside, I can find a Zorn person to raise you. In this case, you will not be completely bound to me and still have freedom in life. You will just still need to do some things for me in the future. After repaying the favor, you can regain your freedom and choose your own life. Make a decision. Aole. Time will not always wait for you. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. I will not bear any grudges against the two little girls. Don't worry about offending me. Aole, who was relieved, looked at her sister and saw pleading in her eyes. It was obvious that her sister wanted to stay here. To be honest, she didn't want to stay. She didn't want to make a hasty and irreversible decision before she had seen this world, especially when the other party offered limited conditions that could be called a slave treaty and looked so high and mighty, which was really disgusting. In the absence of any relatives, the third option is the most suitable for her. As long as she has a place to stay, she is confident that she can live with her sister in Zorn. If she were alone, she would definitely choose the third option without hesitation, but now she has a little sister, so she has to consider her sister's feelings. Bayo, how about we choose the third option? But, sister, brother is so good to us. Bayo's little face was puffed up with grievance. If we stay here, we will have no freedom and dignity. Dad and Mom said that people should live with dignity. Looking at Lester, who was smiling and did not want to explain, Wheeler sighed and became more certain that the first option was to become a slave. She could not help but persuade her sister earnestly. Such a treaty is no different from slavery. I heard that there are many slaves in Naxos. They have no freedom and their life and death are controlled by their masters. Bayo, you should consider the future path. You may not like it here, sister. I listen to you. Bayo, who had no opinion, was finally persuaded by her sister. The little girl lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lester. Brother, let's choose the third one. We can do things for you, but we must have the freedom to make our own choices. I'm sorry, please forgive my choice. I understand. Lester smiled, stood up, touched Aole's embarrassed little head, and comforted him softly. Don't apologize to me. I don't hate strong children. Although I feel a little regretful, I respect your choice. I will bring your guardians here in 3 days. Rest well in your room these days. Lunch and dinner will be delivered on time. Before I come next time, my only request to you is not to leave the room. Can you do it? Brother, please rest assured, we won't leave the room. Aole nodded with a red face, obviously shy about the sudden touch on his head just now. Lester laughed secretly. It must be nonsense to say that Aole didn't like him. Obviously, she had a good impression of him, but Wendy Aola still made such a decision. It can only be said that Wendy Aola herself is a child with an independent personality. Since it is her own choice, no matter what the result is, at least she will not regret it. In the Fulgrim Tavern, Sevika hurriedly found Vandal, who was sitting listlessly at the bar, and explained his purpose. What? The boss is looking for me? Vandal looked at the bandaged Sevika with a puzzled look. Did he say what it was? It was about two little girls. Sevika's expression was a little strange, and her eyes were full of suspicion and vigilance when she looked at Vandal, as if she was on guard against a scum who deserved to die. Boss, it's okay to mess with me, but you didn't secretly mess with little girls, and then the boss came to your door, right? This sentence made Vandal almost faint. Doesn't this woman have any trust in him at all? Bullshit. Who do you think I am? They are the two daughters of Slyri and Monica. After that day, I met the two children who were looking for their parents on the Sungate Bridge. I wanted to bring them back to raise them, but the boss took the children away before me. I thought the boss would raise them himself. Alas, as expected, how could such a big man adopt a child from Zorn? Sevika, where is the boss? Sevika, who was relieved, pointed across the street without any shame on her face. Rolling his eyes, Vandal hurriedly left the Fulgrim Tavern and walked towards the Moonlight Tavern. On the bartender on the first floor, Vandal found Lester, who was tasting red wine and watching the grudge fight. In the envious and jealous eyes of others, he approached the tavern owner who no one dared to approach casually. What would you like to drink? I'll treat you, Lester asked without turning his head. After hesitating for a while, Vandal did not dare to order something too expensive, so he asked for a glass of standard Ionian sake. Lester smiled at Vandal, bowed to the bartender, and put down his goblet. I know you know those two children. I want to entrust them to you to raise. What are your conditions? As long as they are not too excessive, I can satisfy you. Ahem. Vandal choked on his throat after taking a sip of sake and almost couldn't breathe. Anyone who has been in Zorn knows how heavy this sentence is. Boss, can I keep this condition first? No. Lester refused calmly without hesitation. Either mention it now, or don't mention it. Speaking of which, the parents of those two children died on the Sungate, and you should be responsible for it. Don't push it too far. Gritting his teeth, Vandal asked tentatively. Then can I ask what you think of Piltover and Zorn first? Lester finally turned his head, with a little more smile on his face, which made Vandal feel flattered. You fool, I asked you to make a condition, but you are trying to get me to say something? Haha, I'm just asking casually, don't mind it, big brother. Then I'll just answer casually. Lester picked up the wine glass and set his sights on the two Zorn people in the fighting field again. The unlimited fighting with fists and flesh was just the right side dish. Whether you are from the upper city or the lower city, the Empire values loyalty and ability. No matter what you do, as long as you don't stand on the opposite side of the Empire, and don't turn these two cities into a mess that can't be cleaned up, and too many people die, the Empire will not interfere with Piltover and Zorn. If Zorn can prove that it has the ability to be independent from Piltover, maybe in the future, there will be an Imperial governor named Vandal here. Okay, tell me your conditions, and get out of here quickly. Big brother, my condition is to let Hilko be the deputy governor. Is that okay? Come see me here tomorrow morning. After drinking half a glass of sake in one gulp, Vandal left with satisfaction. Chapter 764 A Glimmer of Light in Zorn. After living comfortably in the Moonlight Tavern for 2 days, Lester brought the two sisters to the door of the tavern and greeted Vandal. Viola, Bom, Vandal will be your foster parents from now on. Vandal, I don't need to introduce these two little guys to you, right? Vandal glanced at Viola and Bom with a gentle look, and nodded to Lester. Can I still bring Bom here in the future? When leaving, Viola was a little reluctant, and it was unknown whether she was reluctant to leave the food in the Moonlight Tavern. Noticing the little expressions of Viola and Bom, Lester smiled slightly, and pointed at the Zorn people in the tavern. Of course, but you are no longer my guests. You can't go to the second floor, and you can't get any special services. In other words, from now on, your status is no different from other Zorn people here. Okay, let's go, and find Vandal, if you need anything in the future. After that, Lester went up to the second floor of the tavern without looking back. Seeing this scene, Viola found herself a little sad. In the awkward feeling, Viola understood what it meant to be worried about gains and losses. Looking at Viola and Bomb, who were reluctant to leave, Fandle on the side was a little amused. Don't think about it. His background and status are simply not something we Zorn people can reach. It is basically impossible to meet him here. Speaking of which, I'm afraid you two are the first Zorn people to go to the second floor of the Moonlight Tavern. Let's go. Our home is the Fulgrim Tavern, not far from here. I have already made a room for you. The beds are all new. Following Fandle, Viola did not speak, but Bomb, who had been lowering his head, spoke. But, that big brother said he would support us for the rest of our lives. How is that possible? If he wanted to support you, he would never come to me. Noticing that Bomb and Viola did not seem to be pretending to be serious, Fandle was speechless. So, is it true? Since he is willing to take you in, why don't you stay? Bomb whispered, secretly glancing at his sister. It was my sister who wanted to leave. She said that we would not be free if we stayed, so my brother said that he would help us find someone to take care of us. Vandal finally stopped and sighed, feeling regretful. It was obvious that Violet's choice made the two sisters miss the opportunity to rise to the top in one step. No wonder Mr. Lester said that just now. You are really silly. Staying with him is the most free. You don't know what you have rejected at all. Forget it. It's useless to say these things now. With Mr. Lester's pride, such an invitation will only appear once. In the future, you should give up the idea of that. I will raise you up. Vandal, can't we regain his recognition through our own efforts? Violet, who was already a little regretful at this time, clenched her fists and looked at Vandal stubbornly. Instead of accepting charity, stand by his side with your own will and efforts. Isn't it okay? Okay, of course. After all, in this world, nothing is impossible, but this thing is a bit difficult. As for how difficult it is, child, let me tell you this. Vandal pointed to the outline of the mountains on the north side of Piltover. To the north of Piltover is the Grand Barrier. If you want to gain his approval through hard work, it is no less than climbing over the Grand Barrier alone, passing through a large area of human forbidden area, and reaching the Immortal Fortress. If I can do this, will he recognize me? Although the truth was too cruel, Fandle decided to use the truth to dispel Vile's unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. If you can do this, maybe he will look at you more, child. No matter good or bad on the road of life, everyone must be responsible for their own choices to the end. The eyes finally rotted, and it was painful and itchy, making people mad that they wanted to tear them out of their eye sockets. Hilko got up from the bed, turned on the light, and tore off the bandage wrapped around his left eye. Under the dim light, Hilko could clearly see that the bandage covered with green herbs was full of disgusting yellow-brown pus. The tears flowing out of the left eye were not tears at all. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hilko came to the mirror frantically, stretched out his right hand, and probed his left eye that looked like a rotten grape, gritting his teeth, and approaching it bit by bit. I'm going to dig you out. You festering, rotten thing. I'm going to dig you out. Stomp you hard. Don't think I can't live without you. The moment his fingertips touched his eyeball, a sharp pain came from his eye socket, and his fragile courage collapsed. Hilko screamed and retracted his hand, sweeping the things on the cabinet to the ground, smashing them to pieces. I can't keep it. I can't keep it. I have to dig it out. I have to dig it out. Someone who can help me dig out this hateful lie. Hilko fell to the ground, and the noise he made finally attracted other insomniacs in the factory. Pushing open the door, Singed came to the struggling Hilko with a syringe with a serious face, and injected the sedative into Hilko's arm. Under the effect of the sedative, Hilko, who was sweating and almost exhausted, finally regained some sanity. Silco, in fact, besides digging it out, there may be another possibility. Supported by Singed, Silco lay back on the bed, his hands and feet still trembling unconsciously, and his right eye wide open staring at Singed. Knowing that Silco was listening silently, Singed explained slowly. The concentrated solution extracted from the purple icon has undergone certain changes after being injected into the organism. Last night, I tried to extract, purify and dilute it from the experimental organism for the second time. I found that the mutagenicity of the old chemical solution to the organism was reduced a lot. At the same time, the new solution also showed a weak growth promoting property. I cut off the lower limbs of the experimental mouse and injected the experimental drug into the body of the experimental mouse. Although there were some deformity reactions, the broken legs of the mouse were healed, and it could even walk normally. Silco, I just made a suggestion. Whether to try to use the old chemical potion instead of digging out the eyes is up to you. Come. Silco gritted his teeth and spat out a word. In this word, Singed felt the courage to burn his boats. It seems that the pain of rotten eyes is more torturous than imagined. Wait a moment. Singed left the room, took a tube of all-chemical solution emitting lavender fluorescence, carefully extracted 2 milliliters with a syringe, and tied Silk's limbs to the sturdy bed legs with belts. In order to prevent you from hurting yourself when struggling, relax, Silk. Try to open your eyes. Relax. I won't pierce your eyes with the needle. Just drop a few drops of all-chemical liquid. Under Singed's guidance, Silk overcame the instinct to close his eyes with difficulty and let the metal needle of the syringe point to his eyes. As Singed pushed the piston, the sharp metal needle squeezed out a drop of dark purple liquid, hitting Silk's rotten and pus-filled left eye. The severe pain that even sedatives could not suppress came from the eyes. Silk hit the bedboard again and again with his body, and Singed stared at Silk's suddenly widened left eye without blinking, with a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The eyeball tissue is hardening, and the chemical solution is corroding the left face. The concentration is still too high. We need a neutralizing solution. He ran away without looking back. When Singed returned to the bedside with the neutralizing solution, Hilco had fainted. He used a syringe to drop the neutralizing solution on Hilco's left eye. The lesions on Hilco's left face were finally contained, and the purple capillary shrank back again. Did it work? It was the afternoon of the next day when Hilco regained consciousness. His hungry abdomen secreted acid, forcing Hilco to open his eyes and try to overcome the desire in his body to eat himself. What's going on? The distorted visual images made Hilco close his eyes instinctively, but he found that he could only close his right eye. His left eye did not listen to his command at all and was still wide open, projecting an extremely weak purple light into his mind. In the world of his left eye, his room was like a dark room without light. Only the faint purple light allowed Hilco to vaguely distinguish the general direction. My eyes don't hurt anymore. He came to the mirror, opened his right eye, and fixed his gaze on his left eye. No pus, no pain or itching. The eyeball was as hard as obsidian, and the pupil was as bright orange as a volcanic eruption. It was just like the eye of a cold-blooded animal. Something has changed in my eyes. He tried to touch his eyeball with his left index finger, and found that the eyeball was as hard as stone, and he didn't feel anything. But he could move this strange stone eyeball, and the orange pupil also shrank and enlarged under his will. Ah, you're awake. Just as he was studying the eyeball, Singed walked into the room with a lunchbox. Under the mutagenesis of the old chemical solution, your eyeball seems to have undergone some special changes. Can you tell me how you feel? He didn't say anything, but opened the lunchbox and stuffed food into his stomach. Seeing this, Singed waited patiently for he to eat. Silco, can you see with your left eye now? After Silco finished eating, Singed asked hesitantly. If my examination is correct, your left eye is more like a hard stone now. I can see, but I can only see a faint purple light. It doesn't hurt, but it's not under my control. I can't even close my eyes. Silco tapped the hard eyeball with his finger, gradually adapting to the strange feeling of a little purple in the normal world. But for me, the current situation is much better than directly digging out the eyeball and inserting a fake eye. It seems that the second generation solution you developed has indeed played some special role. Singed shook his head. It's not clear what the side effects are in the short term. It's best to observe for a few months. I only thought of using this method because your condition was too serious. Otherwise, with the medical skills of the Zorn people, I'm not sure if you can take away other things when you throw away your eyeballs. By the way, I'm surprised that you are willing to take the risk of injecting this thing. As long as it doesn't affect my brain, it's not a big problem. Hilco pointed to his head. This thing is destined to become a miracle that changes Zorn. If I don't dare to use it, why should I let others use it? Anyway, the current situation does look good. Perhaps in subsequent experiments, I should focus on the exploration of the second generation all-chemical solution. Compared with the first generation lichen solution, which is quite unstable, the second generation is more suitable for use on organisms. As long as the right concentration is found, and the neutralizer is prepared, the second generation all-chemical solution should be able to play a role in strengthening the body's functions in a targeted manner. It's a bit awkward to always call it all-chemical solution. You haven't given it a name yet, right? Singed was stunned for a moment and nodded. If there is no name, let's call it Glimmer. Although the light is small, it is enough to illuminate the whole of Zorn. Okay, let's call it Glimmer. Shaludich district, outside Singed's alchemy laboratory, Victor Darlant, who had been waiting for 4 consecutive days, finally waited for Singed, who was late. Why didn't you come these days? Some troubles happened, but fortunately, judging from the results, it's not too bad. Although he was a little curious about the troubles Singed mentioned, Victor also knew that some questions would only make people hate him, especially when Singed showed that he didn't want to talk more. It's useless to ask, so it's better to shut up. How is Leo? At least he's alive. Singed gave a very bad answer. When Singed opened the door of the alchemy laboratory, Victor followed him in with a cane. In the middle of the laboratory, Leo, with his eyes closed, was still floating in the quartz cover, with catheters inserted all over his body. At least Victor couldn't see any signs of alive. It seems that the all-chemical potion you prepared doesn't seem to work very well. To live is hope, and to die is to have no hope at all. After injecting the faint light into the bio-isolation hood, Singed turned around and looked at the grown-up boy with a complicated look. Victor, it seems that you came to see me this time, not only to know about Leo's situation. With a bitter smile, Victor slowly sat down on the stool. You can't hide anything from you. Actually, I have passed the exam of the Yodel Academy of Sciences, and will leave tomorrow. So, are you here to say goodbye to me? That's about right. You should know that I can't run back and forth every few days by looking at me like this. Victor shook his crutches and sighed. To be honest, I still don't quite understand why you can't accept Leo's death. I mean, even if Leo is in this state, he still has to keep his breath, so it's better to let Leo have a good sleep. Turning around, Singed no longer looked at Victor and was busy with the experimental equipment in his hand. You can't understand the feelings of others until they happen to you. No matter what, Singed, you are always my teacher. Victor made a rare joke. Maybe after I graduate from the Yodel Academy, I can save Leo. Yeah, no one can predict the future. Chapter 765 Era's Strange Dream. Langston Manor, a single-family villa. After a cheer, a young girl who was buried in her arms and acting like a spoiled child appeared in Lester's arms while he was reading a secret letter. The man gave a bitter smile and forcibly held Eri, who was sniffing something in his arms, next to the sofa. As expected, Eri pouted her lips openly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Eri, you are 12 years old now. You should know the difference between men and women, right? You still have to get married in the future. You can't always cling to daddy. Lululu, daddy, I don't want to get married. If I do, I want to marry someone as good as daddy. You have such high standards. Then you may have to be single for the rest of your life. Lester still has some confidence in how good he is. Of course, if Eri looks for a partner according to his standards, I'm afraid the Naxos Empire will have no successors. The girl has long black hair, white skin, beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and her facial features perfectly inherit the best parts of Lester and Lalita. At a young age, she has a beauty that can bring disaster to the country and the people. Now, she relies on the magic accessories that change cognition to let Eri live like a normal person. Otherwise, she will be missed by people on the street when she goes out. The days of a good baby are always short. The worried old father is also somewhat helpless about his daughter's early entry into the rebellious period. I don't know if it is because Era's roots come from him. Today's Eri is much more graceful than the model in the game. Only Hina and Miss Ha after semi-deification can compare with it. The most important thing is that Eri has not grown up yet. Coupled with this slightly lively temperament and fox-like wisdom, I really don't know how much trouble Eri will cause him in the future. In fact, Lester has already started to think about the candidate for a son-in-law, which is his biggest headache. Before Lester can continue to preach, Eri said with a smile, "By the way, Dad, Caitlin invited me to visit the law enforcement school tomorrow morning. Dad, do you want to come?" Caitlin seems to be looking forward to Dad going with her. "If Dad can go, you can get a small gift that I made carefully. Oriana doesn't have a performance tomorrow. Let Aunt Oriana accompany you. Dad hasn't accompanied me to play for a long time. Just agree to this time." Hearing this, Lester couldn't help but doubt Eri's motives for being cute. On weekdays, he didn't have any personal contact with the daughter of the Chillerman family. In this case, how could Caitlin have a relationship with him? Have expectations for him? Is it you, the little troublemaker, who is playing tricks? Let Lester scratch his nose with his fingers, and his moving eyes kept scanning Lester's body up and down, and Eri showed a cunning and charming smile. "I didn't say anything. I just said that Dad would teach Caitlin how to shoot." "What? Can't Dad use a gun?" Eri's words were somewhat suggestive, but the sensitive Lester frowned, feeling that something was wrong. It would be fine if it was other women who called him Dad, but in this world, he never had any ulterior motives towards Eri and raised her completely as his daughter and heir. He was not joking when he said he wanted to marry Eri off. After all, it was impossible for him to use the miracle tree to leave any bloodline in hundreds of years. The appearance of Eri was purely coincidental, and Lalita was nowhere to be found, so she could not be replicated at all. In his plan, by the time he defeats the astral spirit and leads the Narxan Empire to clean up all the mess in Runeland, he will probably have completely mastered the power of the world runes. He will definitely not stay in Runeland by then, and might be able to find a way to go back, taking Cinna, Mishra and others who have inherited the power of the astral god and ascended to the throne to have a look. As his only bloodline in this world, Eri will inherit the Narxan Empire, and Eri's descendants will naturally become the masters of the Narxan Empire. This can be regarded as a way to stabilize the imperial regime. Someone like Cinna, who has been the regent for hundreds of years, but has no interest in power, is rare in a million years. If someone else was the acting boss, he would have kicked him out long ago. If he left, Cinna would definitely follow him. Then who would be the one to take the throne of the empire? No one can be handed over to him. Apart from the Holy Emperor himself and his descendants, only the Dark Angel Cinna and the Seraph Mishra can convince the people. Everyone else will be overthrown by the Narxans with abundant martial virtues before they can even be emperor for a day. After Cinna put down her burden, a legitimate successor is an indispensable factor in stabilizing the imperial regime, and Eri is the priceless pearl that maintains the peace of the Narxan Empire for 100 years. Because of this, Lester has always been careful about how to get along with Eri, and has not done anything beyond the father-daughter relationship. He has instilled the correct father-daughter and marriage concepts into Eri. Since he was 6 years old, Lester has handed over Eri's daily life to the maid. The most intimate thing he has done with Eri is just hugging and kissing her forehead. And now, his precious daughter, whom he has always regarded as a treasure, actually made dirty jokes about his father in front of him? Could it be that someone has corrupted Eri without his knowledge, instilling these messy things into a little girl? For a moment, Lester, who had a stern face, felt an irrepressible anger rushing up to his head. Who taught you to talk dirty to your father like this? The originally warm atmosphere fell into an abyss in an instant. Lester rarely gets angry now, but the last time he got angry, Hiti City became a ruin and tens of thousands of people died. Ali, who had never seen the other side of his father, was frightened and stunned. Then tears could not stop flowing down, and he kept sobbing. No one taught me. Woo woo woo, wow wow wow. Seeing Ali's expression, that did not seem to be fake, Lester's face looked much better. As long as he did not make a mistake in protecting Ali, the problem was not big. I'm sorry, it's because Dad is too worried about Ali that he got angry and scared Ali. Don't cry, don't cry. He held Ali in his arms and coaxed her softly, wiping Ali's snot and tears with a handkerchief, and Lester put on a smile. Well, Daddy promises you to go to the law enforcement school to teach Caitlin how to shoot. Besides that, He also agrees to a request from Eri that is not too excessive. That, dear baby, can you tell daddy why you said such things to daddy? Did you learn it from some book? After several minutes, Eri stopped crying. Her body was still shaking, and her tearful face looked very aggrieved. Lester felt a little distressed, secretly regretting that he had just been angry with Eri, who was always obedient and sensible. Actually, I learned it from another me in my dream. After a moment of hesitation, even the knowledgeable Lester reacted to what Eri said, and then Lester's heart tightened. The arcane system of Runeterra is not just what the Empire knows. Lester absolutely believes that there are some beings in Runeterra that can quietly influence a person through dreams. Apart from others, Nightmare Morteng and Lily from the Hellplane can do this. Generally speaking, the invaders of dreams are not good birds. Since this has happened, it is necessary to give Eri a thorough checkup. I'm afraid I have to go back to the Immortal Bastion to find the Witch LeBlanc. Eri has grown up, and now she is in contact with the powerful people of the Empire. Otherwise, when Eri grows up, the identity of Princess of the Empire may not have such a great influence. Can you tell Dad what you dreamed about? Don't worry, Dad will never blame you. It seems to be a simple request that can't be simpler, but Eri blushed and curled up in Lester's arms and refused to look up. This made Lester more certain that Eri was not dreaming a serious dream. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Let's go now. Dad will find an aunt to give you a full body checkup. But Caitlin and I have an appointment to go to the law enforcement school tomorrow. Seeing Eri's embarrassment, Lester thought of a solution that was not a solution. How about this? I'll take you away after we visit the law enforcement school, but you have to promise me that an aunt will come to ask about your dream this afternoon. You tell her the details. She won't tell me about the shy things. Do you think it's okay? This time Eri finally nodded and reluctantly agreed. In the afternoon, Eri met Syndra, who came through the magic teleportation array. Eri herself has a perverted soul magic talent. In Eri's eyes, Syndra, who is naturally friendly to dark element, is equivalent to a moving dark element vortex that can tear her into pieces at any time. Syndra took Eri's hand and smiled kindly. Little Eri has grown up so much, it's our first meeting. My name is Syndra. I can be considered to have studied the field of magic, and I'm also one of your sisters. What a scary aunt. After carefully observing for a while, Eri gradually adapted to the concentration of dark element that almost suffocated her. She called her sister sweetly, making Syndra squint her eyes happily. The two beauties, one big and one small, chatted about family matters and became more familiar with each other. Sister Syndra, can I ask you a question? Go ahead, as long as I can answer it. How many aunts did Dad find for me? Also, who is Dad, and why are so many bigwigs in Piltover so respectful to Dad? It seems that the smart Eri has noticed the problem. Syndra said meaningfully. Eri needs to ask Dad about the latter questions herself. As for the former questions, if it's just about relationships, there may be thousands, right? It's not easy to count. Upon hearing this, Eri opened her mouth. Thousands of aunts? You know, all the law enforcement officers added up to only more than 500 people. Wouldn't thousands of aunts be more than law enforcement officers? She couldn't imagine what that scene was like. Dad was really amazing. He could handle so many aunts. Very satisfied with Eri's surprise, Syndra continued as if nothing had happened. Of course, there aren't many special aunts, only about a dozen. Anyway, you will meet them sooner or later, little Eri. Syndra rubbed Eri's face domineeringly, but in fact she was secretly using magic to check Eri's body. Syndra did not find any obvious signs of magic influence. Letting go of Eri's face, Syndra smiled. Okay, your dad is a playboy. Maybe he will find you a sister in the future. Now tell me about your dream. What embarrassing things did you dream about as a little girl? Oh, Sister Syndra, you really won't tell your dad? Really, every girl has her own little secrets, and no one can tell them except the best friends. Even sisters have such secrets. How about this? After Eri finishes, Sister will tell you her embarrassing secret, so you can rest assured, right? At this point, Eri could only obediently tell what she dreamed about. Since 3 months ago, I have often had a real strange dream. I dreamed of many very tall giants. They came from the place where the stars fell. They were surrounded by lightning and earth and rocks. They could trample many people to death with one foot. It was really scary. I ran and ran, and the giants chased me. Every time I was about to be trampled, another me would appear beside me, take me to a safe tree hole, and tell me many interesting stories. She didn't let me tell her father on my own initiative, otherwise she would never come again. I thought it was fun at the time, so I agreed to her. Syndra listened calmly, without any intention of interrupting. I asked her what her name was, and why she looked like me. She said she was me, and that I was the person she most wanted to be. I didn't quite understand what she was saying. Every time I asked, the other Eri would say that I would understand sooner or later, but it has been so long, and I still don't know what she is talking about. Noticing that Eri was a little disappointed, Syndra spoke. What's the relationship between the other Eri and your father? At this moment, Eri's ears and cheeks flushed, and she said hesitantly, maybe I asked too many questions. She got a little annoyed and started asking me about my father. I was worried that she would harm my father, so I didn't tell her, but she said that she knew my father better than I did, and that I was destined to marry my father and become his wife when I grow up. As she spoke, Eri's voice became smaller and smaller, and she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Syndra. For this matter, my father taught me that this was wrong. Then what? Syndra also became more curious. Then she taught me a lot of knowledge that only girls can master, saying that sooner or later it will be useful. I didn't want to learn, but she taught very seriously and said that this is the most sacred thing between lovers, and there is no need to feel ashamed. I accidentally learned bad things. As she spoke, Eri almost buried her head in her chest. So, what have you learned? Looking at the young lady who was related to the continuation of the empire, Syndra's voice trembled a little. Eri did not speak, but gently held Syndra's index finger. Chapter 766 Trip to Law Enforcement School. So, did Eri learn those things in her dream? Or did she learn them for me? That's absolutely right. If I didn't know that Eri was really the daughter of you and Vastayazaru, I would have suspected that you were behind it. Syndra didn't look like she was joking. Listening to Syndra telling him the whole story, Lester was dumbfounded. From the result, it seemed that he coveted Eri's beauty and secretly cursed Eri. To put it bluntly, with his own chaotic evil level, would it be necessary to go through so much trouble to attack Eri? Is it possible that Mordecai is behind it? Anyway, I don't sense any demonic or magical interference. Syndra shrugged. Otherwise, let Sister LeBlanc check it out. Lester nodded and said no more. In order not to worry Eri, Lester did not show any special attitude again. He attended the visit to the law enforcement school as scheduled the next day. This was a private visit from the Chillerman family, and the reception was Deputy Sheriff Grayson. Tobias, who worked as a law enforcement officer, deliberately changed into a handsome uniform. Unfortunately, Caitlin, who was inseparable from Eri, rarely paid attention to her father. In this case, Lester soon noticed the jealousy between the men, and even in daily conversations, there was a little more hostility. Captain Grayson, can we go to the shooting range today? I heard that Mr. Lester is proficient in rifle shooting, and today is a good opportunity for us to communicate. Hearing this, Grayson knew what Tobias was thinking. Speaking of which, she also knew some not so good inside information. Because of the implicit request of Counselor Cassandra Chillerman, Tobias, who worked in the law enforcement police force, had not performed any dangerous tasks. The most Tobias did was just shooting guns at the shooting range out of boredom, or taking a rifle to patrol the streets to satisfy his addiction. As a son-in-law of a wealthy family, Tobias did not have the courage to resist Cassandra. Under such circumstances, no one would look up to Tobias, who was a freeloader. Most of the law enforcement officers in the police force had no personal relationship with Tobias. They would just nod and say hello to him on weekdays. This was the case for the law enforcement officers in the upper city, not to mention the law enforcement officers who went in and out of zone all day and went through life and death in the lower city. Because of this, Tobias did not understand what the saying "never think of escaping from Mr. Lester's gun" meant. No one looked up to him, so naturally no one told him what a true legendary gunman was. I'm afraid only the dead zone thugs would understand how desperate they were. Until now, no one has been able to break the shooting record left by Lister. Those who can keep up with the speed of fire cannot shoot accurately, and those who can shoot accurately cannot keep up with the speed of fire. There has not been a second person in the police force who can fire a Mauser rifle with continuous firepower in all these years. And now, Tobias, who has heard a little bit of fur, wants to communicate with the sharpshooter on rifle shooting? To put it bluntly, Grayson can't afford to lose face as a law enforcement officer. Or maybe forget it. Grayson put on a smile and winked at the stubborn Tobias calmly. There are 2 little girls here. It would be bad if we scare them. How could Tobias listen to the advice? Officer Grayson, Caitlin actually invited Miss Allie to come here to see the guns at the shooting range. To be honest, since my daughter saw the Mauser rifle, she has been thinking about coming here to see it. Right, Caitlin? Aunt Grayson, we are not afraid of guns. Tobias was telling the truth. In this case, Caitlin would naturally not miss the opportunity to play with guns. However, this made Grayson a little embarrassed. When Grayson was in a dilemma, Lester came to the rescue in time. Captain Grayson, with us elders watching, it's good to let the girls see the rifles. Maybe these 2 girls have a talent for shooting? Tobias showed a satisfied expression. In this case, Grayson could only compromise. In that case, let's go and have a look. Led by Grayson, the 5 of them passed through the heavily guarded sentry post and came to the outdoor shooting range of the law enforcement school. Grayson winked at the law enforcement officers who were practicing shooting, and they quickly left, creating a relatively private space for the 5 of them. Otherwise, if Tobias got into trouble, it would be difficult to end. Instructor Sherwood, bring 3 rifles and 100 rounds of bullets. The person in charge of the shooting range was an old man with gray hair and beard. He was not tall, but he gave people a strong and powerful feeling. Sherwood glanced at Lester and the 2 girls, and said with a smile, "It's rare to have a strange guest come to play with guns. Grayson, do you need my help?" Grayson said seriously, "Let me introduce you. This gentleman's name is Lister. I think Piest should have introduced Mr. Lister to you." Sherwood didn't have much reaction when he heard the popular name Lister, but when the name Lister was combined with Piest, the old administrator stared at Lester like a soldier who had been in the army for 10 years and had never seen a woman and walked into a brothel. "So you are the Mauser death god. It's true that seeing is believing. After so many years, Mr. Lister is so young. It seems that Mr. Lister is indeed from Narxus, and only the magic of Narxus can do that." Lester also remembered the name of the instructor Sherwood, but he didn't expect that when they met under such circumstances, he would call him by a title that was so rustic that it was scumbag. If it weren't for the fact that the old man didn't seem to be mocking him, Lester would have had the urge to kill. These are all trivial matters. But what does this Mauser Reaper mean? Is it a title given to me by others? It's a nickname given to you by Piest and the others. Mr. Lister, don't worry about it. Seeing Lester's smile fade and frown, Grayson's smile was a little forced. Sherwood still revealed the things she had concealed for so long. This was also the reason why she didn't want to bring Lester to the shooting range. Her shooting skills were not bad, but if someone gave her a shitty name like Mauser Reaper, I'm afraid he wouldn't let her go easily. Taking 3 rectified guns and 2 boxes of bullets from Sherwood, Grayson first introduced the origin of the Mauser rifle to Caitlin and Eri. The Mauser rifle is the abbreviation, and the full name is Mauser RAM KB1 single-shot bolt-action rifle with reloading, authorized by Imperial Heavy Industries, and manufactured at the Piltover Gun Factory. Hearing the 4 words, Imperial Heavy Industries, several people looked at Lester at the same time. After all, the background of Mr. Lister came from the powerful empire in the north of the continent. Lester smiled slightly and said nothing. He couldn't say that the Mauser rifle was a work of Narxus 200 years ago, and it was brought out just to make Piltover willingly become an imperial colony. If Rune Continent was not really suitable for heavy industry, I'm afraid that Narxus could have used rockets to reach the moon. The rifle has a caliber of 6.8mm, an initial velocity of 400 meters per second, an effective range of 1000 meters, and a magazine that can hold 8 rifle bullets. When necessary, an optical sight, muzzle suppressor or flash suppressor can be installed. Of course, these accessories are extremely rare even in Piltover. Now, I will briefly show you the basic structure and use of the rifle. Lester silently watched Grayson patiently explain the knowledge of firearms to Caitlin and Ari, and was amazed at Grayson's understanding of the Mauser rifle. Tobias's eyes showed impatience. After Grayson finished introducing the Mauser rifle from beginning to end, Grayson loaded 8 bullets into the rifle, pulled the bolt to load it, and aimed at the target. The human-shaped steel targets in the shooting range are divided by 50 meters, ranging from the 15-meter human-shaped targets in the revolver practice range to the 800-meter targets for sniper rifles, so there is no need to worry about running out of targets to shoot. After 8 rounds of bullets were fired, starting with the 150-meter human-shaped targets, and ending with the 400-meter human-shaped targets, all the stationary targets fell with a sound, and every bullet hit the target. After Grayson put away his gun, Lester and Sherwood applauded at the same time. Ali and Caitlin, who reacted, hurried to follow suit, and Tobias shook his hand reluctantly. Captain Grayson's shooting skills are indeed good, but criminals will not stand there and take bullets stupidly. Knowing what Tobias wanted to say, Lester didn't want to waste time on these meaningless disputes, so he took over the conversation by force. Mr. Tobias, let's leave the time to the children. We old guys shouldn't get involved. Ali, Caitlin, Officer Grayson's guidance is very professional, but no matter how much you listen, it's meaningless if you don't practice it. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Officer Grayson. Officer Grayson, Ali and Miss Caitlin are bothering you. Oh, okay. Grayson stared blankly at Lester walking towards Sherwood, glanced at Tobias who was speechless, and had a better impression of Lester in his heart. She also hated trouble, and hated nagging men even more. He waved to the excited Ali, and smiled at Caitlin who was holding a rifle, and looking forward to it. Amid the laughter of the 2 little girls, Lester looked at Sherwood, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smoked one and handed it over. After taking it in his hand, and taking a look, Sherwood put the cigarette under his nose, and sniffed it hard. The smell of Old Bartow tobacco shop. It's not common in Piltover. Nodding, Lester took a cigarette in his mouth, and under Sherwood's reluctant gaze, he used a lighter to light up Sherwood and himself. Lester's eyes lingered on the base of Sherwood's right hand. It's best not to take cigarettes too seriously. Nodding without comment, Sherwood also began to puff. You should be glad that I'm not a smoker. I'm only saying this to you because you're not a smoker. Lester smiled. How long have you been in the law enforcement team? You must have touched a gun a lot. The little guys in the distance kept exclaiming under Grayson's guidance. Tobias, who was accompanying them and seemed to have nothing to do, occasionally looked at him, which Sherwood also found interesting. If the Mauser Reaper really compared guns with a little flower in a greenhouse, this Reaper would really become a joke. Sometimes when you meet a difficult guy, you should take the initiative to stay away. It's been almost 30 years. I've touched the gun more often than my wife, so naturally, the traces of time have been left on it. Sherwood smiled as he glanced at Lester's smooth hands, which were as smooth as a woman's. I don't hate these thick calluses. At least my hands won't hurt when I shoot. But Mr. Lee, you didn't come here just to avoid trouble, did you? The topic finally turned to the gun. When I was in Zorn, I happened to use the gun you calibrated. I was originally going to make some temporary adjustments, but I didn't expect that this gun would be better than the original Imperial Heavy Industries. I can see that you didn't just adjust the mechanical sights of the rifle. Unlike the Imperial Heavy Industries products, the barrel of the Piltover gun factory is slightly worse, and the bolt is not as smooth. These are all technical flaws. I want to know how you did it. I don't think you are a magician. Before answering this question, can I ask Mr. Lee a question? Ask. Throwing away the cigarette butt, Sherwood's expression became a little more serious. For the Empire, the Mauser rifle is something that was invented many years ago. Lester looked at Sherwood calmly without saying anything. Nothing special. I just want to know how big the gap is between Piltover and the Empire. If Mr. Lee doesn't want to talk about it, just pretend I didn't ask. Lester exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, when the strait was blasted, and the Zorn people were busy bidding for engineering teams to build the Sungate Sealock, the Empire just happened to be equipped with the second version of the Mauser rifle. In addition, the carbine type, sniper type, and naval type have all made great progress. How old is Piltover? The Mauser rifle is only a little older than Piltover. Sherwood was silent. The day when the strait was blasted, Zorn sank, and the seawater backflowed was Piltover's birthday. All Piltover and Zorn people will never forget that day. All in all, Piltover is now 206 years old, as long lived as Piltover's Yodel mascot. And now, Mrs. Piltover regards the weapons invented by the Narxan Empire more than 200 years ago as a treasure to dominate the world. Now I understand why the Parliament has never thought of rebelling, Sherwood said with a wry smile. Originally, I was thinking of going to the Narxan Empire to fire a few shots to express my dissatisfaction, but now I think about it, forget it. In fact, you can also go to the Empire to fire a few shots now, as long as you can prove that you are qualified. Lester stared at Sherwood intently. The Imperial heavy industry has never stopped the development and research of firearms, and there will never be too many talents. Of course, once you go there, I'm afraid you can't come back. Sherwood looked indifferent. It's nothing. I manually adjusted the barrel rifling, bolt and bolt. I'll write you a location. You go to that person and say you want to join the Narxan Empire and serve the Empire. Who are you? Just someone who can squeeze you into the Imperial heavy industry. Chapter 767 Imprisoning the Lord of the Emerald Territory. After a day, except for Tobias who was a little depressed, the others were quite happy. Eri, who was pretending to be worried, was fine. Caitlin completely liked the feeling of shooting and had the idea of joining the law enforcement team. No one knew what Lester talked about with Sherwood. They only knew that Sherwood, the old law enforcement officer who had been guarding the shooting range, soon submitted his resignation letter, left the law enforcement school, said goodbye to his family, and said he wanted to go out and have a look. Law enforcement officer Sheriff Morrison, who knew about this, was very sorry that the law enforcement officer had lost an experienced shooting instructor and gun maintainer, but then again, he had no reason to keep Sherwood, not to mention that the factor that prompted Sherwood to leave was the nobleman who pulled him to the position of sheriff. In the end, he could only stamp it and seal Sherwood's file in the police force. On the other side, Lester, who had finished his visit to the law enforcement school with Eri, put down his affairs and brought Eri to a source magic node located in the Grand Barrier accompanied by Syndra. The so-called source magic nodes refer to certain minerals, plants or special places that contain magic element that are naturally formed without human intervention. By engraving the rune array you need with magic crystals, you can save a lot of charging crystals when the array is running. It can be understood as the solar power station of Runeland. In order to facilitate travel between the two places, after Lester decided to take Eri to live in Piltover for a long time, the Black Rose Mage began to look for a suitable teleportation array construction point to see if he could find a natural source magic node. By chance, the mages found the Ice Element Crystal Cluster Cave on the magnificent barrier that no one had ever set foot on. In the cold, azure cave grew ice element crystal clusters that were generated by some kind of element mutation. The crystal clusters can spontaneously absorb and store ice element floating in the outside world for mana charging, and are natural magic storage devices. An element conversion array is constructed on the ice element crystal clusters to convert the natural ice element that cannot be directly used into a tributeless magic element that can be used by the space teleportation array, and then the rune teleportation stele is used for spatial positioning. The ice element crystal cluster cave becomes a space teleportation location that can be naturally charged, as long as the teleportation array and the teleportation stele are used in moderation. They can even be completely independent of expensive charging crystals. Note, charging crystals are extremely precious. They are made by the Great Wizard by extracting elemental magic and using the crystal secret method. Charging crystals contain a large amount of elemental energy, which can play a role in strengthening spellcasting or elemental energy supply, and are extremely precious. In order to ensure safety, the Archmage of the Black Rose constructed a breath shielding array, a detection array, a guard array, and an attack array at the location of the ice elemental crystal cluster cave, which can operate spontaneously to protect the location when no one is guarding. When Syndra came to Piltover, she took the teleportation array. Naturally, she had a magic rune ring for identification in her hand. Lester also had one, but Eri didn't need one. Holding her soul crystal ball, she followed the two into the beautiful ice cave and was dazzled by the sight. Dad, are there many such beautiful places in the Naxos Empire? With Syndra there, Lester didn't need to do anything. When Syndra controlled the teleportation stone tablet to locate the teleportation location, Eri shook Lester's hand, her face full of curiosity. If you don't count the artificial source magic nodes, there are only a dozen or so on the 3 continents combined. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered a lot. Lester stroked his chin and said seriously, there are actually quite a few magical places like this, but most of them have been destroyed by humans. For example, these ice crystal clusters can be collected to make magic equipment containing ice element, and can also be used directly as ice element charging magic stones. Even if the ice crystal clusters are left in their original state, it is easy to destroy them. If all the ice energy inside is drained at once, these ice crystal clusters will lose their ability to recover themselves, and this ice cave will soon become an ordinary quartz cave. So that's how it is. Eri nodded, as if she felt sorry for the destroyed source magic nodes. Lester agreed. For most mages who don't understand sustainable development, these places are like fast food. That is a waste if you don't eat it, and if I don't eat it, there will be others to eat it. They eat it whole, but the efficiency of using it is less than 1/10, which is really a pity. So, once a natural source magic node is discovered, the Empire will strictly protect it. Generally speaking, the Empire's use of these resource points is based on the premise of not destroying the resource points. Only in this way can it last for a long time. If there are no ice element crystal clusters, a large amount of charging crystals must be consumed to open this teleportation stele. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Empire has no shortage of magic resources. Every year, a batch of primordial crystals that can be used as magic sources are transported from the crystal scar of Shurima, saving a lot of trouble. At this moment, Lester was also very fortunate that he had reached a cooperation agreement with a crystal will in advance and mastered strategic resources such as primordial crystals. The teleportation stele has been activated. Teacher, Eri, we should go. Syndra's voice pulled the two back into the cave. Eri was surprised to find that the teleportation stele, which was dim just now lit up with deep blue magic runes. Under Lester's education, Eri found that she could actually recognize the functions and characteristics of most runes. When she thought that her father was so powerful, Eri was overjoyed and proudly raised her chest. At Syndra's instruction, Eri jumped into the teleportation array. Sister Syndra, how many teleportation arrays like this are there in the Empire? Syndra glanced at Lester, and after receiving the signal, she smiled and said, there are 28 secondary teleportation arrays, distributed in different regions of different continents. Secondary teleportation arrays can only teleport to secondary teleportation arrays. In addition, there are teleportation tablets like this one, which can teleport to secondary teleportation arrays with limited distances. There are not many teleportation tablets that can teleport across continents. There are only 4 of them at present. In the entire Empire, only Fidelitz, Starry Skygate, can include unlimited teleportation to any teleportation location connected to the star map. At present, the Empire has no special military action against the chaotic Shurima continent, so most of the teleportation arrays and teleportation tablets are on other continents. Not to mention the secondary teleportation arrays. As for the teleportation tablets, this one is considered one, and the other 3 are in Presidium on the Ionia continent, Ixorcan, the capital of Ixtal in the southeast of Shurima continent, and Freljord Frostgard Fortress on the Valoran continent. Amazing. Doesn't this connect all 3 continents together? You can go wherever you want. In the activated teleportation array, Lester smiled and held Syndra and Eri's hands, but he was thinking about the Hextech flying door that had not yet been born. It is true that they are connected together, but they cannot be used casually. The Empire has been studying a collective teleportation array suitable for large-scale Legion transfers. Unfortunately, the cost of casting is too high. Even with the magic resources of the Empire, it cannot afford the space teleportation of more than 100 people at will. After saying the last sentence, the three disappeared in the ice element crystal cave. Colorful magic lights flashed before his eyes, and there were some inexplicable low hums in his ears. Eri felt that his body was spinning all the time, and he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy, so he closed his eyes. Fortunately, he was holding Lester's hand all the time, so Eri didn't feel scared. When the strange feeling of space tearing and dizziness disappeared, Eri opened his eyes and suddenly found that he had come to a magnificent and holy hall. Looking up, he could see a deep and distant endless starry sky. For a moment, Eri stood there speechless. The architectural style and grandeur here are completely different from Piltover. If you have to make a comparison, it is probably even bigger than the difference between the Emperor and the beggar in the story. Welcome home, my daughter. Lester's smile was somewhat proud. Looking at the unusual Lester, Syndra unconsciously smiled. This place was built by your father. How about it? Isn't it great? The shameless Lester said shamelessly without conscience, and did not hesitate to put all the credit on his head. Until a short-haired woman in a dark purple court dress and a long-haired woman in platinum knight armor walked slowly from the side door one after another. A layer of fine cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead. In Naxos, he was not afraid of even the pale witch LeBlanc, but he was afraid of these two angels he had raised since childhood, especially the one who liked to act like a spoiled child with him the most. There is no way. He owes too much. He can't stand up straight. If he didn't have the credit of establishing the Emerald Territory, he would have been known as a gigolo. If someone told him that the Emerald Territory was built by Hina, he would have no way to refute it. Amazing. How did Dad build it? Can you tell me? Eri was immersed in Lester's shameless lies. She looked at her father with admiration, and her face gradually became more embarrassed. Standing in front of Lester, Hina sneered and glanced at Syndra, who bowed to her, and then glanced at the little girl Eri, who had her back to her. Her cold and sharp eyes fixed on the man, and added fuel to the fire. Yes, great lord of the Emerald Territory, tell me how this starry sky gate was built. I'm also curious about how a person who travels around the world to pick up girls can build a magical wonder in the air. Seeing that Hina was full of resentment and didn't seem to give him face at all, Lester could only look at Mishap pitifully. As for Syndra, didn't you see that Syndra, who knew who was in charge here, almost buried her head in her chest? In front of Cinna, the proud Imperial mage shrank his head like an ostrich. What can he expect? As for how this magical wonder that can connect to Runeland was built, you're kidding. He knows nothing. Now if anyone leads the way in Fightlit, they will get lost. Under Lester's aggrieved request for help, the heroic Mishap spoke up with a serious face to help Lester, which made things worse. Ahem. Archon, I now suspect that this man sneaked in under disguise. Otherwise we should detain him and torture him severely. Maybe he is a spy from the enemy country. Cinna sneered and nodded. My loyal knight, you are right. I don't think this man is a kind person. Then I'll ask you to help me deal with the garbage. Yes. I always felt that something was wrong with this situation. In my anxiety, I really couldn't sense any danger. I couldn't figure it out. Eri looked up at Syndra hesitantly. Syndra, who lowered her head and dared not move, just winked at Eri. Eri nodded in sudden realization, and the two cunning ghosts, one big and one small, smiled knowingly. After a long time, it turned out that the aunts were jealous. It seems that Dad is not that capable. Eri came to this conclusion. Lester didn't realize that his tall and majestic image in his daughter's heart suddenly became much shorter. Seeing that the two sisters were singing the same tune and forcibly sending away his old man who had run away from home, Lester became a little anxious. Hey, my two darlings, can we go back and talk about what we have to say? Let's talk about it here. Mishap, let me go. Are you really going to take me away? After the ruthless guard officer Knight Commander took the scum away, Cinna put on a gentle smile, nodded to Syndra, and pulled Eri, who was a little at a loss. Are you little Eri? What a lovely little beauty. Come on, Auntie Cinna will take you for a walk. This will be your home in the future. Sister Syndra, tell me about Eri's situation. Is there anything I can help with? On the other side, Lester, who was being held by Mishap, was taken to a room by Mishap in twists and turns. With a bang, the door was locked, and Lester was pushed onto the big bed. The cloth armor on his body was vulnerable, and was torn to pieces by the divine power. Lester curled up, and watched Miss Ha untie the magic armor with murderous intent, trembling. What are you going to do? Miss Ha, let's talk it out. Don't get physical right away. I'm afraid. I want to have a daughter too. Miss Ha sneered and bullied Lester into the prison. She slammed the cell door shut, causing Lester to gasp. This woman seemed to be making a fuss, but she was well prepared. You can have a child with Vastea Zairu, why can't I and Sinner? Lester tried to explain the complicated relationship between himself and the miracle tree. Eri's situation was just an accident. In the realm of the soul, we are just toddlers. I don't care. Miss Ha didn't listen to the explanation, but sped up with tears. Either you sit on the throne and be the emperor, or give me and Sinner a child. I can't watch Zaya's hard work fall into the hands of another woman. Lester was stunned, wiped Miss Ha's tears with his fingers, and worked harder. Give me some time. Don't try to convince us. Prove it with your actions. Okay. Chapter 768 The Cemetery of the Unforgotten. Eri stayed in Fidlit for 2 days, and dreamed about communicating with another Eri for 2 days, but she did not come to any conclusion. Sinner found many great wizards working in the Imperial Court to investigate Eri's strange dream, but the result was the same as Syndra's conclusion. The examination results given by the great wizards were all Miss Eri's dream was not disturbed by any factors. In the words of psychologists, the content of the dream is more like a kind of self-suggestion of the second personality. To put it bluntly, it is extreme further complex. As for why she can teach herself those taboo knowledge without a teacher, the great wizards can only be at a loss like Syndra. Maybe it's the same reason as babies are born to breastfeed, but babies breastfeed for survival. Is the knowledge of cleaning guns in Era's dream also for survival? Lester, who got this result, had no choice but to take the aggrieved Eri and the curious Syndra through the teleportation array and go directly to the Immortal Bastion to seek LeBlanc's help. For Eri, what she saw and heard during this journey exceeded what she had seen and heard in Piltover and Ionia combined. The customs and culture of the Narxan Empire made Eri unable to stop, especially after living in Fidlit for 2 days. From Sinner's attitude, Eri vaguely guessed Lester's identity. Because of this, Eri began to actively ask Lester for some common sense about the Narxan Empire and the Emerald Territory. After telling him that some information is confidential, Lester also told her everything about some not so important knowledge. This undisguised erudition made Eri more confident in her guess. Similar to Zorn, the underground city of the Immortal Bastion is also below sea level. The difference is that in the Immortal Bastion, except for those extremely vicious criminals and their descendants who voluntarily live in the dark alleys of the Empire, only the old nobles and the Black Rose Mage are qualified to live in the underground city. Accompanied by Syndra and Lester, Eri went down all the way and spent half a day to visit places other than the Imperial Alley. Eri was also full of regrets about the two cities, the Immortal Bastion underground city and Zorn, which had the same situation but different status. In the end, the three of them successfully arrived at the Black Rose Mage Academy and found LeBlanc, who was conducting experiments in the magic chamber. A skeleton was placed on the black magic laboratory table, and a mass of flesh and blood that kept twisting and wriggling was floating in the culture tank next to it, which looked extremely sad. Like the evil witch who controlled the undead in the legend, LeBlanc turned around and showed a kind smile to everyone. The sudden sense of oppression scared Eri so much that she hid behind Lester and dared not say a word. Lester didn't care about Eri for a while. He examined the skeleton and the activated flesh and blood. The man frowned and finally remembered the origin of the skeleton. I thought you were studying demonic power. Isn't this the remains of the mage named Mimi? Do you want to give flesh to these remains? What's the point? LeBlanc pursed her lavender lower lip meaningfully. Her eyes swept over Syndra, paused on Eri, and finally stopped on Lester's face, revealing an itchy mystery. Do you think I would do something meaningless? It's time to be a riddler in front of me. He winked at Syndra, and when Syndra took the initiative to block Era's sight with her palm, Lester stepped forward to hug LeBlanc, kissed her charming and evil purple lips lightly, and whispered in her ear, "Is there anything I can help with?" LeBlanc looked at the purple kiss mark on Lester's lips with a smile, and smiled and added a deeper kiss on the side of his cheek. I do need your help, but now is not the time. If I'm not wrong, you, a heartless man, didn't come to me just to reminisce about the past with me, your old lover, right? LeBlanc gently pushed Lester aside, came to Eri, bent over, and narrowed her eyes into a beautiful and dangerous arc. Sister Syndra, let go. Let me take a good look at this cute little guy. Syndra obediently put down her hand and nodded respectfully. Syndra still respected LeBlanc very much, not just because of first come first served. LeBlanc was her second magic teacher, and many secret magic knowledge was learned from LeBlanc at the Black Rose Mage Academy. Sister LeBlanc, hello. For some reason, in front of LeBlanc, Eri didn't even think of calling her aunt, as if this thought would lead to something extremely terrible. Sister Ha, the little girl is quite sweet. I like it. After straightening Eri's wrinkled collar, LeBlanc held Eri's warm little hand. Eri felt a cold and strange force coming from LeBlanc's cold and slender fingers into her wrist, and then traveling around her body. A natural spellcaster, a charming body, a soul strength that is no less than some mid-level demons, and the wild power of Vastaya Zyru, and TSK, it's simply the most perfect female body I have ever seen in my life. I want to give up my body. Hey, little Eri, can you trade your body to me? I will give you a new one, a body you can decide for yourself. In addition, I can agree to 3 conditions for you. Woo woo. Eri looked at Lester for help, and suddenly found that her father's face and lips were stained with the breath of a terrible woman, and she was stunned for a moment. Lester came over unhappily, and picked up the trembling Eri, and rolled his eyes at LeBlanc, not knowing that Eri was also rolling her eyes at him. Don't listen to her nonsense. Sister LeBlanc is joking with you. LeBlanc smiled slightly, stood up straight, and did not argue. I have also heard about what happened to little Eri. Since the conventional methods can't check the condition of little Eri, we can only use special methods. Is it dangerous? Lester frowned worriedly, and the man's attitude made LeBlanc giggle. Lester, other women are not as generous as me. Don't you have any self-awareness? Lester and Eri looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. What do you mean by self-awareness? LeBlanc waved her hands speechlessly. Forget it. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Don't worry, there is no danger. I just used my method to check Eri. Eri will stay at my place tonight. Is that okay? I'll stay too. You can't stay here. LeBlanc smiled and shook her head, her tone firm and unquestionable. If you don't believe me, you can take little Eri away now. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't come to you. But, can I know why I can't stay? After a little thought, LeBlanc became a little more serious. I'm afraid that, if you stay here, I won't find any results. If I'm not wrong, Eri's current experience has a lot to do with you. Sister Syndra can stay. You can find a place to spend the night by yourself. I don't think there is a woman in the academy who can refuse your bed. What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Knowing what LeBlanc meant, Lester put Eri down with a relieved heart. Listen to Sister LeBlanc. Sister LeBlanc is a good friend of Dad and will not hurt you. Eri glanced at the purple kiss mark on Lester's face and doubted the good friend her father mentioned. Eri understood everything. She just didn't want to say more. After Lester left, Syndra asked hesitantly, Sister LeBlanc, can I stay? LeBlanc pouted. You stay. He can be completely relieved if you stay. Humph, Lester, this little man only says nice things. When it comes to the critical moment, he won't believe anyone. Of course. LeBlanc, who was talking to Syndra, looked at Eri again and smiled slightly. This is enough to show how much Lester cares about little Eri. He can safely hand over all the underground power of the Empire to me, but he is unwilling to relax at all on the issue of Eri's safety. From this point of view, I admire him very much. After all, little Eri is too special. Little Eri, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Noxan Empire is more pampered than you. Even Sister LeBlanc is a little envious of such pampering. It's okay for Sister LeBlanc, but you have to be careful outside, so as not to be jealous of some jealous women. Sister Syndra, the detailed examination still has to be done at night, before going to bed. You take Eri to the next room to talk first. I still have some finishing work to finish here. I will come to you after I finish it. Even in the gloomy and dark Black Rose Mage Academy, there is a secluded place with bright sunshine, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It is completely different from the Black Rose Mage Academy. Sunlight is at all costs, and has never stopped supplying magic energy. It simulates the warmth of the sun with light attributed luminous pyroxene. The bird song comes from the beast guardian constructed by the magic circle. The fragrance of flowers does not require extra effort. Most flowers can be found in the Black Rose Mage Academy, such as Cemetery Lily of the Valley, Cemetery Purple Flower, Night Eggplant Flower, Spirit White Kite, and Death Rose. These plants related to the attribute of death are only related to moldy and rotten graves. They are the most common plants in the Black Rose Mage Academy. The Forgotten Cemetery, a sacred place where hundreds of spellmasters and professors of magic are sleeping. To be buried here, two basic conditions must be met. First, the identity of the deceased must be a member of the Black Rose Mage Association. Those who quit halfway or defected will lose their qualifications. Second, the deceased must have made great contributions in the field of magic. The so-called great contribution is not just as simple as creating a few new types of magic. The contribution must be transformative. The second one eliminated most of the members of the Black Rose Society. It was not easy to be buried in the Cemetery of the Forgotten. For Lester, this quiet cemetery had a special meaning because it buried many lost memories. Meredith, Tarina, Tally, and if you count Helena, a partner who was in cahoots with Lester and sold magic adult products all over the world, they could make up a magic table. Walking on the Bluestone Road divided by the black rose bushes, Lester slowly walked forward along the memory of the past and found the first old acquaintance. Staring at the cold tombstone, a serious and pure female face emerged in Lester's mind. Meredith, a not particularly beautiful Black Rose female wizard, once worked under Rose, the real clone of LeBlanc. She was attracted to him after beating him and served as his first magic enlightenment teacher. After fighting with LeBlanc, she became his right-hand man, the pioneer of Emerald Territory and one of the Origin Wizards. Until now, the Emerald Territory's Black Lightning Wizard Corps has erected a statue of Meredith. Meredith is not only the professor of fire witchcraft magic of the Black Rose, but also the founder of the Black Lightning Magic Corps. Her life can be said to be successful and famous. The only failure of Meredith in her life was that she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have fallen in love with, and she was alone until her old age. Lester also regretted it. For the first time, he knew that platonic love could also last for thousands of years, tormenting another person's soul so deeply. Even though I miss you 1,000 times in my heart, the person I want to see has become a cold tombstone in front of me. I can hardly say a word, just like a mute. After staying in front of Meredith's tombstone for a while, Lester wiped the dust off the tombstone with his hand and continued to move forward silently. The second acquaintance is called Tarina, a serious and old-fashioned rune magic researcher, a magic instructor with a black brush and 2 dark circles under her eyes, a strong woman who dares to confront LeBlanc face to face and steal men. Tarina is the only magic teacher Lester recognized during his study at the Black Rose Mage Academy after Meredith. She is also Lester's lover who broke the taboo between master and apprentice, and is both a teacher and a friend. In the eyes of others, Tarina is unkind, but actually a very lovely woman. She has spent a lot of effort on Lester. In the process of getting along, Tarina did not hide anything. Like an unreliable older sister, she fully supported Lester in the field of rune magic until he surpassed herself, allowing Lester to shine brightly in the Mage Academy and walk his own path in the field of rune magic. In Tarina's Mage Tower, Lester experienced for the first time what it felt like to have a sister who doted on him infinitely. That time was one of the most unforgettable memories of his life. The happiest thing every day was to use the big bag of gold coins given by Tarina to buy a basket of ingredients and make a table of delicious food for Tarina, who was not in good health and had a mess of living habits, or to carry the teacher who was disheveled after the laboratory explosion and throw him into the bathing pool as a diligent scrubber, and to carry the teacher back to have a good sleep when the teacher was dizzy. Until now, Lester, who cannot touch any element, still uses a lot of time and patience to study time magic, for nothing else, just to be able to break time and go back to the past one day in the future, hug the lonely magic explorer again, and tell her that I never wanted to leave you. Recalling the past, Lester finally wiped his eyes and smiled bitterly. Teacher Terina, I promised you that my achievements will always have your share. It was not until today that I understood the meaning of this sentence. I used to think that the achievements I made were for myself, but I didn't know that you are the achievement I can never pursue in this life. Lester said softly, running his fingers over the name Terina. Thank you for the magic in this world. Thank you for this world, for letting me meet you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 Scumbag, Get Back Here. Continuing forward, Lester came to Talus' tombstone again, bowed his head, and stood still for a while in remembrance. The first time he met the barbarian sisters was on the battlefield of Damo Plain. The Mostic barbarians gathered the barbarian forces and looters in the north and marched southward, attacking the immortal fortress in two directions. It was he who was ordered to take a group of disabled soldiers who could not fight, and a group of Roxxxy teenagers who were willing to protect Naxos with their lives to meet the enemy. First, he repelled the looters led by the headless bandits at the western foot of the Goral Mountains, and then he unexpectedly assassinated the leader of the Mostic barbarians. He took advantage of the chaos of the barbarian army, and led his army to defeat the barbarian army in one fell swoop, eliminating the crisis of the immortal fortress. If it were not for the achievements and reputation brought by this battle, it would be difficult for him to obtain a young and loyal army, and how could he defeat the Mombians, occupy the Nokmachi Plain, and establish the current Emerald Territory? It can be said to be a fateful encounter. On the night of the assassination of the barbarian chief of Mostic, he rescued the young barbarian sisters, recognized the two little sisters, and changed their lives. Sister Jis and Sister Tally have completely different personalities, but they are both smart, studious, gentle and kind. When they were young, they served as his maids. When they grew up, they became independent warriors. The barbarian sisters never stopped their forge ahead. Jis, who had no magic talent, learned swordsmanship, joined the Naxos Black Iron Guard step by step, and entered the battlefield. Finally, she grew into a female general who could stand on her own in the Emerald Territory arena. Tally, who had a magic talent, followed him closely and came to the Black Rose Mage Academy. She began to study as a magic apprentice. In order to find the magic that would make her sister live longer, she worked hard to become a great wizard who was proficient in curse magic and ancient ritual magic. As a great wizard, she became the mainstay of the Emerald Territory Magic Corps and the successor of Meredith. Time seemed especially ruthless to the barbarian sisters. Terry, who practiced magic, first lived for more than 200 years, and then used soul magic to avoid the messenger of the underworld by sending her soul to another place, and lived for another 100 years. After more than 300 years, Terry finally created the prerequisite spell of soul transformation. Soul transfer method, which can perfectly transfer the soul of a mortal to a magical medium, leaving enough time for the body to adapt. Jis, who had no magical talent, became an old woman at the age of 72. She rejected Terry's proposal to use ritual magic to extend her life by 30 years, and was willing to step into the grave and turn into a handful of yellow earth. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lester understood the pain of a black-haired person sending an old-haired person. Terry, who was still young and beautiful, held Jis's hands full of wrinkles and acne, and stared at the age spots on her sister's face. There was a gulf between the sisters that mortals could not cross. It was torture for both the elder and younger sisters. Now, the dead have escaped from the torture, but the living are still wandering in front of the tombstone, like lonely ghosts who can only live in memories. The magic knowledge possessed by the Naxos Empire is enough for mortals to easily have a lifespan of 200 years. If they are willing to accept deep transformation, they can have a lifespan of more than 500 years. Demon transformation, magic crystal transformation, soul transformation, flesh and blood transformation. There are all kinds of means, but what's the point? People in the past can't come back after all. The grave of the last old acquaintance is in the corner of the cemetery. Every time Lester has to walk a long way to find this nameless grave. Sometimes, Lester will mistake this nameless grave for his own grave. Lester had heard from LeBlanc that Helena had asked the Black Rose Mage Academy to bury her in a secluded place after her death. No one knew why Helena, who had reached legendary status in flesh and blood magic, would do this. Only Lester could probably guess some of Helena's thoughts. Perhaps the woman wanted to engrave Lester on the tombstone, but she was not so willful because of his feelings. Lester could only express regret for this unclear fate. Helena was like a female version of him, bohemian and free and easy. He remembered Helena's help to him. If it weren't for Helena's scroll, it would be difficult for him to find Omikaelen hidden in the spiritual maze. In that case, he might have taken another difficult path. The man left a white flower in front of the nameless tombstone. After you died, a man discovered a flower that glows at night in the crystal lake of Odeon Canyon. Far away from the hustle and bustle, it bloomed alone by the starry lake, swaying and dancing in the breeze. The man called the luminous flower that had never appeared in the world Starlight Helena. Everyone was intoxicated by the beauty of Starlight Helena, but no one knew that Helena was actually the other side of the man. Sometimes I wonder, if I had discovered the Helena flower earlier, could I invite you to go to Crystal Lake to see that magnificent scenery on Earth? A cool breeze blew, and Lester took off the wine jug from his waist, shook it at the nameless tombstone, and grinned. If we can meet again, I will definitely buy you a glass of wine. We can't be husband and wife, but maybe we can be best brothers. Sister LeBlanc, how is it? Eri has fallen asleep. Sindra stood by the bed and asked a little nervously. LeBlanc, with a serious face, held a strangely shaped staff that looked like a plant-shaped human brain and shook it over Eri's head. After the light blue magic glow dissipated, LeBlanc handed a magic sachet to Sindra. Put the soul-soothing sachet next to Eri's mouth and nose. Next, I will cast a soul-calling spell and try to talk to the other consciousness in Eri's body. Okay. Sindra took the sachet, picked it up, and hung it on Eri's face. LeBlanc, who was ready, took a deep breath, silently recited the spell, and began to cast the spell. The dim staff glowed again, covering Eri's body. In the silent room, Sindra could hear LeBlanc's slightly disordered breathing, as if this soul-calling spell had caused a great burden to LeBlanc. Fearing to disturb LeBlanc, Sindra dared not speak, but waited silently. After about 10 minutes, the sleeping Eri finally responded. Eri opened her eyes, and her black eyes had turned into golden animal pupils. Even the Vastea bloodline suppressed by the magic accessories began to stir, and soon grew golden fox ears and a foxtail. Sitting up, Eri used her hand to open the magic sachet, and calmly glanced at LeBlanc, who was sullen, and Sindra, who was a little surprised. Her cold and sharp eyes finally fixed on LeBlanc, and she spoke first. Are you the Pale Witch LeBlanc? You are more difficult than I thought. Hearing the unknown consciousness say her name, LeBlanc smiled slightly. I'm LeBlanc. Since you are out, why don't you introduce yourself properly? I'm Lalit, or the other half of Eri's consciousness. The golden-eyed Eri said lightly. I didn't intend to hide myself, but I'm still surprised that you have such a method. You are worthy of being the deceiver that Lester has always been afraid of. Deceiver? So that's what Lester called me in private? Haha, this title is quite suitable for me. LeBlanc chuckled nonchalantly. Lester said that he and you gave birth to Eri with the help of the miracle tree of the Emperor Willow. After that, they went back to Omikaelen to find you, but you had disappeared. It turned out that you were hiding in Eri's body. What a good method. Tell me, what's going on? What is your purpose? I heard that there are some ancient magics that can allow the soul to take over the body. Could it be that you wanted to occupy your daughter's body from the beginning? Hearing this, Sindra's face changed slightly. If it was really like what LeBlanc said, Lalit was too cruel. She didn't even let her daughter go for freedom. Faced with the hostility that was almost exposed, Lalit sighed calmly, and there was a little regret in her eyes. If it's as simple as you say, it's a good thing. Where do you think Eri's twin spirits mainly come from? Seeing that there seemed to be some hidden meaning in Lalit's words, LeBlanc's hostility was slightly reduced, and she hesitated for a moment before speaking. Half came from Lester, and the other half, naturally came from you. With the help of the miracle tree to nurture the flesh, the spirit and the flesh merged, and Eri was born. That's right, but it's not accurate. Lalit pointed at herself. Now Era's appearance is almost completely inherited from me, not a handsome boy like Lester. This is because the components of the twin spirits mainly come from my soul, and the physical form is naturally a female Vastea fox, not Lester's wolf. Most importantly, I'm the guardian tree spirit of the miracle tree. If Eri wants to be born, she must have a part of me. If I refuse to integrate into Era's soul, Era's fragile soul will soon die. Creating life is the domain of God, and my appearance is the result of offending God. In other words, you are now using your soul to complete Era's soul, and it is gradually dissolving. Lalit didn't speak, her expression was calm. Syndra and LeBlanc looked at each other, both with complicated expressions. You didn't want Lester to know this, and you didn't want to hide it from that man, and you didn't want Eri to know that she had a mother who died for her, so you stripped Eri of her memory of Lalit, and came up with a way to communicate with Eri in the conscious world, to speed up the fusion of souls. Am I right? This is the best way I can think of. As for why I taught Eri to like his father, Eri said she was my daughter, but in fact, it was another me that I separated with the help of the miracle tree. I like my own man. What's wrong with that? Syndra and LeBlanc were silent. They couldn't find any reason to refute. The long life and enjoyment made Vastea Zyraui's ethics very distorted. Zyrau in front of them found the most impeccable reason. She taught herself to clean the gun, almost angered her man, the father of her child, to death, and found other lovers of her man to complain. But they really sympathized with her. Well, any normal person can't think of such a bloody and brain-dead plot. The three women were silent for a long time, and it was the knowledgeable LeBlanc who took the lead in breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Lalita, have you ever thought about talking about this problem and finding a way to solve it? Do you think that Lester will appreciate it if you bear it all alone? LeBlanc looked at Syndra, who shook her head vigorously without hesitation, expressing her strong agreement. Lalita smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking lonely. It's useless. Now my soul and Era's are inseparable. Either Era's soul devours my soul to complete itself, or I tear Era's soul apart, absorb Era's soul, and occupy Era's body. Other than that, any method of stripping the soul will kill both Eri and me. I just didn't want Lester to make a choice, so I came up with the idea of disappearing and let Lester suspect me. You'd better keep it secret for me, and don't tell Lester about me. I know that I have caused trouble for you and Lester now. From now on, I will no longer interfere with Era's education. You can find an excuse and say that you have expelled me. I promise that Eri will not see me again in her dreams. When Eri gives birth to the nine-tailed fox, I will be completely dead. At that time, you can say that all this is my conspiracy, and that it was Lalit who wanted to occupy Eri's body, and was finally defeated by Eri. Lester will only feel very happy. At that time, Eri absorbed my soul, gained my emotions and knowledge. Lester would believe this statement. That is a perfect result, that no one would suffer. As for whether Eri would fall in love with his father, this is not something I can control. But, why don't you think about yourself? In the unspeakable heaviness, Syndra sniffed and whispered, maybe the teacher has a way. He always has many ways. Maybe you should try to believe him. This time, Lalita did not speak, just lowered her head and remained silent. The long time has long made her enthusiasm die. If she had not met Lester, she would still embrace death with joy and face nothingness calmly. But now she has someone she likes, the fruit of love, and the joy of family is in front of her, but she can't be with him. In this world, no mother would willingly accept such a result, right? LeBlanc patted Syndra's shoulder viciously, took out the momentum of a big sister, and made up her mind, gritting her teeth. Okay, don't say anything more, Sister Syndra. That bastard is in the cemetery of the forgotten. Call him over now. Sister Lalit, since that bastard dared to leave so many romantic debts, he should be able to pay them back. Why should you bear all of this alone? I'll go right away. Syndra ran out of the door in a hurry and even forgot to take her beloved staff. Chapter 770. There is only one way. I had planned to stay in the forgotten cemetery for a night, but Syndra brought the worst news. Syndra explained the seriousness of the matter concisely, and Lester's face changed. He no longer had the intention of drinking to relieve his sorrow. The two of them were silent all the way and soon returned to LeBlanc's magic laboratory. At this time, LeBlanc had stopped casting spells, and Eri returned to her original state and slept peacefully on the bed. I also thought that Lalita's disappearance was related to Eri, but I didn't expect Lalita to merge her soul into it. Lester, I can slow down the speed of Lalita's soul dissipation, but as for how to deal with the twin spirits that have matured, I have no way. Even the ancient magic books have not recorded how to deal with the souls mixed by the miracle tree. I wonder if you have any good ideas. LeBlanc's words were sincere, and Lester knew that the deceiver wanted to help Lalita from the bottom of her heart. I can only think of one way. Originally, this matter would not be so urgent. After all, the power of the Empire has not reached its peak yet. Lester took a deep breath, his tone a little cold and hard. The wool comes from the sheep. Collect the seeds of the Imperial Willow and let Ivan revive the Imperial Willow. Eri's problem can be solved naturally. But I remember that the teacher said that collecting the seeds of the Imperial Willow is almost impossible. Syndra looked at Lester with a worried look. In fact, it can be done, but there is a prerequisite. Lester said in a deep voice. Break through the rune temple under the forbidden magic stone forest of Demacia and control those world runes. At this point, only the power of the runes can give me the power to find the miracle seeds, and doing so means that we will go to war with the Protosyndaries. Runeland is likely to break out into a full-scale war, not from the mortal kingdom, but from the extraordinary forces. In Lester's words, it is obvious that Demacia is not taken seriously. In fact, the current Naxos Empire does have the strength to crush Demacia. The premises that the Protosyndaries don't come to make trouble. Even though Lester has already instigated Jiao and Liang to rebel, the power of justice, curiosity and Twilight should not be underestimated. This is not counting the legendary wizards and legendary warriors living in the astral plane. The Raka people who climbed Mount Targon and were chosen are no good. Even if they are not chosen by the Protoss to be human vessels, they will ascend to the astral plane and be trained by the Protoss to become the guardians of the astral plane. God knows how much foundation the astral plane has accumulated over the years. So, are we finally going to start the final war? LeBlanc's expression was also very solemn. She had already known the relevant information about the extraordinary forces in Runeland shared by Lester. She knew that in addition to the king of the underworld Mordekaiser, there were also outer gods, Protoss, the sleeping Shurima Empire and the void forces in Runeland. Today, the Naxos Empire has grown into a behemoth, and every move is provoking the nerves of the entire Runeland. Even if it has slowed down the pace of eroding Ionia, the Naxos Empire still attracts a lot of hostility. Everyone is afraid of it, and they wish that the Naxos Empire would disintegrate as soon as possible and return a peace to the world. If Lester wants to get involved in the Rune Temple of Demacia, the Empire will inevitably go to war with Demacia, and the Protoss behind Demacia will definitely not sit idly by and watch Lester gain the power of the World Rune. At that time, there will be no other way out except to fight to the death. It's okay not to do this, unless I'm willing to watch the idiot Lalita sacrifice herself. Whether it's losing Eri or Lalita, it's not the result I want. The man's tone returned to calm, but LeBlanc and Syndra knew that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Didn't they fall in love with Lester because this man is always worthy of reliance? LeBlanc, I'll leave Eri to you first. Please buy me some time. Don't worry, Eri is left to me. Syndra, you come with me. After getting LeBlanc's promise, Lester glanced at Syndra and turned away. At this moment, the man who wanted to accompany his daughter to grow up happily has transformed into the supreme ruler of the Empire. LeBlanc, who knows men best, knows that war is coming. Naxos calendar, 978 AD, late autumn. The Imperial Cabinet held an emergency meeting. Countless messengers and scouts rushed away from the Immortal Bastion. One after another, urgent secret letters were handed over to the allies of the Naxos Empire. The Runeland was instantly filled with gunpowder. In the frost-girded fortress of Freljord, Lysandra froze the secret letter into powder and issued an order to send troops. The Frostgird warriors and Frostgird witches formed a delegation and began to integrate the scattered forces of Freljord. Soon, the Avarosa tribe and the Winterclaw tribe, which were relatively close to the south, received the assembly order from the Frostgird fortress at the same time. The order was simple and overbearing. All the rebels would be found to come to the frost sacrifice to freeze their lives. Even the tribal war mothers were no exception. Under the absolute order of the Ice Witch, Freljord finally achieved equality for everyone. The Avarosa tribe war mother, Glenna, who was about to lead the tribe to the depths of the snow-capped mountains to find the throne of Avarosa, had to stop and find the sister tribe Winterclaw war mother Gorgia. When the two war mothers put down their weapons and whispered in the tent, the 8 war mothers from different tribes were naked and glared at each other fiercely. Why did the Ice Witch issue such an order? Glenna, who was forced to interrupt her plan, was worried. Kogia, who had to give up her search for her husband, was not much better. The two strong women looked at each other with a sense of sympathy. The Frostgird clan has not interfered in the disputes in Freljord for 800 years. The last time the Frostgird clan organized an assembly was to fight against the god of thunder. When she said this, Kogia was shocked. Could it be that the bear god Volibear has launched a war of faith again? The so-called War of Faith is a war of tribal extermination launched by the bear priests, the followers of Volibear, against the ordinary Freljord tribes. The bear priests, the followers of Volibear, have always been one of the disasters of Freljord. The bear priests who believe in the cruel old gods like to kill people and eat meat, peel skins and drink blood the most. The bear priests have the terrifying power of shaman orcs. The best bear priests can even transform into thunder man-eating violent bears to kill as much as they want, using death and cruelty to please the Lord of Thunderstorm. For the followers of Volibear, only the Freljord people who are willing to follow them into the tradition of cannibalism are their own people, and the others are weak pagans, and pagans are used to eat and drink. Every war of faith is a disaster for ordinary Freljord tribes. Large tribes with true ice weapons are fine, but if there is no help from the Frostguard warriors, small tribes are simply meat on the chopping board of the bear priests. But I have tested the Frostguard messenger. This time it is not the disaster of the bear god, and there is no thunder in the sky. It seems like that legend. Glenna's frown made Kogia's face look even worse. There are many ancient nursery rhymes in Freljord, some of which talk about the grievances and hatreds of the 3 ice sisters in ancient times. The most terrifying thing is nothing else but the terrible thing suppressed under the Frostguard fortress. Glenna and Kogia don't know what the disaster under the Frostguard fortress is, but they know that the disaster that even the Ice Witch needs to gather strength is absolutely a disaster for them. It is very likely, from the attitude of the Frostguard messenger, the Ice Witch is serious this time. Glenna, what are your plans next? Facing Kogia's question, Glenna smiled bitterly. What else can we do? The throne of Avarosa is out of the question. We can only obey. That's right, but it's good to join the assembled army together so that we can take care of each other. The two women were silent for a while, and just when they heard a little noise outside the tent, they exchanged glances, both feeling a little helpless. Kogia originally wanted to find the heart-stealing thief Yudi to renew their relationship, while Glenna wanted to find the lost throne of Avarosa, obtain the true ice bow and gain the title of queen. But at the most critical moment, the envoy of the Frostguard clan came to the door with a dead face, which really sees the best opportunity. If it was a step later, the Winterclaw tribe would be leaderless, and the Avarosa tribe would not even be found. Not knowing that her mother was very sad, outside the tent, under the doting gaze of the Blood Alliance, the silver-haired girl named Ash, and the white-haired girl named Sijuani, quietly squatted at the door of the tent, and eavesdropped with their ears erect. It seems like there is a big problem. Your mother is unhappy. Little Ash stared with her cute big eyes, while Sijuani, who was half a head taller than her, scratched her head. Both your mother and my mother are unhappy. What should I do? I don't know. Under the question of Little Ash, Sijuani shook her head blankly, looking a little hesitant. Every time my mother is unhappy, she will find her Blood Alliance to have sex, and then she will be even more unhappy, and then she will start to talk about Yudi's father. Maybe your mother can also use the Blood Alliance to become happier. Little Ash lowered her head a little disappointedly. Every time my mother finds the Blood Alliance, she will ask me to hide far away. Sister Sijuani, what does Beji mean? Scratching the back of her head again, Sijuani thought for a while, and then made a fist-shaking gesture to the embarrassed Blood Alliances of the War Mother behind her, with a serious face. Wrestling. They are wrestling. Mom is very strong, and she knocked them all down after a few collisions. Only Yudi can knock Mom down. When I grow up, I will also find a man who can knock me down as my blood ally. The Avarosa blood ally, who had been listening to the two innocent girls talking, covered his mouth and laughed secretly, while the Winterclaw blood ally had a sullen face and muttered something, and it was unknown whether he was cursing or scolding some unlucky guy. So they are fighting. Little Ash looked at the uncles who covered their mouths and laughed secretly, thinking, no wonder Mom only looks for a blood ally once a month. It turns out that the uncles are not good enough. They can't even beat Mom. Mom is too lazy to fight with them. Hearing this, the smile of the Avarosa blood ally froze on his face, and he almost vomited blood. This time, it was the Winterclaw blood ally on the other side who started to wink. I can't hold on for long, and I'm not as strong as you dear, but it's better than you guys who are widows, right? As a result, the eyes of the two waves of blood alliances became unfriendly, and they didn't care about taking care of the two cute little guys who spoke without restraint. The two gangs began to pick quarrels and bumped each other with their strong chests. Little Ash and Little Sejuani watched with relish. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? What, do you want to fight? Let's do it. Am I afraid of you? When the two war mothers finished their discussion and walked out, several energetic men were lying on the ground, and most of them were from the Winterclaw tribe. After taking a look, Kojia's face was a little embarrassed. He was outnumbered, and still let several people go. No wonder they were all Silver Spear Candleheads. If UD was here, he could knock down the men of Avarosa by himself. Enough. Aren't you ashamed? Go back. You have so much energy, put it on the battlefield. Until Kojia left with her men, the Blood Alliance of Avarosa didn't know whether the battlefield Kojia was talking about was a battlefield or a battlefield. In the eastern rainforest of Shurima, the elemental kingdom of Ixtal, the throne of Ixogan, the contemporary queen of Unalay, Isadilla, closed her eyes solemnly, digesting the news from the elemental crystal. It was not until 5 minutes later that Isadilla opened her eyes and looked majestically at the ministers under the throne. The sovereign has sent a message of preparing for war. My ministers, tell me, are we ready for war? Reporting to Her Majesty, we have the most powerful Yuntal and the great elementalist Sandurkus. No matter who it is, we are ready for a war. But Her Majesty, do we really have to listen to those Narxans? The person who spoke had a proud face, and from his attitude, he didn't take Narxus seriously at all. Yes, Queen, since the Narxan Empire is so powerful, why don't you let them bear the war themselves? In my opinion, we might as well continue to gather strength in Ixakan, and wait until the day when, Vidalian, note, Ixtal's national treasure, the Axiom Weaver, is completely transformed. Our army can be teleported from Ixakan to any part of the world. By then, the brave Yuntals can conquer the world with the elemental magic weapons in their hands. What is Narxus? The second person who echoed was even more arrogant. Two idiots. I think you want to bring disaster to Ixtal. You want to humiliate Her Majesty the Queen. Why did the Narxan Empire only arrange a dozen envoys in our kingdom? Don't you understand? With the way the Narxan Empire treats traitors, once you know that we choose to pretend to obey but secretly disobey, can you still keep your heads? The third voice stood on the side of the Narxan Empire, but unfortunately the voice was quickly drowned out by more people with different opinions. Queen Isadilla, who had originally wanted to discuss the results with her ministers, also dozed off when she saw this and left lazily in her sedan chair. You guys discuss it here first, and then let me know the results. Chapter 771 Jarvan 3 wants to curse. The capital of Demacia, the Deben Palace. Jarvan 3 put down the diplomatic letter in his hand with an unpleasant look on his face, and looked at the Narxan envoy under the throne, who dared to be angry, but dared not speak. The king lowered his head, and winked at his staff with a sullen face, and the staff said with a forced smile, regarding your country's request, your majesty still needs to discuss with the ministers of the kingdom, before giving a reply. Otherwise, the envoy will take a rest first. When there is a result, we will naturally invite the envoy to a banquet. How about giving a reply? It seemed that he knew that the letter he sent was equivalent to trampling on the face of a country. Facing the Narxan envoy who might change his face at any time and bring him a disaster of killing, he did not have an arrogant attitude, but instead comforted him in a deep voice. His Majesty Leicester told me, before I left, that I must convey what I should say to His Majesty Javan, whether I live or die. Could you give me some time? When I have finished speaking, whether I'm killed or cut, I will have lived up to His Majesty Leicester's trust. Javan III said coldly. Go ahead. I also want to know what other instructions the always domineering Holy Emperor has for a small king like me. The envoy said calmly, not caring about Javan III's sarcasm. His Majesty Leicester said in person that Demacia and Naxos have a long history. They have been friendly neighbors since ancient times. Even if there are some minor frictions, both sides have always restrained themselves. The two countries are not enemies, and there is no need to become enemies. In the future, they can become the closest allies. His Majesty Leicester means that, if His Majesty Javan agrees to the conditions in the letter, His Majesty Leicester is willing to marry Demacia. When the two countries marry, Demacia will become a country within a country in Valoran, enjoying absolute autonomy on the current territory of Demacia, referring to the west of Greenfang Peak Eternal Peak, south of Eurus Mountains, and north of Silver Mountains, the west coast of the Conqueror's Sea. At that time, the ruling status of the Lightshield family will be recognized by the Holy Emperor. Hearing this, Javan III, with a cold face, couldn't help but hold his breath, and was slightly moved. Speaking of it, what is recorded most in the family biographies of the Lightshield family is not the affairs of the Lightshield family, but the humiliation that Demacia suffered from the Naxan Empire, and the expectations for future generations, hoping that the descendants of the Lightshield family can stand up and bring down the Naxan Empire, which can be regarded as a way to vent their anger. From 900 years ago to today, the Lightshield family has been most worried about the increasingly powerful neighbor to the east. This neighbor has never been content, and has been keen on expansion and conquest. From the founding of the country to the present, there has not been 100 years of peace. They are either at war, or on the way to war. In addition, there are many talented people, including the immortal Lord of the Emerald Territory. Now the Naxan Empire is the undisputed overlord of the Valoran continent. Even Ionia is being eroded by the Empire, and will sooner or later become the Empire's back garden. All along, Javan III's fathers have been most worried that the imperial power of the Lightshield family will end in their hands. But if it is really as the imperial envoy said, the Holy Emperor is willing to recognize the status of Demacia and guarantee the Lightshield family's generational rule. In that case, Javan III can be regarded as having fulfilled the wishes of his fathers. There is no need to fight, and there is no need to worry about losing. With the size of the Holy Emperor, once the covenant is signed and announced to the world, he will never easily tear up the treaty and attack Demacia. Now the Naxan Empire is too powerful, suppressing the entire Valoran continent like a god. Any small tricks will not work. In this case, it is better to choose to surrender and marry a few women. As if seeing that Javan III has been moved, the envoy's face has a smile. I think His Majesty Javan should also know that the Empire is invincible and unstoppable. Sooner or later, His Majesty Leicester will lead the Empire to unify the entire Runeland. This is something that everyone can see. In the future, the Principality of Valoran and the Kingdom of Norseland will become part of Naxos and be directly ruled by the Holy Emperor. They don't even have the opportunity to conclude a marriage with His Majesty Leicester. Only Demacia has such an honor and qualification. With marriage, Demacia and Norse are a family. His Majesty Leicester said that the result he wanted was to drink with His Majesty Javan, not to fight. So, I have turned to His Majesty Leicester's words, and the interests are explained. How to choose, His Majesty Javan must have his own decision. The envoy saluted, and said rather cruel words with a calm face. If there is still no response after 3 days, I will drink poison and die here. At that time, the door of peace between Demacia and Naxos will be closed forever. I hope His Majesty Javan knows the seriousness of the matter. Javan III's mouth twitched. Damn, these barbarian envoys have always been so arrogant and domineering, but they always find ways to grasp Demacia's weaknesses, making people feel that they can't survive if they don't agree to their conditions. Damn, why can't Demacia, which is bullied all day long, be as powerful as Naxos? In his heart, he wanted to sentence this envoy to death right now, but Javan III smiled and looked at the commander of the fearless vanguard. Shiana Crown Guard, you are responsible for protecting the envoy's safety and entertaining him well. Do you understand? The young blonde female general named Shiana saluted and placed her hand on the hilt of the mithril sword with an equally extraordinary momentum. If the envoy has suffered any harm, Shiana is willing to bring her head to you. After Shiana led the envoy out of the palace, Javan III dismissed the court meeting and came to the back garden. With a headache, he called a maid to massage his temples. It's a problem. The other conditions are fine, but they are targeting the forbidden magic forest. That's the foundation of our country. The Narxans don't take Demacia seriously at all, but the Narxan Empire is so powerful. It's hateful. Demacia has been bullied repeatedly. Your Majesty, do you think there is a possibility? The staff member at the side lowered his voice. There are indeed some treasures in the forbidden magic forest that we don't know about. The Narxans want to take treasures from the forbidden magic forest in order to destroy the foundation of our country. By then, without the forbidden magic forest as a supplement, our country's forbidden magic stones will become less and less, and then evil magic will invade this land. How can the soldiers of the kingdom fight against the evil magic from the outside world? At that time, the fate of Demacia will really be in the hands of the Narxans. In my opinion, the words of the barbarians cannot be trusted. Nodding in agreement, Javan III knew that, if he agreed to the Narxans' request, the staff's words could come true at any time. Even if Demacia is in a bad situation now, it can still use the magic forbidden stone buildings to suppress the magic of Narxus. With the powerful mithril weapons, Demacia may have the strength to fight. If the magic forbidden stone forest is destroyed, it will not take long for Demacia to be eroded by magic. At that time, Demacia will have nothing to rely on. Agreeing to the conditions of the Narxans is tantamount to handing over one's trump card to others and putting one's head under the guillotine. But if you don't agree, Narxus will definitely send a large army to the border. Narxus should come and make friends with the Freljord people. When the two sides attack at the same time, Demacia will definitely lose. Middleton, I ask you, are we sure of victory? Javan III stared at the staff member named Middleton without blinking, and Middleton immediately broke out in a cold sweat and was speechless. Just kidding. If he knew how Demacia defeated Narxus, he would have become a general and made great achievements. Isn't being a slave in a manor with 3 wives and 4 concubines better than being a grandson in front of the emperor? Alas. After receiving the expected disappointing answer, Javan III waved his hand and Middleton withdrew, as if he had been pardoned. That afternoon, Javan III convened a secret court meeting, made the Narxans' demands and promises public, and asked the ministers to express their opinions. It was not until now that the noble ministers knew why the emperor looked so bad. After reading the letter in the morning meeting, letting the Narxans go to the forbidden magic forest was no less than handing over one's wife to someone else. Your Majesty, you must not hand over the forbidden magic stone forest to Narxus. This must be a conspiracy of the Narxans. They are afraid of the forbidden magic stones in Demacia, so they want to use conspiracy to destroy the origin of the forbidden magic stones. Then Demacia will really have no way to compete with Narxus. Yes, Your Majesty. Narxus looks strong now, but in fact it has internal and external troubles. It can't fight a long-term war. As long as we unite the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran, when the Narxan troops are dragged by us on the Green Fang Peak Eternal Peak defense line, the two countries can attack from behind the Narxans and make the Narxans attacked from both sides. By then, the Narxan army will be defeated and Demacia's crisis will be resolved. Your Majesty, I'm willing to be the vanguard. Take the head of Leastad's child. Javan III sat high on the throne, holding his chin with his hand and his face gloomy. For some reason, the heroic words that he usually liked to hear the most now sounded particularly unpleasant. These ministers said nice things, but if Narxus was really so easy to deal with, why would they need to show off? It's ridiculous. You are irrationally belittling the enemy. I think you just want Demacia to be destroyed. You want the people of Demacia to die meaninglessly in the war. Javan III's eyes lit up, and his gaze was fixed on the face of the speaker. What surprised him was that the person who said the words of compromise was actually one of the representatives of Eagle, Sebastian Laurent. Sir Sammy, I wonder what you think? Why not tell me? The emperor spoke, and the ministers fell silent. Sebastian Laurent stepped out and stood on the ground, kneeling and saluted. Your Majesty, everyone can see how powerful the Narxan Empire is now. If the Holy Emperor Lester died, it would be fine. The plan you mentioned might work. But everyone present here, let me ask, who has the ability to kill the Holy Emperor of the Narxan Empire? If there is an adult who is willing to stand up and kill the Emperor of Narxus, the Laurent family is willing to become a vassal for generations, just to praise the great achievements of the adults. As soon as the words came out, the ministers naturally couldn't fart. Are you kidding? When the Holy Emperor bullied the former kings of Demacia, their ancestors were not even born yet. Except for the gods, who in this world can say that they can deal with that old monster? It's good enough not to be bullied, right? If Narxus hadn't sent an envoy, Demacia could still continue to sing and dance. The envoy sent was a madman who laughed and threatened people at every turn, and took poison to commit suicide if he didn't respond. Who the hell would be willing to fight with those fearless barbarians? Isn't it nice to be a local emperor and a manor owner in Demacia? That's the truth. The Holy Emperor is invincible. If there is no way to deal with the Holy Emperor, Narxus will only become stronger and stronger, and will not become a loose sand. In this case, why don't we seriously consider the Narxan deal? Your Majesty, if I heard correctly, in the secret letter, the Holy Emperor said hand over the forbidden magic stone forest, right? Javan 3 nodded. Yes. Since it is hand over the forbidden magic stone forest, Your Majesty, perhaps this matter can still be discussed. Maybe the Narxans don't want to destroy the forbidden magic stone forest, and the Narxans' conditions may have hidden reasons. With a faint smile, Sebastian Laurent said in a deep voice, I'm willing to go to Narxus to buy more time for Your Majesty. If an agreement can be reached, it's fine. Even if an agreement cannot be reached, Your Majesty can prepare for war early. Javan 3 looked at the other ministers who bowed their heads. Do you have any other good ideas, my dear ministers? Of course, there were no good ideas. Now that someone from the Laurent family was willing to take the lead, it couldn't be better. In that case, Lord Sebastian, you will be in charge of the negotiation with the Narxan envoys and the mission to the Emerald Territory. Let's put it this way. The safety of this mission will be personally handled by Shiana Crowngood. Yes, sir. That night, Sebastian called his wife Lucia and youngest daughter Fiona to the secret room of the study, and even the most trusted family guards were not allowed to enter. Lucia, we are finally going to realize the long cherished wish of our ancestors. The Laurent family has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Lord Lester is finally going to take action against Demacia. Dad, you are not crazy, are you? Are you a spy planted in the motherland by the Narxan Empire? The 15-year-old girl Fiona looked at her crazy father with some worry. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should pull her mother away from here and report her father to others. Unexpectedly, Lucia also looked happy, gently holding the cute Fiona's hand and whispering softly. Fiona, you don't know the origin of the family. In fact, the blood of Narxus has always flowed in the blood of the Laurent family. A long time ago, our ancestor was a big figure in the Emerald Territory of Narxus. As early as 100 years ago, the current Holy Emperor Lester began to lay out in Demacia. As the woman was talking, Sebastian took out an ancient scroll from the locked and sealed treasure chest. Sebastian slowly unfolded the scroll that he regarded as a treasure. Fiona looked closely and saw a handsome human face portrait on the scroll that could not be distinguished by gender. Looking down, Fiona exclaimed when she saw the name. It's the ancestor of Knowles. Sebastian slightly restrained his joy and smiled. Yes, it is the ancestor of Northless. The ancestor of Northless is the origin assassin master of the Night's Edge of Narxus. He is the personal guard trained by His Majesty Lester himself, and he is also a peerless handsome man. Fiona, your appearance is inherited from the ancestor of Northless. At the beginning, the ancestor of Northless combined with the ancestor of Nelvia and gave birth to blood in Demacia so that they could return to the Empire one day in the future and continue to serve His Majesty Lester. Chapter 772 Fiona does not want to marry. Fiona was a little confused. Why does Dad always show his hatred for Narxans and his desire to fight? Because I know our king will never have the courage to start a war, including this court meeting. His Majesty Javan just wants a decent reason. That's why His Majesty Javan agreed to my proposal. Sebastian carefully put away the scroll of Northlus's portrait and put it back into the locked box. My daughter, I called you here this time. In addition to telling you about the origin of Laurent's family, I also want to let you know the special mission of the Laurent family for generations. Special mission? Fina has never heard of any special mission passed down by a family, but there are a lot of family mottos. Yes, this special mission can be traced back to the time of Northlus's ancestors. In the dim candlelight, the underage girl opened her eyes wide, her face flushed, and she looked incredulous. Dad, what you mean is that there is still. Fina really couldn't describe what appeared in her mind. Can love exist between men? Seeing his little daughter's pupils shaking wildly, Sebastian was also quite speechless, but he had to explain it clearly. To be precise, the ancestor of Northlus transferred his love from his dead fiancé to His Majesty Lester, who saved him and liked His Majesty Lester unilaterally. The ancestor of Northlus had improper thoughts about His Majesty Lester, but His Majesty Lester could not have any unnecessary feelings for Northlus as a man. This is why Northlus later left the Knight's Edge and came to Demacia to marry into the Laurent family. For the two of them, separation is the best result. After a pause, Sebastian sighed. Because of this, our Laurent family has a great ambition to be achieved from generation to generation. What ambition? Let one of Laurent's descendants become the favorite of His Majesty Lester, so as to make up for the regrets of the ancestors of Knowles. Lucia took over the conversation at the right time. Fina, among your brothers and sisters, you are the youngest, but you have inherited the best blood of the ancestors of Knowles, and have the most outstanding beauty and fighting talent. Although Demacia and Naxos had trade relations before, the Laurent family was not in a position to have any contact with Naxos rashly. Now that your father has received a mission as an envoy, this is the best opportunity for contact. Mom and Dad have told you so much, just to ask if you are willing to take on the mission. If you are not willing, Mom and Dad will not force you to do this. Fina never thought that the topic would turn to whether she was willing to marry the Emperor of Naxos. After all, it doesn't seem to be a question of whether she is willing or not, right? Even if by any chance she was willing to give it a try, would the powerful ruler of the empire be willing to accept her? Fina thought it was unlikely. Observing her daughter's hesitant expression, Lucia added, you don't have to worry about age. His Majesty Lestat is immortal and looks as handsome as a god. If Mom wasn't too old, Mom would be willing to give it a try. Under the expectant eyes of her parents, Fina finally said dryly with her neck stiff. Then, if I don't want to, I don't have to go? Sebastian nodded. Of course, if you don't want to, sending you there will anger His Majesty Lester and cut off the connection between the Laurent family and the Empire. But if you choose to refuse, you will not have a second chance in this life. Dad can only marry you to a local noble in Demacia and let your sister go to Naxos to be the queen. What do you think? Fina, this is because your parents love you that they left this opportunity to you. What do you think? To be honest, if Dad is not a man, Dad would want to try it. Seeing that the more outrageous the words were, Fina blushed and whispered, I can go and see. But it's as if our family sent a girl there. The Emperor of the Empire would accept it. He is the Emperor. After all this time, it turns out that you are worried about this. Seeing that her little daughter did not mean to refuse, Lucia smiled and rubbed Fina's cute face. At the beginning, the ancestors of Northlus and His Majesty Lester had an agreement that, as long as the person was his blood descendant and the appearance was acceptable, His Majesty Lester would definitely accept him. I'll take a look first, and then make a decision, okay? Okay, I'm taking you there this time, to make some preparations first, and by the way, Dad wants to find out His Majesty Lester's attitude, and see if he still recognizes his past promises. Just go and take a look. Back in bed, Fina tossed and turned, worried and expectant. What kind of person is His Majesty Lester? The next day, Javan III conveyed his intentions to the Imperial Envoy. The Imperial Envoy was not sure about the decision, so he released the Dragon Pigeon to convey the message to the Emerald Territory. 3 days later, the Dragon Pigeon flew back, bringing the order of the Immortal Fortress. Shiana mobilized the first shield array of the Fearless Vanguard as the accompanying guards in the facade of the kingdom, protecting Sebastian and the youngest daughter of the Laurent family as they embarked on the journey to Fidlet. On the other hand, Lester had expected Damasia's ambiguous attitude. It was a good thing that the Light Shield family was willing to talk, which was better than going to war directly. He could wait for a few months. With its current size, the Naxos Empire was naturally not afraid of any national power. The enemy that the Empire feared was not Demacia, but the Protoss and other extraordinary forces. It can be said that going to war with Demacia was not very meaningful except for getting a piece of fertile land. 2 months later, the Demacia diplomatic mission successfully arrived at the border of the Emerald Territory. After approval, the mission continued to the east under the protection of the 20 Black Knights appointed by the Empire, and arrived at Fidlet half a month later. Looking at the Miracle City at the end of the horizon, Shiana, who was wearing bright silver mithril plate armor and looked heroic and beautiful, looked particularly cold on the white dragon horse. Emperor Javan sent her to be in charge of the escort for 2 purposes. The first was to accumulate merits and pave the way for her future career. As long as she married into the Forbidden Magic family, she would be able to become the Grand Marshal of Demacia. The second was to evaluate the threat of Naxos from a military perspective and judge the possibility of Demacia winning the war. Although he did not say it explicitly, Sebastian knew that he was only a nominal envoy, and the one who could really make the decision was the guard leader Shiana. For Shiana at this moment, she seemed to have the answer in her heart. Not counting herself as the sword captain, the first shield formation had a total of 8 people, each of whom was a leader of the Demacia Kingdom army, equipped with the most sophisticated mithril weapons and mithril armor of the Demacia Kingdom, and looked extremely powerful. From the perspective of momentum, they were not inferior to the Empire Black Knights equipped with magic steel equipment. However, if the different organization of the 2 legions was taken into consideration, even Shiana was full of pressure and was not optimistic about the war between Demacia and Naxos. Because of the special nature of the kingdom's imperial power, the fully staffed Fearless Vanguard only has 16 companies. Each company has 16 shield formations. Each shield formation has 8 soldiers, and there are only 2,048 people in total. The remaining 100,000 kingdom troops are ordinary soldiers, which are okay against Freljordians and bandits, but not good enough for Naxos. The Naxan Empire's Black Knights are equipped with magic steel equipment that is not inferior to mithril weapons. Each Black Knight is also equipped with a red-scaled dragon horse, a knight's lance on the right, and a saber on the waist. In terms of legions, there are a total of 5,000 people. If they are deployed, they will crush the kingdom's army into meat paste in an instant. The Black Knights alone are enough to suppress Demacia's Fearless Vanguard. Shiana dare not imagine how many elite legions comparable to the Fearless Vanguard there are in such a huge empire besides the Black Knights. On weekdays, Demacia soldiers often mock Naxan soldiers as rude barbarians wielding big clubs. Only by standing next to these barbarians could Shiana feel what it was like to be an elite warrior who killed people without hesitation. The female sword captain's face was extremely heavy. She understood why Javan III was unwilling to be bullied by the Empire, but chose to endure the humiliation. With such a strong national strength and military power, even if all the lives of Demacia warriors were sacrificed, it would probably not be able to stop the trampling of the Empire's iron cavalry. Please rest for a while in the guild hall. Entering the city, the Imperial envoy smiled and gave instructions. Shiana nodded and signaled the carriage team to follow the Black Knight leading the way. In the carriage, Fiona and Sebastian sat opposite each other. Through the opened curtains, the father and daughter silently observed the great city that was completely different from Demacia. In Demacia, the most common things are white walls, blue tiles, and indigo flags. The closer to the center of the capital, the more solemn and dignified the architectural style. Even the people living in the capital are dressed in dignified white clothes and trousers. Basically, there is nothing dazzling. You must know that the Demacians, who regard their old neighbors in the east as their imaginary enemies, have built military defense buildings such as magic forbidden stone castles and high walls in the center of the capital, in order to prevent the Naxans from approaching the city one day and leave themselves some room for maneuver. From the outside, the equally magnificent Fidlet is hard to see the unconfident feeling of the Naxans. The city embodies a style of cleanliness, order, harmony, and abundance. Everywhere you look are bustling streets and rows of flat high-rise buildings. There are almost no defensive buildings. The Narxans never seem to worry that the enemy can hit the city. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, Sebastian can see the wealth and arrogance that are different from the Dalmatians. Beautiful clothes made of silk and satin are everywhere, such as suits and pleated skirts. All kinds of recognizable and unrecognizable clothes look dazzling, very eye-catching and enviable. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Sebastian feels that compared with clothing and living standards, the Dalmatians are just like country bumpkins who have never seen the world. No wonder the nobles of Dalmatia have always admired the popular things of the empire. The gap between the two countries is not only reflected in military strength. Fiona looked away from the city with difficulty. She soon noticed a glowing stone tower flying in the sky from time to time. The girl pointed at the glowing floating tower and asked curiously, "Dad, what is that thing flying in the sky?" "That should be Fidlet's elemental weaver, Osgood." "What is the elemental weaver? Is it magic?" Under Fiona's questioning, Sebastian couldn't help but secretly thank himself for brushing up on some necessary common sense of the empire before going out. The elemental weaver can't be called magic, Fiona. You can think of it as a magical item that creates magic. Sir Sebastian is right, but not quite right. The accompanying Black Knight Guard commander said seriously. What drives the Osgood Center Tower is the enchanted axiom normal. The weaver cannot be considered as creating magic, but the result of directly executing magic. What does Osgood do? Fiona couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked a sensitive question. Sebastian and Shiana didn't say anything. The middle-aged Black Knight did not mean to be shy and spoke slowly like a teacher giving a lecture to students. Osgood has 3 functions since its establishment. The first function is to build a monitoring magic network within the influence of the Weaver, which can not only provide the most basic and stable magic element for any corner of the city of Fidlet, providing convenience for the citizens, but also curb the casting of spells that exceed the magic element warning line, and prevent spellcasters from abusing spells in Fidlet. If there is no special magic token, Fidlet is probably the same as your Dalmatia capital, a place where no magic can be cast. Very satisfied with the surprise on the face of the Dalmatia girl, the Black Knight leader's face has a subtle arrogance. The second function is to provide magic energy for the transmission of magic element for the super large defense array. When facing a strong enemy, Osgood will become the magic hub of Fidlet, maintaining the circulation and stability of magic, and strengthening the array for a long time. What the Black Knight did not say was that Osgood's ability could perfectly avoid the influence of the Dalmatia Forbidden Magic Stone. Even if the legendary Dalmatia Forbidden Magic Colossus Galio fell from the sky, he could not curb Fidlet's stable magic network. The third function is to absorb and store magic element to enhance the magic talent of Fidlet's newborn. Uncle, shouldn't magic be a very evil thing? Facing Fiona's slightly naive question, the Black Knight pointed to the saber on his waist and pointed at the mithril sword on Shiana's waist in front of him. Little girl, let me ask you, are weapons considered evil? After thinking about it, Fiona shook her head. Then magic is not evil either. Magic, like weapons, is just a tool. Whether it is evil or not depends on the purpose of the user. In the hands of a cook, it can cut vegetables, and in the hands of a soldier, it can kill people. Little girl, you will soon understand how convenient life with magic is. Chapter 773 The first person marked by kindred. The Dalmatia envoys stayed in the foreign guest house under Lester's arrangement. The Fidlet foreign guest house is located in a secluded place in the inner city. Its beautiful scenery is rare even in Fidlet. The manor is surrounded by sound-absorbing moonlight birch trees, and the flower bed is planted with many magical plants. The flowers bloom in the sun and the stamens follow the moon. There is no need for Piltover's electric lights or candlelight braziers. At night, the magical plants in the manor will emit a hazy and beautiful natural glimmer, which is bright enough to illuminate the dark night without being dazzling. The Jingayu lake next to the flower bed is gliding with fish, and the clear lake reflects the stars magnified by the Osgood Tower. The sad moon disk is within reach, giving people the ethereal illusion of wandering in the galaxy. Hundreds of colorful fireflies on the lakeside sometimes disappear into the darkness and sometimes flash fluorescent light, like silk flowing in the air. Walking on the bluestone carved slabs of the manor, Fiona found an unusual tranquility and joy after leaving the banquet hall. This was different from the shock of the magic hot spring and magic stove. Fiona firmly believed that the magnificent view in front of her could never appear in a depressing and solemn city like Demacia. Compared with the heroic capital that Demacia was proud of, Fidlid was more like a magical wonderland that should not exist in the world. In the mouth of the magic banner, the origin of all evil is magic, but wherever magic exists, it is accompanied by corruption and decay. Here, Fiona only felt the wonder and beauty of magic. Under order, magic facilitated life and embellished ordinary colors, but she could not see the darkness and chaos of magic. Intoxicated in the quietness of the night, Fiona began to doubt whether her country's bottom line ban on magic was something worth praising. Thinking of this, Fiona felt that the Demacia people were somewhat pathetic. Because of the propaganda of the Demacia royal family and the contradictions between Demacia and Norwegian countries, Demacia has always been in a closed-door policy, except for a few big businessmen with backgrounds who exchanged what they had between the two countries. There were basically no immigrants on the border between the two countries. Under such circumstances, many Demacians believed that the world outside Demacia was full of riots and turmoil throughout their lives. Demacians who longed to live in a stable environment never left the closed land of Demacia throughout their lives. Until they were buried in the soil and took their last breath, they had never seen the beauty of the world. This is a country that the kingdom calls barbaric and vulgar. When the Demacians were still chopping wood and cooking, these barbarians could already use magic stoves to boil water and cook porridge without leaving their homes. Stopping by the lake, Fiona was very sure that compared to the Demacia capital, she liked this barbaric and vulgar country more. At least the Narxans were a little arrogant, but they did not have the inherent prejudices of the Demacians. Obviously young Fiona didn't know that in the eyes of Narxans, Demacians are upright little cowards hiding in the cracks of rocks. Fiona, do you like it here? Her father's voice came from not far behind her. Fiona turned around and watched her father slowly walk towards her. I'm not sure if I like it, but if I have a choice, I think I would rather live here than Demacia. Fiona said her truest thoughts. Sebastian smiled. He was not surprised that his daughter would give such an answer, because he thought so too. The relationship between the Lauren family and the Empire must not be broken. My daughter, it seems that you have your own answer. Dad, now I know why you specially arranged for teachers to teach us the history of Narxus and let us not be prejudiced against Narxus. If I had prejudice, I would never come here, and how could I see such a beautiful scenery? A firefly landed on Sebastian's fingertips, and the man agreed with his daughter's words. It is always difficult for people to accept things beyond their own cognition. Fiona, I'm the same. This is the influence of the country on the people. If every Demacian knew that magic was so wonderful, Demacia would fall apart in an instant. If our family ancestors had not always forgotten their bloodline roots, I'm afraid we would not have seen the world clearly this day. The smart Fiona heard the hidden meaning of her father's words. It was obvious that Emperor Jarvan chose his own power between the progress of the Demacians and the power of the Lightshield family. Dad, if everyone in this world used magic like the Narxans, wouldn't there be so many poor people who couldn't eat enough? Dad can't answer you this question, because Dad is also in contact with the world of magic for the first time. Fiona, since you are here, you might as well find the answer yourself. Sebastian turned around and gradually walked away. Fiona exhaled lightly. I hope she can find the answer she wants before leaving here. 3 days later, the Demacia delegation living in the foreign guest house received an invitation from the Emperor of the Empire. Sebastian, Shiana and Fiona took the carriage that came to pick them up and went to a royal palace in Fidlid. The royal palace of Narxus reflects the iron-blooded style of the Narxans. The majestic and solemn gilded marble carved arches support a heavy building complex. Elite soldiers in heavy armor stand guard beside the towering high walls. The palace covers a large area. The Demacia envoys walked for half an hour to reach the destination of this trip. Amid the shouting of the palace guards, Fiona walked into the palace carefully, stopped in front of the red carpet in front of the steps of the hall, mustered up the courage to take a look at the ruler of the empire on the throne, and couldn't help but joke. Is the Holy Emperor of the Empire so young? Moreover, there seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Fiona, feeling dizzy, lowered her head unconsciously. Long live the Holy Emperor Lester. According to the pre-rehearsed etiquette, Shiana and Sebastian knelt on one knee to pay respect to the owner of the palace. Fiona, who was a little confused, was a little slow, and didn't have time to speak, so she could only hurriedly follow the salute. Because of this, Fiona, who was impolite, soon received several cold and reproachful glances. Stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Noticing that the Holy Emperor did not pursue his daughter's impoliteness, Sebastian breathed a sigh of relief. On the throne, Lester examined the three people, paused on the girl Fiona, and then fixed on Shiana's curvy body, smiling. His Majesty Javan is willing to send a valiant beauty like Shiana sword-capped into the Empire. It seems that His Majesty Javan is very sincere. In the face of Shiana's slightly angry and blushing face, Lester turned his eyes to Sebastian. Tell me, what does Demacia want to discuss with me? Are you dissatisfied with the deal I proposed? Seeing that the arrogant and hot-tempered Shiana did not behave in a rude manner, Sebastian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and bowed his head. Your Majesty, there is no dissatisfaction. His Majesty Javan just wants to know the specific purpose of your country's request for the Forbidden Magic Forest. The Forbidden Magic Forest is the foundation of Demacia. This is a serious matter. If His Majesty Lester does not want to destroy the Forbidden Magic Forest, His Majesty Javan may agree to the deal proposed by His Majesty Lester. Maybe? No need to test it. The reason I asked for the land of the Forbidden Magic Forest is nothing else but to destroy the Forbidden Magic Forest, Lester said lightly with a restrained smile. Let's be frank, and don't bargain with me with the rhetoric of the foundation of the country. The only imaginary enemy in the entire Valoran continent is the Narxan Empire, and it is also the only imaginary enemy. The foundation of the country of Demacia is to fight against Narxus. Now I have promised the Lightshield family the autonomy of Demacia, and you are still thinking of bargaining? Since you are unwilling to hand over the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest, the Empire's cavalry will personally seize it. If there is no other proposal, I don't think we need to talk about it. Lester began to doze off, which made the three people under the throne a little anxious. Throwing out the prepared rhetoric was useless. Sebastian looked at Shiana on the side and winked. Seeing Shiana nodded with an unpleasant expression, he spoke. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for my words. Actually, His Majesty Javan meant that the Forbidden Magic Forest must be surrendered. It's just that without the Forbidden Magic Forest, Demacia's Forbidden Magic Stone buildings will be difficult to maintain. At that time, magic will inevitably invade Demacia, which will inevitably cause great turmoil, Lester said coldly. Then His Majesty Javan means that I have to help him find a way to continue to expel magic? Are you still thinking of me building an Osgard in the palace for him? It's not impossible. If His Majesty Javan is willing to abdicate and hand over the imperial power, I can appoint His Majesty Javan as the provincial governor in the Demacia province. Of course, at that time, the laws of Demacia will have to be replaced by the laws of the Narxan Empire. Can His Majesty Javan accept such a result? Sebastian smiled bitterly to himself. Handing over the land of Demacia is possible, but handing over the imperial power of the Lightshield family is impossible. Javan III sent him to negotiate to take advantage, not to surrender. It seems that the envoys have not decided what to discuss with me. There is still some time before the lunch banquet. You two can think about it carefully. Lester changed the subject and looked at Fiona, who was keeping her head down and silent. Is this the daughter of the Laurent family, Miss Fiona Laurent? Your Majesty, my name is indeed Fiona Laurent. In a trance, Fiona introduced herself in an extremely shameful way. After she said it, Fiona felt that it was inappropriate. Miss Laurent, you seem to be afraid of me. Lester narrowed his eyes. Sebastian quickly spoke to cover for her. Your Majesty, this is the first time that my daughter has gone on a long journey and experienced such a major event. Your Majesty is like a god, and I can't help but feel respect for you. I'm rude for this. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It's okay, Miss Laurent. Come forward and let me take a good look at you. Yes, Your Majesty. Under the somewhat puzzled gaze of the crowd, Fiona walked to Lester's throne in small steps, stubbornly tense, with a very complicated expression. Lester frowned and looked at it for a long time, only to feel that the back of his right hand was faintly hot. He raised his hand and looked at it, and his face couldn't help but change slightly. The hazy light blue mark on the back of his hand was nothing else but the Soul Master mark left by Kainju. It turned out to be Kainju's mark. Could it be that Fiona is the reincarnation of an old friend? The man slightly restrained his somewhat scary look and couldn't help but secretly recall what Miraclaw said to him after he gained a physical body. Speaking of the Mark of Kindred, it can be traced back to his first participation in the Ionian Soul Blossom Festival. At that time, he fell in love with Xiao and took Xiao and the Catman Boy to participate in the Soul Blossom Festival in the Magic Garden of Presidium. It happened that Nocturne invaded, and he and Linju's soul left their bodies to go to the spiritual realm to deal with Nocturne, and they were unable to deal with Doran Castro, who was possessed by the devil. As a result, Xiao was killed by the true demon swordsman Doran in order to protect him. After losing his love, he was furious and used the power of runes to catalyze ice magic, freezing and shattering the true demon swordsman who almost killed him. He was still not satisfied after crushing Doran Castro's body to ashes and was about to take Doran's soul away to torture him slowly, but Kindred appeared in front of him and stopped him by threatening the Mother of Masks. After the conversation, Kindred let him let Doran's soul go in exchange for the soul mark. As long as the dead in Runeland are not annihilated, they will return to the underworld and enter the reincarnation of the Styx, waiting for the Mother of Masks to cleanse their souls and return to the material world. If the cleansed soul does not have the soul mark left by the mask spirit, once it returns to the material world for reincarnation, it will never leave any traces of the past. Although the soul mark has no memory of the previous life, it can return to the Styx to retrieve the memory of the previous life. To put it in an analogy, the Styx is equivalent to an indestructible bedrock storage. The soul mark of the mask spirit is equivalent to converting the soul data from RAM to ROM. The memory is backed up in the Styx storage and restored to factory settings under the control of the Mother of Masks. If it were not for the ability to retrieve the memory of the previous life, Lester would not have agreed to Kindred's request and let Doran's soul go. From the beginning, he was not a person who was willing to suffer losses. After that, when he returned to Valoran, he asked Kindred to mark the souls of several other women who were close to him, but could not be immortal like the demigods, including Alina who died in the Forget-Me-Not Garden and Grace who was not destined to be with him. This is why Kindred always avoided him afterwards. Before Kindred took off the mask, these soul markers had never appeared, just like they did not exist. Lester almost forgot the agreement between him and Kindred. After Kindred took off the mask, gained a physical body, and left the underworld, he naturally could not continue to monitor whether the soul markers had completed the reincarnation of the Styx, so he left the seal of Kindred on the back of his right hand. Although it is impossible to monitor the Kindred markers in the entire Runeland like Kindred, the mark can also sense the soul reincarnation within a certain range. It is a bit complicated to recall. In the eyes of everyone, Lester's face changed for a few seconds and then returned to normal again and even put on a gentle smile. Miss Laurent, what do you want to eat for lunch? Chapter 774. What are you afraid of? Your ancestor and I had an affair. At noon, the square table in the banquet hall of the palace was filled with rare delicacies. Lester sat in the main seat, and the three people from Demacia were in the guest seats, feeling a little uncomfortable. Picking up the fish fillet with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth, Lester smiled. No need to be restrained. This is not a public banquet. There is no need to get entangled in red tape. After hearing what Lester said, Sebastian and Shiana relaxed a little, but Fiona still lowered her head and stared blankly at the dishes on the table. She didn't expect Lester to really bring up the dishes she mentioned in such a short time. Miss Laurent, try it and see if it suits your taste. Fiona came back to her senses and picked up a few chopsticks. It's delicious. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Lester said casually while eating. Speaking of which, I went to Demacia several times a few hundred years ago. That was a long time ago. Now I can still recall what happened back then. I have to say that Demacia is one of the few peaceful and harmonious places in Valoran. Your Majesty Lester, do you mean that you have been to Demacia? This time it was Shiana's turn to be surprised. She thought she was familiar with every development history of Demacia, but she had never seen any relevant records in books or libraries. Don't be so surprised. At that time, I was the most proud private staff and tutor of the Crown Guard family. I thought it was surprising enough that the Emperor of Naxos had secretly visited Demacia. When the second sentence came out, Shiana almost choked herself to death. Cough 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 cough. When Shiana coughed, Fiona and Sebastian were not much better. Perhaps because Lester had an old relationship with the Crown Guard family, Shiana suddenly found Lester a little more pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty Lester, please allow me to ask, which former king was in charge of the kingdom at that time, and which ancestor was in charge of the family? Putting down his chopsticks, Lester recalled the past. If I remember correctly, the king of Demacia at that time was Dulce Javan, the Crowngood family, and the head of the Crowngood family was Derek's Crowngood. Before Dulce became king, your Crowngood family still inherited the name of Hilda. Obviously, your ancestor Derek's Hilda was not satisfied with the status quo. Now it seems that his vision is quite unique, otherwise, who knows who will be the commander of the fearless vanguard. You are right. In addition to hard work, I can become the commander of the fearless vanguard because of the identity of the Crowngood family. You went to Demacia at that time. Are you curious about my past? Lester smiled faintly. Shiana blushed and felt that she had said something wrong. She was about to apologize, but she heard Lester continue. It's good to talk about the past. I also want to know how the descendants of the Crowngood family view their ancestors. Your Majesty Lester, thank you for your generosity. Shiana solemnly put down her chopsticks, stood up and bowed. Lester waved his hand, motioning Shiana to sit down. At that time, I had just arrived in Demacia and met a girl named Miranda on the street. Miranda Crowngood. Shiana, do you know who she is? Miranda Crowngood is the direct bloodline of the Crowngood family and the daughter of ancestor Darex. She participated in the construction of the forbidden magic Colossus Galio. It seems that you know your family very well. Shiana found that the man always stared at her with a smile in his eyes when he talked about ancestor Miranda, and her cheeks couldn't help but get a little dry. She had never experienced such a restless and deep gaze. What a coincidence. A habitual thief stole Miranda's purse. There were clearly people on half the street who could ask for help, but Miranda came directly to me for help. As a gentleman, how could I turn a blind eye to a beautiful girl? Without wasting much effort, I caught the thief and returned Miss Miranda's purse. It was obviously just a small matter, but the rescued Miranda insisted on inviting me to her home. I couldn't refuse and had to be dragged away by Miranda. From this we can see that the girls of your Crown Guard family dare to love and hate. I wonder if Miss Shiana has inherited this? Your Majesty Lester. Shiana couldn't remember how many times she hesitated. She just felt that the dignified, mature and steady sword captain in the past was getting farther and farther away from her. Every time she talked to the man in front of her, the man would always ask some questions that made her feel shy. The fact was just as Shiana thought. Seeing that Lester and Shiana were getting along better and better, Fiona's eyes were filled with jealousy, especially after she knew that she had a 90% chance of becoming the Emperor's woman. It's okay. You can wait for a good time to tell me your personal story. I can also tell you a little story about Miranda and me. Lester didn't force Shiana, who was feeling uneasy, and took a sip from the wine glass. So, I walked into the Crown Guard family's manor and met Miranda's father, Derex. After some communication, Derex invited me to become a staff member of the Crown Guard family, and I naturally became Miranda's teacher. At that time, Demacia was facing the military threat of the Freljord people. Facing the Freljord people's ice witch, the Demacia soldiers paid a painful price, and the border villages were in turmoil. King Dulce was really at a loss, so he found me, and I pointed to the forbidden magic stone forest on the map, and gave him a more troublesome idea. Hearing this, the faces of the three Demacia people changed at the same time, and Shiana could no longer maintain her dignity and exclaimed, "You are the Lester strategist who proposed to build the forbidden magic stone Colossus." Wait, Lester? That's your name? Lester shrugged with a smile. See, I didn't make up a fake name to deceive you. It was indeed me who suggested King Dulce to build Galio, and I also recommended the stone carving master Durin who designed Galio's image to King Dulce. Because of this, the Crown Guard family has made a lot of efforts in the construction of Galio. The indescribable shock made Sienna speechless. The magic forbidden stone colossus Galio, which the Dalmatians are proud of, was created by the Holy Emperor of the Naxan Empire, and the military strategist Leicester, who is revered by the Dalmatians, is the Emperor himself. Oh my god, is this world crazy? The leader of Dalmatia's most feared enemy came to Dalmatia to help the Dalmatians build a war wonder? Do you find it a little unbelievable? Sienna did not speak and gave her answer in silence. She would rather believe that she was dreaming. In fact, it is very simple to verify it. Leicester smiled slightly. After Master Durin gave me the design sketch, I made some minor modifications. It's on the inside of Galio's right thigh. You can investigate it after you go back. It will be very interesting. After lunch, Leicester arranged accommodation for the 3 people, but Sebastian came to Leicester alone to request a meeting. After finding a secluded guest room, Leicester and Sebastian sat on the sofa, waiting for the royal maid to bring 2 cups of fragrant tea. Your Majesty Leicester, I wonder if you recognize this thing. Under Leicester's silent scrutiny, Sebastian took out an ancient dark red ring from his pocket under pressure, held it in both hands and gently placed it on the coffee table, excited and a little scared. Leicester picked up the ring and took a look, and his expression became a little complicated. This ring was undoubtedly made by him personally with Mauritian magic steel. There was also a NS mark and a knife-shaped carving of the knight's edge on the inside of the ring. Putting the ring back on the coffee table, Leicester's expression softened a little. What a fate. After more than 900 years, your descendants are still thinking about your unattainable ambitions. Well, so you are the descendant of nobles? Sure enough, you still remember the agreement you made with your ancestors. A promise is a promise. Unless I die, this agreement will never count. Hearing this, Sebastian was extremely excited, and his body trembled. He stood up from the sofa, knelt on one knee, clenched his right fist in front of his heart, and performed the ancient imperial ceremony to Leicester. Sebastian Laurent is willing to lead the Laurent family back to the Empire, and serve your Majesty like the great ancestors of nobles. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The heads of the Laurent family have been waiting for the opportunity to return to the Empire. Now it has been more than 900 years, and finally this day has come. As he spoke, the man's tears flowed down. Seeing the descendants of nobles so emotional, Leicester's nose was a little sour. He immediately stood up and supported Sebastian, who was pushing the mountain to collapse, and pulled the middle-aged man to stand up. Since you are the descendants of nobles, you are the descendants of the Empire, and even more so, the descendants of me, Leicester. The two sat back on the sofa side by side. Leicester handed Sebastian a handkerchief and said softly, Sebastian, the Laurent family will definitely return to the Empire, but not now. The Laurent family plays a greater role in Dalmatia. Wiping his tears with a handkerchief, Sebastian nodded with red eyes. I will obey your Majesty's order. Leicester asked after Sebastian calmed down his breathing. I was wondering why there was a little girl in the delegation. So, Fiona is the fiancée chosen by the Laurent family? That's right. Fiona is the youngest daughter of the Laurent family, and also the smartest and most beautiful daughter. I wonder if your Majesty is satisfied? Little Fiona is indeed very likable. A simple sentence made Sebastian feel relieved. He knew that his daughter would soar to the sky. In that case, your Majesty, why don't you keep Fiona? It's not a bad idea to keep her, but there's no need to rush. Leicester shook his head. Do you still remember the content of the deal I made with Emperor Javan? Of course I remember, your Majesty, that's why I came here. Sebastian scratched his head. After obtaining the Forbidden Stone Forest, His Majesty is going to form an alliance with Dalmatia. Yes, but before that, if I accept Fiona, how will Emperor Javan view the Laurent family? In short, Fiona is not qualified to be a marriage partner, and cannot be the first to become a marriage partner. After all, the Laurent family is not completely on the side of the Lightshield family, and the candidate for the marriage to the Emperor of the Empire must at least be a princess of the kingdom. Sebastian remained silent. He was not unaware of this, but he just wanted to make Fiona the object of the marriage between Demacia and Narcissus, and try to let Leicester persuade Javan III to accept Fiona as his goddaughter, so that Fiona would have a legitimate status. Now it seems that His Majesty the Emperor is still in love with other candidates. It seems that you also understand the interests involved. Your Majesty, Javan III has only one son. If he wants to choose a marriage partner, he can only choose from the Crown-Gurd family and the Chrisman family. Needless to say, the Crown-Gurd family, as the family appointed by the Lightshield family to protect the kingdom, is unquestionably loyal to the Lightshield royal family. The Crown-Gurd family has been in charge of the Demacia Emperor's most powerful, fearless vanguard, legion for generations, and most of the positions of the kingdom's Grand Marshal are from the Crown-Gurd family. Chiana is a good example. In addition, the royal family trusts and relies on the Chrisman family the most. In addition to the Demacia Kingdom army that flatters the border of the kingdom, the most powerful ones in Demacia are the Fearless Vanguard Legion and the Chrisman Legion. The difference between the two is that the Fearless Vanguard mostly suppresses powerful enemies that ordinary armies cannot resist, while the Chrisman Legion suppresses the kingdom's reactionaries, hidden evil wizards, and spies from other countries. Compared with the former, the latter generally has a certain unrestrained power, and the two sides secretly restrain each other. The Crown Guards and Chrismans are the right-hand men of the Lightshield royal family. The king's concubines are either from the Crown Guards or Chrismans. The Chrismans also have contacts with the Crown Guards, relying on marriage to maintain the relationship between the two sides. Just as Chiana will marry Eldred, the second son of the Chrismans who has no power, after returning this time, in order to stabilize the relationship between the Chrismans and the Crown Guards, and take advantage of the influence of the Chrismans. It can be said that, as long as the two families do not turn against each other at the same time, the status of the Lightshield royal family will never be shaken. Leicester certainly understood what Sebastian meant. He smiled and drank the cold tea in the cup. It's not difficult to find a suitable candidate, but little Fiona is not the most suitable one. Do you understand? Since Leicester said so, Sebastian could only nod. If I'm not mistaken, Javan doesn't mind giving up the Forbidden Stone Forest. He asked you and Chiana to come here just to prove to me that I will indeed let the Lightshield royal family go and let him continue to be the Emperor of Demacia. Am I right? You are absolutely right. The only thing Javan III is worried about is whether the power in his hands can continue. This matter is actually easy to solve. Leicester smiled. I will personally lead people to the Demacia capital, and Javan III will understand whether my promise is a joke or not. Chapter 775. The Myanmar family has a good woman. 3 days later, the Demacia delegation left Fidelid and set out on the journey back to Demacia. After returning to Demacia, Chiana and Sebastian were soon summoned by Javan III. Chiana didn't even have time to verify Galio's secret. Sir Sebastian, what was the result of this mission? Sebastian knelt on the ground, without looking up, and his tone was a little heavy. Your Majesty, the Emperor Leicester insisted on destroying the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest. There is no possibility of further negotiations. If you refuse, Narcissus will definitely send a large army to the border. Hearing this, Javan III looked at Chiana and saw that Chiana nodded imperceptibly, and he was a little disappointed. Your Majesty, but this time it was not without gain. In the dull and depressing atmosphere, Chiana took over the conversation. The Emperor of the Empire said in person that after the fall, he will bring the envoys to Demacia in person to prove his sincerity. Leicester is coming to Demacia? Hearing what Chiana said, Javan III was so scared that he stood up. As the heir to the power of the Lightshield family, Javan III grew up hearing about the notoriety of Leicester, Lord of the Emerald Territory. Although he had never met Leicester, Javan III had a serious psychological trauma about Leicester. Now that he knew that Demacia's old enemy would come to see him, he completely lost his composure as an emperor. What is he doing here? Chiana and Sebastian did not expect Javan III to be so afraid of Leicester. For a moment, they did not know whether they should look away from Javan III's slightly panicked face, for the marriage partner, and for the Forbidden Stone Forest. At this point, Chiana could only bite the bullet and speak. I think the Emperor of the Empire means that he wants to choose his own marriage partner. Javan III opened his mouth and did not know what to say about the absurdity of the Emperor of the Empire coming to Demacia to choose a concubine. He was indeed a little worried, but he could not take his own princess away, right? He could still look down on an old woman in her 30s? Okay, I got it. You guys go down. Shiana and Sebastian looked at each other, then with complicated expressions on their faces, they left. It was not appropriate to talk about Lester's secret visit to Demacia before it was confirmed. After leaving the palace, Shiana and the members of the First Shield Formation said goodbye to Sebastian and returned to Mithril City with a heavy heart under the watchful eyes of the Vanguard soldiers. As the birthplace of the Crown Guard family and the source of Mithril lore, Mithril City has always been heavily guarded, with fortifications second only to the Demacia capital. The fortress city built on the mountain is deeply rooted in the Urus Mountains like a steel nail. The fearless Vanguard Corps is stationed here to guard the secrets of the Zenith Mine. After hundreds of years of mining, the Mithril ore produced by the Zenith Mine is almost exhausted. The deeper you go down the mountain, the more difficult it is to mine. Even the most skilled miners are in danger of being buried in the underground world. Because of this, the Zenith Mine is no longer as important as before. Fortunately, the strength of the fearless Vanguard has always been maintained at more than 2,000 people, and there are not many battles that require the fearless Vanguard. The loss of Mithril equipment is not large, and the reserves of Mithril ore are sufficient for use. Captain Sword, then we will return to the base first. Everyone, you have worked hard on this journey. Have a good rest for a week. Captain Shiana, if eating and drinking well in Naxos can be considered hard work, then the training we received is life-threatening. This time we can enjoy so many days, all thanks to the opportunity given by the commander. The soldiers of the First Shield Formation left with laughter and chatter. Shiana smiled and shook her head, but soon stopped smiling. The woman regained her solemnity and walked towards her own manor under the respectful gaze of the guards and went to the library in the basement of the castle. Ah, Aunt Shiana, you're back. The lively voice cheered Shiana up a little. Next to the anti-fall oil lamp, a blonde girl about 8 years old jumped off the stone chair and ran towards Shiana with cheers. Shiana opened her arms, hugged the delicate and lovely girl in her arms, and smiled gently. Laxana, why are you here alone? Where is your brother? The little girl stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. The white dress on her body made the little girl look like a pure white lotus. My brother went to the military camp to exercise again, and he asked me to go too. Lululu, I won't go. Instead of sweating like my brother, I might as well read a book here. Haha, it's a good thing that little Shana has her own ideas. Holding Laxana to the stone table, Shiana glanced at the unfolded book curiously, revealing a look of understanding. The content of the book roughly describes how ancient Demacia used the forbidden magic stone to fight against evil magic. It also contains hand-drawn illustrations of the forbidden magic stone Colossus Galio and many simple runeric patterns. When she was still young, she also read this forbidden book that was not circulated on the market. The author of the book was a member of the Illuminator Knights. She had guessed more than once that the Illuminator Knights, who were closely connected with the Chrisman family, were hiding unknown secrets. Otherwise, how could a person who had never been exposed to magic write such a boring record in a hearsay way? Unless he was a genius among geniuses, it would be difficult for something fabricated to impress people. Is little Shanna interested in magic? After the words came out, Shiana realized that her concept seemed to have changed dramatically. If she had not been on the diplomatic mission to Naxos, she would have only warned her little niece to stay away from evil magic. Now that she has seen the magic and beauty of Fidlit, Shiana always feels that Demacia is as dull and boring as those white forbidden magic stones. Compared with Fidlit, the Demacia capital is more like a remote countryside. Even the majestic Javan 3 seems to be much shorter. She means that compared with the Emperor of the Empire who makes her heart beat faster at every turn. In short, the more comparisons are made, the more Shiana feels that there is a problem with Demacia's development path. These days, she has imagined more than once that, if Demacia also actively accepts magic, will it become a beautiful and progressive magic city like Fidlit? Or if Demacia has a lord like His Majesty Lester, can it make Demacia grow into a hegemon that shares half of the world with Naxos? Shiana, who was trapped in delusion, did not see that Laxana's face involuntarily tightened when she heard this question. Ahaha, Aunt Shiana, I'm not interested in magic either, I'm just interested in the forbidden magic stone. I want to know how the great forbidden magic stone fights against evil magic. Laxana tried hard to maintain a cute smile, to hide her inner panic. She knew that her aunt had always hated magic, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in the barracks all day swinging a big sword, and she would have fought out of a crowd of men to become the strongest first shield or a sword captain. Many people said that Aunt Shiana relied on the status of the Crown Guard family to stand out from countless competitors, but Laxana felt that her unremitting efforts were her aunt's most admirable quality. Now that she has become the commander of the Fearless Vanguard Corps, she is the most influential person in the family. She is so powerful that people ignore her amazing beauty and care more about the mithril sword on the woman's waist and the power in her hands. Aunt Shiana even made her brother Galen superstitious since childhood that the bigger the sword, the more powerful it is, and stayed in the barracks all day to train with the soldiers of the Fearless Vanguard. In short, if the rigid and cold aunt knew her secret, she would definitely be in trouble. Although she would not hand herself over to the terrible magic guards, she would definitely not think about sneaking over to read the forbidden book by herself. Little Shanna, magic may not be as evil as we think. Shiana, who put Laxana down, touched the little girl's head and tried to influence the next generation of the Crown Guard family in her own way to change the inherent prejudice of the Dalmatians against magic. Aunt saw a lot of magical magic when she went to Naxos this time. Little Shanna, believe me, it is simply impossible to describe the wonders in words. In addition to this book, Aunt recommends 3 more books to you. When Laxana was stunned, Shiana took out the hidden books from the secret compartment of the bookshelf, patted the dust on the cover, and placed the absolutely banned books next to Laxana's books. Just read these books yourself, don't tell anyone else. If you want to read more, after you finished reading them, ask your aunt for them. When Shiana started looking for information on the bookshelf, little Laxana came back to her senses and stared at her aunt's unfamiliar back in disbelief. She wondered if she was living in a dream. Her aunt, who was always serious and regarded magic as evil and only recognized the great sword in her hand, actually recommended a book about magic to her for the first time. Oh my god, she must be dreaming. With a turbulent heart, Laxana looked at the 3 banned books on the table and was shocked. The argument of black magic does not mean evil. James Valentine, What You Need to Know About the Real Existence of the Magic World. Ellie Lambert, The Origin of Magic Bloodline. Since the Great Migration of Freljord. Cassandra Grant, 3 unheard of banned books. They are not even on the list of forbidden books for forbidden magicians that Laxana knew. So there are such dangerous things hidden in the dark and grey library of my house? Question mark? Thinking of the light that she occasionally emits with her fingertips, Laxana's heart beats fast. She carefully stacks the 3 books together like a thief. The girl instinctively looks at her aunt, but finds that her aunt has walked into the library on the lower floor. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Aunt Shiana seems to be more interested in magic. Shiana is of course more interested in magic, but what interests her most now is to check the family tree records. She quickly found the name of her ancestor, Miranda Crown Guard, in the family tree records. The old and well-preserved heavy books are fulfilling their duties and reproducing what happened more than 600 years ago in front of Shiana. 36 years after the Dalmatian National Defense War, the former King Argostan passed away, Dulce Jarvan ascended the throne, and Jarvan's family was renamed the Royal Family, Lightshield. They were crowned as the king of the city-state through the king selection system. The Lightshield family won the recognition of all Dalmatians with their sacrifice and the glory of the former king. In the National Defense War, the ancestor Derex Hilda, who had always been guarding His Majesty Dulce Jarvan, protected the former King Argostan's son Dulce through bloody battles. Afterwards, ancestor Derex led the Fearless Vanguard to follow Dulce on the road to coronation. In the end, the Hilda family was promoted to the Crown Guard family for their merit in following the dragon. Since then, Hilda abandoned her former name and became a popular Dalmatian noble with the glory of King's Crown Shield Guard. This is the origin of the Crown Guard family. Future generations must not forget the meaning of the word Crown Guard and keep in mind the glorious mission of the word Crown Guard. Shiana had read these trashy words that recorded the origin of the Crown Guard family many times, but she had never felt so special as now. Especially the man who had spoken to the former king and ancestors 600 years ago appeared in her world, and she also experienced a magical world that she could not even imagine. Either the world was crazy, or she was crazy. Since she was not crazy, then the world must be crazy. Damn it. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Shiana rubbed her face and continued to read. Miranda Crown Guard, the eldest princess of the Crown Guard family, met the rare talent of the kingdom by chance and recommended Lord Leicester to become the staff and etiquette teacher of the Crown Guard family. The two sides formed a deep friendship. Meet by chance. Obviously, she was attracted by the handsome appearance of His Majesty Leicester, and it was premeditated. Shiana curled her lips disrespectfully, slandering her ancestors. Under the commission of the late King Dolls, Lord Leicester quickly found the skilled craftsman Master Duran, designed the blueprint of the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus, and personally organized the implementation of the project. The Crown Guard family participated in the construction of the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus, and left their name in history. The Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus played a significant role in the Northern Campaign. The evil wizards of Freljord could no longer cast black magic. The soldiers of the kingdom won countless victories and defeated the barbarian invaders. For some unknown reason, Lord Leicester left the family alone after the completion of the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus project. Miranda Crown Guard looked up at the sky at the foot of the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus all day long. She was only 32 years old and died of depression. There was no more accord about Miranda Crown Guard or his aide Leicester. Shiana closed the tome with a complicated expression. A poignant picture of a woman standing alone under the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus, missing a man, emerged in her mind. Before, I didn't know where Miranda's ancestors' mental illness came from. Now that I know, Shiana finds it hard to swallow this breath. Thinking of Miranda's ancestors' infatuation and the man's indifference, Shiana couldn't help but grit her teeth. Scumbag. Even if I, Shiana, don't marry in this life, I will definitely seek justice from you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.